Can I welcome councillors, staff, members of the public, and those watching online, also our media as well have just turned up. Welcome. Could we start our meeting firstly with our karakia, please, which is in front of you. So, as I said, welcome to everybody. Great to have you here. It is going to be a long day, but we're starting early, so hopefully we will be able to get through it. Apologies. I just have two apologies for lateness at the moment from Councillor Horitapa and Councillor Tamihana. They've both advised us that they're on their way, but have had a couple of issues this morning. We do have a couple of members of the public that I'm granting public participation to today, and we will get to those in a minute to update us and to submit to us late items.
I'll just move that the apologies for lateness be accepted.
Oh, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just in relation to apologies, I just wanted to foreshadow that later in the debate, depending on where we are in the debate, I may just need to excuse myself and to attend a funeral this afternoon. So just depending on where we're in the debate.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest? While there's no declarations of interest, I would just like to ask those councillors that may to confirm publicly that they are up to speed with all that has been contained in the submissions and the other documents that we have been presented, so that the public can be reassured that we are all have considered all the matters that are before us. And are there any councillors in that position?
Yes, I've been through the material.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Olsen.
No, sorry, my mic's not working. But I just want to declare that.
Sorry, Councillor Young. I can't hear. Sorry.
My machine's not working.
Machine's not working. Jody, thank you.
It's taking to note that I missed part of the hearings, but I have caught up with the hearings through watching the live recordings.
Thank you. Councillor Grimster.
Yes, and I think it'd be worthwhile noting that the Facebook comments have also been circulated to all councillors, so that they've been taken into consideration as well.
And I will ask those councillors who are late to also reiterate that statement as well. So, moving to our confirmation of minutes, we have meeting minutes of Council 26th of April 2023, meeting minutes in Committee Council 26th of April 2023, the meeting minutes of Council the 10th of May, meeting minutes of Extraordinary Meeting of Council the 10th of May, then the meeting minutes in Committee Extraordinary Meeting of Council the 10th of May 2023. I'll move in block that these be accepted as a true and correct record. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're ready to hit the ground running, and you will note we're now on, sorry, before we start that, I will invite the members of the public that we have allowed public participation for to speak. So, Brett, would you like to come forward, please? Just reiterating for council, members of the public who wish to speak today, it was at my discretion. The reason why I've allowed a couple of members of the public to speak today, one is for Mr. Russell to bring us up to date with the community meeting that was held post the submission hearing process. And then Mrs. Payton is also asked to have public participation, who unfortunately was not able to attend our hearing, so I've given her permission to speak as well. Mr. Russell.
Your Worship, councillors, council staff, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here to present today. I'm conscious you've got a very busy agenda, so I will keep my comments concise as possible. Thank you so much to, I want to acknowledge council elected members and council staff, Brent Harvey and Ashley Hurrier, who attended the 18 May meeting, called a relatively short notice to talk about two items in particular. The firstly was when I gave a briefing regarding the Foxton Beach Freeholding Fund, and secondly that was followed by Brent, who talked about the Foxton Swimming Pool Upgrade Project. And in terms of the Foxton Beach Freeholding Fund, I note that there's an agenda item in your papers, pages 113 to 122, I believe, and just a couple of things there that I touched on in terms of the presentation. In the agenda papers, it talks about the the freeholding fund not belonging to the council. I want to acknowledge that, thank you. Council should be working with rightful landowners to determine what they want to do with the money. I would say that that's not really appropriate, because it's up to the Foxton Beach community to say what should be done with the money. Landowners, of course, like iwi, should be part of the review process, which is currently looking to be commenced in the near future. Just coming through, note absolutely the purpose of the fund is specified there under 3.24 on page 119, acknowledge that 100%. Interesting to note too that part of the review process will be consideration of a reduction in the minimum cash amount that currently applies to the freeholding fund. The current minimum cash amount is set at $5 million. That was done back in October 2009. I think it's interesting that we're trying to reduce that amount.
Brett, sorry, I did ask that you only talk about what happened at that community meeting. We don't need to regurgitate or relitigate the what's in our agenda. Every councillor will have read that.
Okay.
I'll just bring us up to date with what happened at the meeting, please.
Thank you for steering me back in the right direction. I do appreciate it. So at the meeting, it was attended by 73 people, and there was, at the end of the meeting, there was a vote that did take place, and that vote was around the Foxton Beach Swimming Pool upgrade, and the amount of money coming from that fund, $500,000, that's been earmarked potentially for a contribution to that project, and the vote was 40 people were in favour of that money coming from the fund, and 6 people were against that. So that was the principal outcome in terms of the vote and discussion regarding the Foxton Swimming Pool.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Russell? Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
Mrs. Payton. Welcome. And thank you for your handout.
Is this thing alive?
Yes.
If you would refer to page 120 in your agenda, that might help. Given that the Foxton Beach freeholding account policy is currently under review, I recommend that until that process has been completed, that no more money be considered to be taken out of the fund. Otherwise, what's the point in having a policy? Topic number 3.29a. Given that currently there is no Foxton Beach Community Board, please explain why this reference was made in this item. Has there already been an undisclosed meeting held to promote this concept? Or is this yet another staff error, which is confirmed by the 3 signatures on this item? That is Grayson Rouse, Principal Advisor Democracy, Ashley Herrera, Business Performance Manager, and Monique Davidson, Chief Executive Officer. These are 3 people who have considerable status in this council. I would like an answer as to whether this issue of a Foxton Beach Community Board has in fact been discussed.
No, it is an error, Mrs. Payton. Sorry, it should just read the Foxton Community Board, and in fact it should read the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board. Unfortunately, sometimes preparing a document in a timely manner, and so the council has plenty of time to read it, the odd error does get through, and we apologise for that.
The 3 people have confirmed this mistake. Thank you. Topic 3.34 is precise and recommended as it would fulfil the current policy. Now, a question, given that the Foxton swimming pool was previously renovated using an unsuitable plan, why has the HDC not sued that company for damages? Or should the fault fall on HDC staff who did not have the skills to interpret the plan? Does this therefore indicate that a staff fidelity fund should be put in place?
Mrs. Payton, I don't think it helps criticising what has gone on in the past, especially staff. And sorry, I can't let you do that.
But you send me the bill.
That's got nothing to do with the fact that here you are publicly decrying staff who've got no ability to respond or answer your accusations.
Oh, I don't mind sitting here listening to them.
No, so please don't continue that.
The Foxton swimming pool must be regarded as a district asset and therefore funded appropriately district-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Payton? Councillor Jennings.
Just a question. Just in relation to your point around the policy and departure from the policy, would you accept that in certain circumstances where it's where a decision is consistent with the overarching objective of a policy and it's done in a transparent and open way, that in certain circumstances it is appropriate to depart from a policy?
No. Point out your policy, you don't yourself.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Mrs. Payton. Appreciate your time as always. Okay, let's move to page number 7, which is our deliberation summary report. And basically, obviously, this is a reading document rather than a decision-making document. And while Caro is coming to give us a bit of a high-level overview of this, can I please move 2.1, 2.2, that the summary report be received. Note the information summary provided, acknowledging the comprehensive information provided to assist elected members with their decision-making. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, Caro.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So speaking to the summary report, the purpose of this report is to ensure that you are satisfied that we have met the requirements under Section 83 of the Local Government Act in regards to the requirements for using the special consultative process for a long-term plan amendment. Thank you. Great. So, just a recap of where we are. Deliberations day, so there's still a little part of the process to come after today, but the purpose of today is really bringing everything together. So today's the day that Council has been working towards for the LTP amendment and the annual plan. I want to cover why an LTP amendment was needed. Council faced key challenges, the district faces key challenges, and Council has big decisions to make for the future of our district. To consider the time and range of information Council has received, considered, and also sought from the community. Today, you as Council bring all that you have seen, asked, and heard together to make those big decisions for the future of our district. So going back to the beginning, why was an LTP amendment needed? What were those key challenges? The district's population is expected to almost double within 20 years. This increases demand on existing infrastructure and community assets and requires considerable investment in new assets. The funding of this investment needs to be managed prudently and sustainably. We're also managing the impacts and uncertainties of Three Waters and other government reforms. The landfill. A decision needs to be made in this financial year, and it needed to be consulted on in connection with a long-term plan. Council's costs are increasing faster than incomes for many in our district. We are also facing the impacts of historic low rates and of deferring work to keep rates lower. There's a need to find the most equitable way to share the cost of providing services to our community, and to look for innovative funding and delivery solutions to enable us to affordably deliver the infrastructure relied on by our community. So those challenges formed the reasons that an LTP amendment was needed. They are big issues needing solutions. There's a convergence of issues where assets are reaching the end of their life and needing more capacity because we're growing as fast as forecast. Frequent severe rain events are pushing our systems to and past capacity. In addition, Levin's landfill needs the future of it to be determined. Previous councils committed to keeping rates low because affordability has long been an issue for our district, as many of our ratepayers are on low incomes. Those decisions meant that some of the infrastructure work needed was planned but then delayed to keep rates lower. All decisions have trade-offs. Those decisions have meant that work delayed to keep rates lower is now urgently needed, and it's acknowledged that there will be costs. What became clear was this council would have to deal with that. Work was needed, but affordability remains an issue. Council doesn't control many parts of the system we work within: insurance, interest rates, inflation, and we're impacted by those like households and businesses. But Council does determine how our rates are spread across the district, and so how the costs are shared. To continue to be responsible and address our severe affordability issues, worsened with the cost of living pressures everyone's facing, it was agreed that Council consider spreading rates more fairly across our community. It was also acknowledged that the tools councils have available, and with the rules set by the Local Government Act, they don't allow for many of the changes that many have sought. We also acknowledge that the system means that changes in one area will lead to greater impacts for some, as those are lessened for others. The current system also impacts some to a greater extent than it does for others. So as a council, there are big issues to resolve, hard choices to make to ensure the community continues to have fundamental services they rely on daily. Those decisions couldn't be put off. So that was the context that the LTP amendment and annual plan were developed within. Council spent a lot of time understanding the issues and options for resolving them. Preparation began in July 22 and 11 workshops have been held since November. These have had a specific focus on key issues such as the rates review, future of the live-in landfill and key water infrastructure. Council has considered ways to address the issues, discussed and developed those options. Looking now just quickly at the three key issues. Rates review. Council wanted to ensure that the rating system is equitable and affordable to all ratepayers across the district, that it's sustainable to ratepayers now and in the future, that it's simple to understand and easy to administer. So workshops worked through ways that could be done, and Council decided to put three options to the public for feedback. Leave the rating system as it currently is, calculate the general rate based on capital value, calculate the general rate based on capital value but include a rural differential. When considering the proposed rates increase, the starting point was needing to think about a funding envelope that makes sense for the community. With the pressures that they're facing, the costs that Council is facing, a range of envelopes were worked up after councillors had worked through their budget calculator and looked at different options and alternatives. These ranged, say, from over 10% down to 7%. All had different levels of service impacts, and it was agreed to put two options to the public: a 7.9% rates increase with no reduction in any levels of service, or a rates increase less than 7.9%, with some options and the opportunity for people to make suggestions themselves. Looking at the future of the landfill, as mentioned, a decision is needed before the end of the financial year. Council needed to reconsult as the range of options presented in earlier consultation was too narrow, and also it wasn't attached to an LTP process. So a different range of options was proposed here, and it was connected to an LTP process. The three options considered were to keep the live-in landfill closed with no alternative site use, to keep the live-in landfill closed with revenue generated from alternative site use, which will be determined later, and option 3, to reopen the live-in landfill until its consent expires in 2037. Water infrastructure. The key challenges from growth and assets coming to the end of their life meant that significant investment was required to plan in the 4 years from 2024-25 onwards. Projects such as the Pose Road Water Reservoir, live-in wastewater treatment plant, the live-in water treatment plant. What had happened was that cost escalations in things like fuel, labour and materials had risen so much that the budget that had been allocated no longer fit with the scope of work. So Also, the work had been done so that we had greater certainty about what kind of costs we would be looking at as you work through projects. That becomes clearer and clearer. So members may remember this skyscraper graph about different options for different levels of work. And so options that went out were, do we look at increasing the budget to match the work needed, or do we reduce the program of work to fit the budget? They were options 1 or 2. Options 3 and 4 matched options 1 and 2, but didn't include our leak detectors or water meters. They were proposed in the first 2 options to help reduce water loss and to increase our water supply. So both options were open. Now, on the 22nd of March, Council adopted the material for consultation, so all of those options. It was noted that within the consultation there were 3 big issues. Each would be a large consultation topic on its own, looking at rates, rubbish, water. As big issues, important issues, a big response was expected. 14 events were organised ahead of time, starting with a rates review hui, and due to interest and demand, 8 more events were added, bringing the total to 22. As we headed into consultation and engagement, you yourselves led this, right from the consultation document through all of the meetings and events. We also tried some new ways of engaging. So there were community forums where people volunteered to be part of discussion groups that were looking at the issues for our district and providing feedback on the key consultation topics. Facebook live sessions on each of the key consultation topics. And we also had a bus tour. It turned into a 4-wheel drive tour because of the weather, but members of the public got to come to the Live-In water treatment plant, the Live-In wastewater treatment plant, and the Live-In landfill to see for themselves why work was needed and why options were proposed. So, for a future discussion, but we could consider doing those again. Each of them reached different people, and they were all designed to assist people in preparation of their submissions. So what we have today is an extensive range of information and analysis to assist you in your deliberations. What you've learned through the 11 workshops, heard through the consultation events, heard in submissions, 418 formal submissions, feedback online through Let's Kōrero, through social media, and through the oral submissions where people spoke in support of their written submissions. You have the information, the analysis of submissions and responses to points in your deliberations reports, and we've also provided additional information and analysis to assist you today. So, to close, today's the day for you, for Council, to make the decisions on the big issues for the district. We're here to assist you with any questions you have as you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caro. And I suppose for councillors, this is very much the summary of how we've got from when we started in November 22 to now the end of May 2023. And while it may have seemed a little unnecessary in terms of that everything's in front of us, I think it demonstrates clearly to those that are listening and who will watch this one day that we have demonstrated an extremely good process in terms of what we've done and how we've done it and getting to this decision today. You know, it has been a really exhaustive, if you like, and at times, you know, it's probably problematic time, but, you know, we've dealt with who can remember 18.9% rates increase presented to us at one of our earlier workshops, and all those, the issues with legislation, the issues with audit, it has been exhausted, but all those different engagements that we have done, I think have clearly demonstrated that we have been really keen to ensure that we put in front of the public the issues that we need to decide on. For over 400 submissions is pretty significant from that response, 2 days of hearings, and culminating in this comprehensive report. I just want to acknowledge your team, Caro, and Jenna, for the work that has gone into the finance team, the comms team, because I know in the background they've done a huge amount of work as well. You've made it a heck of a lot easier for us as councillors to be able to hopefully make those decisions that are in front of us today. So just acknowledge all that work and thank you. Welcome, Councillor Tamihana, and just previously we had asked members to declare the fact that while they had been absent from some of the hearings and submission process, that they restated that they were comfortable in terms of having listened and watched the different parts of that process. And I just wanted, for process sake, if you could reiterate the when you came to hearings, you are not being predetermined in terms of your outlook, so that we've just got that on record for this hearing as well. Thank you.
Morning everyone, morning Bernie, thank you for that. Yes, I would like to make a statement just to declare that I did make a submission on behalf of Hui Marae, but that certainly doesn't predetermine today how I will be deliberating in today's hui. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now moving to deliberations report for the rates review. As Caro indicated, today is decision day. And for the local government sector, I suppose it's what we do call D-Day. It's taken 6 months to get to this stage, but we've workshop, briefings, engaged, consulted. You've had them all, asked the questions, and now we're in the position that we are in to be able to make those decisions. Today is about this governance table setting the strategic direction. And I was quite taken with the comment that Councillor Tukapua made in an earlier email this week around, at the end of the day, this is our one chance in the annual calendar to set budgets, expectations and measures. And while officers have prepared us as best that they could, you as an individual councillor now have the opportunity to make those decisions. And I just want to remind us all of the values and expectations that we have put on our council plan on a page, that we will take the oath to act in the best interests of this district, and I'm sure that we will have robust and thorough and extensive debate, but I just want to ensure that councillors keep that at that level. It's also important that every councillor feels that they have the opportunity to contribute to this decision-making day. And so I do intend to give everybody that opportunity to ensure that if they wish, they can speak. I will be probably pretty strict on time because it could end up being a significantly longer day than what could be. But I don't want to put any barriers in the way of council feeling that they've not been able to contribute. So we look forward to that debate and discussion. So, is Jacinta coming to introduce this report? And while she does, can we just move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? I'll get to you in a minute, Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Jennings, all those in favour?
Deputy Mayor Allen first.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate totally your observations, and just for clarity in terms of the tightness, the need to get through in an orderly way, standing orders says 5 minutes is the time allowed, so perhaps if we keep that in mind as a target.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification on this first report. Can I just get it clear in my mind before we hear from officers that if someone around this table moves option 2, which is the preferred option which was consulted on, that if that fails, then there is no need, unless someone wants to move option 3, there's no need to move option 1 because the status quo would remain, essentially. So I'm just trying to understand whether option 1 actually needs to be moved at all, or can you just provide some guidance and advice on that?
Through your worship, look, Councillor Jennings, typically when a motion fails, we would revert to status quo. For the purposes of this process, though, where it's a Section 83 long-term plan amendment, we need the resolution on the table that confirms the rating system, because that then obviously folds into our revenue and financing policy. So for the purposes of not only audit, but also to satisfy what is a higher threshold in terms of the long-term plan amendment process, we would require the table to actually confirm what rating system we are using.
Nice to have that clarity, though. Yep. Jacinda, welcome.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. What I wanted to do today is not get into the detail of the report, but just highlight that the paper today brings together a lot of work from this table over a long period of time. So this piece of work started back in 2021 when elected members asked officers to go and look at a rates review process. We've had a number of public workshops, as Cara highlighted, and meetings starting in December of 22, as well as a Facebook Live session. We have presented you with a significant amount of analysis down to the individual property level to inform the consultation conversation on the 3 options to go out to consultation on. Through the consultation, we heard that there were some concerns and preferences about different ways of showing the information and different analysis that would be useful for the decision. We absolutely welcome those requests and have worked hard to provide those to you in advance of your decision today. You will have noted in the report in the later analysis that you received that the focus has been on the general rate, as that is essentially the only part of the decision that will affect today is your conversation about how to charge the general rate. Through the hearings process, some questions were raised about different options and the potential for looking at rates remission for affordability and rates postponement. And we've sought some legal advice on those, and that's discussed in the paper today, so you have some options in terms of decisions there today. We're not one thing in terms of the legal decision as well, it's important to note, is there were also some conversations about different options that might be considered. As part of that legal advice that we've sought through this process is, because of the significant requirement around consultation, we're not able today to make significant changes to the proposals that were put forward. There are some conversations that you could have around the level of differential, but that's about as far as you could go without a further conversation or consultation around the rating options. So happy to pass it over to you in terms of any questions that you have.
Any clarity required? Thank you, Jacinda. It's look, just to acknowledge again the amount of work and analysis and the response times often, which has been quite fantastic. I mean, still receiving emails at 8:30 last night around different tables and graphs and things like that. I don't think any one of us could make any comments or accusations that the analysis is not there for us, so really appreciate all the work that's gone on behind the scenes to be able to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Tukapua.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie. If you're ready to move on, I'd like to move 2.5.
So I have Councillor Tukapua moving 2.5 that Council adopt option 2, calculate the general rate based on capital value. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Allen. So the item is open for discussion and debate. Do you want to start, Councillor Tukapua?
We have heard a lot of the background already to kind of set the scene, and I guess some of the points that I want to reinforce are around affordability and the inflation rate sitting at a 35-year high. We have canvassed several options in terms of the modelling, and we put forward 3 to the community. We are genuinely trying to achieve the fairest possible way to distribute the general rate, and after hearing submissions, considering those, I acknowledge it was a preferred option. We don't put those through lightly, but it's, I guess what I heard a lot of, what I read a lot of was misunderstanding about how rates works. And many submitters talked about I don't get water supply, or I'm got my own septic tank. Why should I have to pay more? When in fact, if you do not have council supply provision that you can connect to, you are not charged for it. And so we actually need to, and I think Councillor Jennings, the one that has raised it in our invoicing, to be more clearer, we should have still water, 0, so they understand they are not paying for it, because there's, that would help. I also support, whilst I've heard submitters, the move to capital value, because there are further options available to us for the financial hardship that was, I guess, voiced by some, and that's through a rates remission policy, which my preference would be to move through in the annual plan first quarter. I'm just signalling that should this decision go through. And I guess what it comes down to principally is households, their income, those SA1, the maps that we were provided, that clearly shows the level or proportion of their income that's going towards rates. I mean, if we just think about that 5% threshold, a household, as in a combined income of a family that's only earning 50,000, 5% of that is 2,500 in rates. And we know full well, especially in the VIN and areas like Foxton and Shannon, that they are paying well above 2,500. And as you compare those maps, the more blue that you see, the better off district-wide we are, because it means, between 1 and 2%. And you'll see those hotspots through the red. We're all familiar with those now. And we cannot deny, or we all know, that deprivation is high across our district. And, hence why we receive the high 61% FAR rate from government, because that's an acknowledgement of the deprivation levels here. Under option 2, over 11,000 households or rateable units are better off, when if we've only got just over 18,000 rateable units and over 11,000 of those are better off under option 2, I'm inclined to support that. Now, there was also comments around, I'll read it actually word for word, that low income people are likely to be renting. The reality is everyone is a ratepayer, either directly or indirectly through their rent, and we have a large, 25% roughly, pensioners, fixed incomes, and many of them, because I know many of them, are elderly, obviously, over 50, 65. 65 pensioners prefer to stay in their homes that they own for as long as possible. We know this through the older person sector, that they like to live independently for as long as possible. They are reluctant to go straight into a rest home and things like that. So they are, by and large, owning their home. I know people locally that are in their homes for over 40 years now and haven't moved, and they won't until they actually have to. And we also received last night through, those ownership tables and numbers and graphs and things that we received. For Foxton, over 64% in owner occupiers. Live-in, 62, Shannon, 68. And I can also, back this up by saying that Grey Power submitted and they prefer option 2. Submitters like Sharon Williams, who was very thorough, said that Shannon, and she wasn't talking about herself, a lot of people talk about themselves, but she talked about the community at large and said Shannon is better off under option 2. And I know she did her homework, just like many of us. So 71% councils, okay, rounding up, last thing I'll add is that 71% of councils across this country already apply capital value rating to the general rates. So I'm all for this, and I'll take up that right of reply.
Thank you. Councillor Jennings.
Look, this is a choice about how we tax our community and perceptions of fairness. And I get that fairness in taxation is a subjective matter, but it's important to understand how different perspectives shape our own understanding and assessment of what constitutes a fair system. I'm opposed to capital value rating because I don't think it is fair, and I think it's akin to a wealth tax. And members will recall that during the decisions around deciding what was going to be our preferred option, I acknowledged that I didn't agree with it ideologically, but also putting that to one side, I thought it was the wrong time, and I feel that implementing it it's too blunt and it's too sudden. And so, put simply, I don't agree that we should be trying to move in a more progressive taxation, in the direction of a more progressive taxation approach in the local government context, and because that's based on the proposition that because people with greater financial resources determined simply by a piece of paper and a desktop valuation that they should contribute proportionally more to public goods, services, activities, and that CV unreasonably places a higher tax burden on those perceived to have wealth based on the perceived value of their property. And look, I acknowledge that all of our rating tools are blunt and they're not ideal. And look, that both under LV and CV, there are winners and losers. But and I'm sure that Councillor Allen will remind us that rates are a tax, and I accept that. But our community perceives and believes rates are essentially a payment for services. And many of the submitters that we've heard from have pushed us to adopt a more user-pays approach. and I think that there's a view within that and a broad rejection that moving towards an even more progressive taxation approach at a government level is not supported. And one of the key assumptions under a progressive taxation system is that an individual has the means and capacity to bear the tax burden. And as we've heard through submissions, that assumption is flawed. The CV tool is simply too blunt and does not reflect a household's capacity or means to pay. So I oppose this proposed move to cap value, and there was nothing that I heard during submissions that has shifted my views on that. I now speak to those who are considering supporting a move to CV. You are supporting a wealth tax. Make absolutely no mistakes about it. And if implemented, you will disproportionately burden those with higher property values, regardless of their incomes and ability to pay. And you're ultimately, in my view, creating a move to a regressive system. I firmly believe that we should maintain the current system of LV as it establishes a more equitable system based on the actual use of the land rather than the speculative value of improvements or structures on it. Finally, I think that CV discourages efficient land use. In a slowing property market, CV encourages and even incentivises underutilisation and speculation through land banking. There is also disincentive for landlords to upgrade and improve properties, delaying or stopping our housing stock becoming more and warm and safe places to live. And that's because changing to capital value penalises property owners for making improvements or investing in their properties, as it would automatically increase their tax burden. And I also think that we need to remember that CV places a heavy burden on property owners where property values have increased significantly across our district, potentially now impacting their own housing affordability. So I believe sticking with the current system, status quo, is the way to go. And my view is that we should shift focus to instead look at changes to our remission policy and the introduction of a postponement policy, because I think that will better achieve what the collective and differing views around what is fair and how we can achieve more fairness. Thank you very much.
Before I ask you to start, Councillor Tamihana, noting that Councillor Horry-Depar has arrived, and Councillor Horry-Depar, earlier when we asked whether there were any declarations of interest, we just asked councillors who were not able to attend all the submissions and hearing process if they could just state that they have got up to date in that space. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and apologies for my tardiness. Yes, although I wasn't available to attend all the submissions, I made myself aware and watched the YouTube of this submissions that had been happening. So I believe that I'm across enough of the information and feel comfortable in making decisions required by the council.
Thank you. Councillor Tamihana.
Morena kia tātou, he mea ana kia koutou tu whara tātou nei hui te ata nei, aroha mai Ngāti Reiti ahau, engari kei konei ahau nau nei. Me mihi ana kia Ngāti Rākua te au ki te tonga I tuai ki Pukitana I mua I te Taraupunara, mō koutou nei kōrero tuku iho e pāna ki ngā mā koutou nei mana whenua I roto I te rohe nei. Mihi ana kia koutou. Me mihi hoki ki a koe moni, me o koutou kaimahi e whakariteri a tātou nei mahi. Te nuinga o te mahi mō tātou nei te kaunihira o rohe, tēnei te tuku mihi. Morning everyone, just acknowledging my lateness and those for opening our hui today, but also acknowledging our iwi partners Ngāti Raukoa who are currently undertaking treaty claim hearings in Foxton. So just acknowledging our Ngāti Whakatere, Ngāti Takiika, Ngāti Ngārungo whānau that are over there doing what they have to do, and also acknowledging Monique and the team for the huge amount of work that's been undertaken. I'm coming at a different stage. This is quite historical for me as a Māori ward representative to be able to sit here today and talk about rates. And while I hear all the kōrero here, I think I need to take you on a little bit of a journey. And so I'm going to do that, and I'll try and stay within the time, Bernie. I want to take us back to a report that I was able to draw upon called Rangahaua Whānui National Theme i Māori and Reiti Law by Tom Benyon. It was published in July 1997, Waitangi Tribunal Report. And I'm just going to draw upon some facts around rating. Rating began in 1601 out of England. It was established for the relief of poor. That's my first point. 1840, when it became introduced into New Zealand, it was a financial tool for local governments to fund community goods and services. Again, I make that point clear. Over time, there have been many bills, legislations and acts that have been installed, amended and even replaced over time, which Māori have had to navigate and even object on many occasions because of the impact that it has on Māori land, Māori ownership, Māori rights, customs and traditions. Māori became victims of rating, and it still happens today. Through bills and legislations that have only set about eroding the rights of Māori and their customary rights to the land that they hold in tradition. And this still continues today. Through many acts and bills, we see further degradation of the rights of Māori to hold their land, their customary, their traditional land as handed down to them through their ancestors. The rating and the effects of this have caused whānau to be disconnected, cut off from their whānau, cut off from their land, cut off from their hapu, cut off from their history, and cut off from a future of knowing that their children may never walk their land again and never have an understanding of that land. Māori humbly have worked with the colonial New Zealanders to help establish them become New Zealanders. They have gifted them land and worked in good faith to ensure that there were always spaces provided for our communities with the support of Māori. There's no doubt in my mind that Māori feel robbed, manipulated, and completely failed by those that have purported to be their partners in the past. And hence I stand here today to try and correct some of those wrongs. Trust has been broken, land has been lost, whānau have been severed. Even discussing things today, we're talking about dog fees. I'm reminded yesterday at the tribunal hearings where my own tūpuna were jailed for refusing to pay dog licensing fees when they were introduced into this country. I even have a document here that I managed to find last night, and quite funnily enough, probably not that funny, from a Rangitike councillor of the time that actually aimed that he wanted all Māori land taken and to be put into local government and government hands. I googled a word last night, Māori dog tax. What is it? And this is what it came back with. The dog tax was aimed at the protection of sheep, a central pillar of the early colonial economy, but was viewed as the means of transforming Māori into citizen subjects of colonial regime. These are some pretty powerful statements I'm making here, and I want you to know that it's not easy for me to sit here and talk about rating my people or rating our community when I know that historically rates haven't done nothing but cause havoc and disparagement amongst my Māori community. And today we own very little land. The land that was once held by the Māori people is now gone. Sorry, I know I said I was going to be pushing that. So, this was the world's single most known process to remove Indigenous land from an Indigenous people. New Zealand rating system. There's no other place in the world where it's shown how Māori have lost their land through our rates and our processes. So I'll move on quickly. The Rating Powers in Act 1988. There's a section in there in 1978 rates adjustment on Māori land for the reasons of hardship. I raised this because it's the latest statute
Councillor
change,
Tamiano, I'm sorry, but I need to be
and
fair
I
to
and I
everybody.
consider that HDC should be supporting our local iwi who are still in a treaty process to give them that relief and hardship, and this council should consider that any decision they make today should not negatively impact Māori land and Māori landowners that are left, and we should look to give them relief to allow them to have capability and capacity as they go through a settlement process. Kia ora.
Sure, thank you. There doesn't seem to be anyone jumping at the chance, so I will take this opportunity to say my piece too. And I go back to sitting around this table in 2020. We were 3 or 4 months into a COVID epidemic and discussing where we should set rates for that following year, which was 2020-2021. What we ended up with at that time was in fact a minus 1.83% rates decrease. And at the time, a number of councillors spoke about affordability as being the critical issue as to why we needed to have a minus 1.83% decrease. And some of the comments that I actually revisited this week were along the lines, Horowhenua already had high levels of unemployment, high levels of deprivation, and already walked a tightrope around rates affordability. This is one of the poorest communities in New Zealand, and affordability is an issue. And that there is a huge gap in equity within this district. It was compelling enough for that minus 1.83% decrease to go through. The actual reality of that was, in fact, a third of ratepayers still had an increase because of different revaluations and things like that that came into play. And it often gave those that could afford it the bigger decrease than those that could not, unfortunately. So the ramifications of decisions like that are often unintended and not seen at the time that they're made. So when that drove a lot of the conversation around why we needed to do a rates review, why we needed to look at the issue of whether we should go to capital value or land value. I'm also, submissions to me are extremely important, and they have taken the time to make their views known in a much more public way than those that talk to us in the street or anywhere else. The number of submitters, for sure, that said that they didn't agree with going to capital value, often said, though, that probably capital value was the fairest option, but they just didn't feel it was either right or that it would be affecting those unintentionally a lot more. There were also a number of people that chose option one, which when I went and checked their address, actually we're going to see a rates decrease if they went to option two. So I don't know whether they actually understood the ramifications of what they were actually putting in. As Councillor Tukapua mentioned, the submission of Sharon Williams on behalf of the Shannon community I thought was extremely compelling. Sharon attended more consultation events than anybody else in this district. She read that consultation document exhaustively and extensively and thoroughly. So much so that she told us what would happen in Shannon if we kept option one, that there would be no change or no decrease for any household in Shannon if we retained option one, but that there would be significant improvements for the rating number for more than 50% if we actually went to option two. There's also been talk about the rental and landlords that we're giving them a gift, if you like. I don't agree with that. The reality is that we need rental properties just as much as we need people owning their own households. Not everyone can afford to buy a house. If we put rates up, that gives an excuse for landlords to put rates up, to put rent up. and that's not helping at all. We put rates down, and it does mean that they can't use the excuse as rates to go up. It's interesting that 71% of councils throughout New Zealand have capital value as their rating system. And I know from talking to a number of mayors over the last few months that those that aren't in a capital value system are thinking of changing it because it is considered by most to be the fairest system that there is. So, for those reasons, I am going to support option 2 and look forward to any further debate on the matter. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will revisit my speech notes because I welcome the opportunity for another conversation with Councillor Jennings and some of the points that he's made. And just briefly, and this is philosophical stuff, so this isn't right or wrong, this is different stuff. First of all, the challenge that Councillor Jennings identified, that capital value is akin to a wealth tax, I think is a statement which would not be endorsed by many people in the community. When we visited capital value as an option, we thought about fairness, and fairness means progressiveness. It means the ability to pay must factor into any conversation. And so to say to the people who have the most wealth, we're not going to get anything off you because that feels like a wealth tax, I would happily say to them, that's not a statement I agree with. Secondly, when it comes to the idea of the tax, and look, we all know that it's a tax. It is a tax. There is a conception or a misconception that it's a payment for services. That is not a reason to vote against option 2. To vote against option 2 because people in the public misunderstand reality is not a reason to vote for an option. That's about education. That's about continually pointing out to the public what a tax means, understanding its bluntness, its unfairness in many sectors, but that it is a tax. It's about talking to the public, bringing that understanding best we can. The third point that I welcome the opportunity for a conversation with Councillor Jennings on is the idea that capital value discourages incentives to develop in the district. Look, some years ago I would have absolutely endorsed that. Those days when we as a district or any district in New Zealand was trying to welcome growth and bring people here to develop and to put capital into assets and make the district bigger and better, that was a reason for land value. The floodgates have opened. We are into development. We are into growth. And therefore it is an opportune time to welcome capital value because of that first principle which drove the discussion in the first place, which is the fairest system. In an environment where there is growth, why would we not rate on the full picture? Why would we take one part of the jigsaw puzzle only and say we'll rate on that? It just doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Mayor, for me, the two tests are, in principle, which is the fairest system, to rate on part of the picture or whole of the picture. And it was a question I put to a number of submitters because I wanted to test it, and I'm going to say now that I didn't get a challenge back on that to say that land value was in some way a fairer system to capital value. So in principle to me, capital value is fairer. And the second test for me is, what does that look like in reality? And we know under capital value there are some losers. There are people who are going to face enormous rate increases. We know that. What we didn't do right, and I say we, this is not to do with officers, we did not give the public the three options so that they could have had a fully factual discussion and an understanding around what each of those options meant for them. I tell you now, my prediction is, had we done that, option 2 would have flown like a full balloon. Because there are so many people, and Councillor Tukapu has identified it, 11,000 out of 11,007, I've got the figure, 11,000 out of 18,000 will be better off under option 2. We know that. Had they known that, the narrative would have changed. So my final statement is to say, based on all the probabilities, based on the principle which should guide any discussion, and based on the data we've seen, on balance, for me, option 2 has to be the preferred option.
Councillor Proctor. Thank you. Wow, there's so many misassumptions being stated already this morning. I'd like to draw your attention firstly that capital value is a wealth tax. It was clearly identified and outlined in numerous government documents, and the foundation of that was in the Shand report at the turn of the century, when that report was purely to look at ways of maximising council's income from changing the rating system. It was proposed in there that the capital value system was going to extract the wealth out of a booming property market. Now that economic model has failed. It's been shown to have failed over the last 20 years. It doesn't work. And particularly this wealth tax doesn't work for our community. It's not fair and it's not equitable. It was based on city and urban areas that were growing and booming, not our district. And we're unfairly shifting the costs from urban areas to the rural and semi-rural areas with an assumption that they have more wealth and the ability to pay. And we've heard from submitters over and over again that they don't have the ability to pay more or contribute more because their land use and their income is fixed. We're actually targeting the middle income earners of our district out there who are growing families, who have seen an opportunity to increase their value in the world as well through our district. Now, you made a number of statements about 11,000 people being better off. If we go to our report and our analysis, that was a highly subjective paragraph in there where it said 11,000 people would be negatively impacted by a change to if we remained status quo under option 1. That's incorrect. How can someone be negatively impacted under the status quo? I mean, and then there was no quantification of what was negatively impacted. Was it 1 cent? Was it 10 cents? Was it $1? Yet we've seen numbers under the capital value modelling where people are going to be severely impacted and unfairly impacted by 100 to 600% times rate increases. That's not equitable and that's not fair. Even if we come back to the foundations of the Local Government Act, we have to make sure our rating policies are equitable and fair. We have to make sure that we are, even though we consider it a tax, still providing services equitably and fairly across our district. And capital value does not do that in our district. There's assumptions of deprivation and how this is going to magically solve all the economic problems of the lower socio-economic groups. It's not. That's failed economic modelling again from the early part of this century. And those assumptions that have been talked about today about addressing deprivation within our community hasn't considered anything about building a stronger economy. And let's face it, we've had numerous presentations and workshops that our district and our economy is driven by the rural sector. We have a downturn in our rural sector, and all our solution is to charge that rural community even more through our rates. So if we continue to shift our rates and our costs over to the rural sector, semi-rural area, those middle income families that are living outside of our urban areas, we're going to have poor land use. There will be less income from those lands with poor land use, which will result in more environmental issues that we are going to have to deal with and more costs on this council as well. You talked about growth and how we need to change our models to stimulate growth. If we go to capital value or option 2, we'll likely see cheap, poorly built houses that will make sure that people aren't paying high rates on capital value. We'll see no improvement in the housing stock around our district either. And then if we look at our Māori land, it's quite clear that our Māori land will again be negatively impacted by the shift as well. Māori land in our district, about 25% of our district is Māori land. It is poorly utilised, it is unproductive, it is hard to find people to look after that land, to lease it, and we already heard from Peter Everton that if rates go up on Māori land, he is someone that leases a large portion of that Māori land. He'll be unlikely to lease and use that land because the cost will be too prohibitive on top of all the other costs he's facing with a shift to capital value. And I just want to come back to the comment the Mayor talked about. And yes, when you were talking about rates and discussing rates 3-4 years ago, you're right. You should have adopted this model 10 years ago. You should have looked at these models a long time ago. It's too late. It's something that we cannot look at now in this economic climate. I originally supported the preferred option, but I think through this process I have listened to the people and listened to the large number of people that have submitted on this, and I've changed my mind. It is not the right option to go with for our district at the moment. Let's not forget that rates are going to increase due to property values anyway, and later on today we're probably going to increase rates even further. So we are actually tripling the rates rise that some of our community will see, with very little benefit for others. I also am astounded sitting here at council, listening to some of the assumptions made as well. Assumptions made on no data, no quantification of information. And this is what councils always fail. We always set out a process. We always say that we're going to follow that process, and then we don't. We had the majority of submissions. Over 50% of submissions have said that they want the status quo. And yet we've had discussion that we're just going to ignore that process. It undermines our robustness in our process. And there's also a level of arrogance that we sit here and say, well, then the community doesn't understand as well. We have to be fair and listen to those that turned up and submitted and said that they want option one. We can't ignore the quantum of responses or the emotion of a few misassumptions and the emotion of a small sector of the community as well. I agree that we haven't got our rates policy right, but what we're proposing is not going to be right either.
Thank you. John. Councillor Olsen.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie. Look, I'll be pretty brief, but I do endorse Councillor Proctor's comments. For me, I really struggle with CV, capital value. I do think people that do have higher property values are disadvantaged, and that does not directly correspond with their income, in my opinion. I very much make my decision on the direction of submissions. For what I was presented and the research I've done, I believe we need to adopt the comments and the majority of those submissions. So, in short, I guess I won't be supporting option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Brannigan.
Thank you, Your Worship. What a journey this one's been. I also want to acknowledge all the comments from councillors around the table, because there's some, on either side that you're sitting, there's some rights and there's certainly some perhaps some wrongs, and the assumptions Councillor Proctor talked about are fair comments as well, and just acknowledging the comments of Councillor Jennings, and certainly to Councillor Tokopura at the beginning. For me, we had this conversation, I think, way back in 2014. I think it was the first time we looked at capital value. David's nodding. The capital value then didn't go through. It didn't work because of the same reasons. I believe it's not going to work this time and shouldn't be adopted this time. So what we did back then, we've not had the opportunity this time to do that, but in the future, I think it's a conversation worth having, is how do we massage something to make it, one of these systems, to make it more fair. And what's what we did in 2014, the gap, the winners and losers in 2014, and we hear equity, we hear fairness, and we hear all these conversations and these cliches, but sometimes well-earned cliches. But what is fair? What is equitable, and to whom? Do we get to sit down and play God on things that we're assuming on the assumptions? And that was the conversation in 2014. So what we did, we massaged it and we introduced capital value and aspects of our rating, which still remain today, because that was seen at the time to be the fairest way of doing it. This time we haven't had that opportunity, and we're now faced with blunt tools, none of which, in my view, are great, and we know that the rating system is blunt and it's not good, fit for purpose today. The little bit of journey I've been on has talked to a lot of people, and I've been through the numbers, I've been through the calculators, I've used examples of properties for weeks now. And I've come to the conclusion that for me, capital value doesn't sit right because of the size of the winners and losers, the unders and the overs. The gap's too big. And I'll give you a couple of examples. One was a couple that I don't know well, but know well enough to ring out and say, can I come and see you? So it turns, looking at their increase in their values, they are a couple well into their 70s that have got a nice home at Foxton Beach. They are on very low income, they have no other and very low savings, but they are immensely proud of their home at Foxton Beach, and that's where they want to remain, as Councillor Tukapu said, until they can no longer be there. And the impact of the capital value on them is just exorbitant. It is just unfair. So to create fairness for somebody else, we're creating unfairness on someone else with the system we've got and the tool we're using. And they simply they're of the mind that they probably won't be able to stay there as long as they wanted to, because they simply don't have the income to sustain what's going to be in front of them. And there's a business, I'm going to name the business, a rural business out of Foxton, that has simply a road to get to the business on, no other draw on capital, on council services in any way, has 4 employees, and the rates increase is something like $12,500. And we can say it's a business, they'll absorb it, and they get the GST back and all that sort of stuff. But it's just another kick in the guts for that business who is trying to contribute to the Horowhenua economy. On the other side of it, I see if I look at option 1, and yes, in Foxton particularly, in Shannon particularly, less so in Levin, there's going to be some sizable rates increases for some of those properties, given the current valuations. But let's be clear, the valuations of those properties, the values of those properties now have gone from 5, 6, 8 years ago, where there was very little value in them, because they were seen as a low-value community, deprivation, all this that we continue to talk about. Instead of lifting our aspirations, those homes have doubled. They now have an asset that they didn't used to have. So while it doesn't help cash flow, it does give them an asset, and it does give them options they never had once. And we could talk about this stuff all day. My good friend Deputy Mayor talked about growth, and he doesn't think that this will affect growth. But let me say this, and Brent, for once we don't agree. The building, if we think seriously about 95th percentile, you hear me saying it all the time, the costs of building now are getting prohibitive. The value of land has gone up, as we know very well. The cost of building, we've got to dig $100,000 of foundations before you put a stick of wood on it. The building costs, the bigger frame, the more insulation, the triple glazed windows. The cost of building is getting ridiculously high. And then if you're going to build a good asset, getting close, a good asset in our community and the areas we're all talking about, that's going to be a massive cost for your rate. So if we think it's not going to affect our growth assumptions and our financial assumptions, you're dreaming. It's going to, of course it is. It's going to add another nail in that coffin. So for all the reasons, and I know there'll be counters to everything I'm saying, I can't support option 2. At this time, option 1, love to have a look at it one day, massage it better, get a better result for our wider community, just not part of it. So for that reason, option 1 for me.
Thank you. Councillor Grimstone.
The problem statement says we want to make sure that these fees and charges are fair and that those who use council facilities pay their share. So that's sort of a starting point. Fairness doesn't mean that everyone gets the same or pays the same. Fairness actually means that everyone gets what they need. And Deputy Mayor Allen, in principle, my starting point was in favour of option 2. I looked at the graph, I looked at the impact, and in principle, I would have supported that. My view is actually there's a number of issues with the bluntness of what we're proposing to put through. We're in a time where cost of living's going up. There is a continued time about COVID. I don't know the excuse 10 years ago, but 4 years ago when COVID hit, timing may never be perfect, but I think in the current economic environment, the timing is a really good argument to be had for the status quo. Frankly, it's not targeted enough. We're looking at shifting the cost onto our rural ratepayers. It's a disproportionate and unfair shift onto them, onto a community that, in fairness, when you read these Facebook comments, they have a perception of reduced benefit. They do not see value for the rates in totality that they pay. And Councillor Tukapua, I get it's down to understanding as well and how the mechanism of rates work. I don't think we're targeted enough to provide the benefit through to those members of the communities that we really want to through this proposed change. The fact that between 15 to 18% of our community rent, I don't see any potential rate reduction that landlords would receive being translated through to a weekly rental reduction that waters down the effect. I would like to see additional tools looking into the remission policy a little bit further in terms of its limits. I believe that further investigation of rates postponement and then being able to deliver both of those tools at the same time as any additional changes to the taxation process is the most appropriate action to take. I think doing so without having those in place, without being able to tell the community, to those fixed income rural ratepayers that are getting a significantly unfair increase in their rates, is the right thing to do, which potentially may mean the timing isn't now, but it doesn't mean that it's not ever.
I'm just conscious that there are a number that haven't spoken. If you wish to, I'd like to give you that opportunity before Councillor Tukapua has her right of reply. So if you do wish to speak, could you indicate that now, please? Councillor Boyle.
So there's been an overwhelming amount of objection from those affected negatively by this, especially those within my ward, those who live rurally, and those who feel that they don't receive good value from their rates, and that the cut change shifts more of the burden from district-wide onto rural. I tend to agree with them. I do feel like it's important to state that the engagement on these submissions has been really strong. This is reflective that the change proposed mostly affects those who are in a privileged position, those who already own property, some of them multiple properties, and some of them with very significant capital values. One could argue that those in privilege are more adequately equipped to engage in this process than those in hardship. These submissions have to be balanced against the silent majority, the 11,000 residents better off under this change. Sticking with the status quo doesn't fix the hypothetical situation of a one-bedroom flat next to an 8-bedroom mansion, both of which on the same size land with the same size value, pay the same rates currently, but the 8-bedroom mansion has 8 toilets flushing, 8 showers a day, 8 library cards, 8 cars on the road. I fundamentally believe that CV-based rating is a fairer system in terms of equality, where those who contribute more contribute more to our district. It's a blunt tool, but it's the only one we've got. My main consideration is if the time's now, when we don't have the support measures we need. We don't have rates postponements or rates remissions that are adequate for this. when our residents already face significant increased cost of living across the board. And when we know that those in rental properties, some of our worst off, are unlikely to receive any relief from this change. But if not now, when? It's extremely hard to vote on this matter in line with our oath and what's best for the entire district, when my ward and our submitters have clearly informed us that they don't want this change. I didn't stand to be re-elected, I stood to make morally right decisions and to stick to my oath. The morally right decision is CV rating, in line with the majority of councils across this country. We have to do it someday. I'll be supporting it today.
So there appears to be no further members who wish to voice their opinions, so I will end the discussion. Sorry, Councillor Barker.
This will be brief. Just because it's an option doesn't mean we have to take it. I'm not convinced that it's not going to create, I'm not convinced it won't create more inequity than it will fix, to be fair. I started off thinking option 2 was the way to go, but as much as I like aspects of that, and I think there are some aspects that can, redress a bit of a balance, on the whole, it's not fixing anything. Creating one inequity to fix another one is not a solution. And I don't think at this point we've got an option that allows us that.
Thank you. So, Councillor Tukapua, your right of reply.
Okay, thank you. Let me draw your attention to page 67, 5.36, raised by not just Councillor Proctor, but a few others. Their concern for the rural farming community. As you can see in that table, because this change is strictly about the general rate, nothing else. They currently pay 23% of that share. Under option 2, that will reduce to 20%. So this is not going up for them. In fact, all 3 options go down, but this one sits at 20%. And in the past, they've paid as high as 35%, and over time, reduced. And there's, other opportunities in future where it could change again. So this rhetoric that, they're getting a raw deal here, no, not according to that, and that is the fact. Okay, so also a number of speakers have talked about, submissions, take them seriously. Well, absolutely I did. I read every single one, and I was here and didn't miss the hearings. I've gone over and above trying to understand, because I genuinely was like, gee, what is the best option? I really need to put hand on heart here and understand fully as much as I possibly can, which is the best way to go. And it has been acknowledged that had our letter that gone out to everybody included the impacts or the indications of which option and what they would pay, sorry, what was that? That they'd be actually, by and large, most people better off under option 2, and we would have seen far more submissions had they had that comparison. We are growing, and O2 now is only going to amplify that. The funding, 1.5 billion at least, has been committed. So the concerns even that you have that there's going to be, stink houses built, I don't think so. I mean, that's what building standards are for. And actually, I do want to touch on the concern for Māori land. We heard from Peter Everton, who actually supports capital value with a differential for farming. He didn't choose option 1. And he raised his concerns for Māori land and still supports CB. And obviously he's been out farming for a very long time and has a lot of Māori land. And he knows, we know, that underutilised Māori land, if you want to call it that, or some people call it unproductive, I mean, that's not my words, but they don't have a lot on it, right? It's not used. It's just bare most of the time. So they don't have high capital value. And if they found themselves in a situation, there is a rates remission policy for Māori freehold land, and yes, they would have to apply, but they would receive remissions accordingly. And while that might not satisfy everybody, it's certainly a tool and an option for them to support them in those genuine situations where it's difficult. So again, I am going with option 2 with the understanding that the next step is to review our remissions policy and provide for those who may be impacted, some of the ones we heard for who are genuinely, have a fixed income and are potentially looking at a more than a 5%, contribution. So that's why I'll be supporting this. You don't get to speak, sorry.
I just want to raise a point of order. Under misrepresentation? Under misrepresentation?
Sorry, yes, you may.
I'd just like to clarify that Peter Everton actually selected option 3, not option 2.
I said 3.
You said capital value.
I said capital value with a farming differential.
Just to be clear.
So I think Councillor Tukapua said that Mr Everton didn't support option 1.
Well, that's very... No, that's not
what... Yeah.
Sorry, that was not what was recorded in the hearings when he turned up for a public submission. Yeah, we can't ask him.
Yeah, we will.
We just have to be careful about paraphrasing submissions and keeping the...
Thank you.
Make sure it was in front of me, get my facts right.
Excuse me. That's the end of the conversation. The motion, the point of order is over. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We now come to decision-making time, and I will call for a division on this. So, Grayson is organised. We will start to my left. Councillor Brannigan, are you in favour or against 2.5 that Council adopt option 2 and calculate the general rate based on capital value?
Against.
For.
Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Firmly against.
Councillor Tamihana.
For.
Councillor Barker.
Yes.
Councillor Horitapa.
For.
Councillor Young.
Against.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For, but please how this is turning out.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
For.
And I am for. So the motion was lost 7-6. Yes, so as I said, Council have voted against option 2. So in that, so Councillor Jennings.
I'd like to immediately move option 1 then.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Brannigan. Any further discussion?
Can I point of clarification?
Sure.
So, given that option 1 is moved, if this fails,
then we have to. Let's not go there. There's, yes, exactly. There's still another option on the table.
Deputy Mayor.
I just note here that, and you've said it, that option 3 remains alive, which is option 2 with the differential. Yep, so just to foreshadow, I'll be voting against this, and I'm very interested in option 3 should it have a chance, which I don't think it does.
We'll call for division again with this, and I will start to my right this time. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Olsen.
For.
Councillor Young.
For.
Councillor Horodipar.
Against.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Tamihana. Councillor Jennings.
Family 4.
Councillor Proctor.
For.
Councillor Tupper. Councillor Brannigan.
For.
And I will vote against. Motion is carried. 7-6. Yep. So the motion is carried. Council will do adopt option 1 and leave the rating system as it currently is. Moving on.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to move 2.8. However, it's
sorry, can we just get the report on the table first? What are you talking? Oh, sorry, 2.8. Oh, sorry, apologies.
Actually, sorry, what I'll move is 2.7, but what I'm hoping to build in is an extension to include a rates postponement policy. So that should read that Council requests that officers commit to a further review of the rates remission policy during the first quarter of 2023-24 that considers options to address affordability and also introduces a rates postponement policy.
And
considers the adoption of it. Yeah, thank you.
And the rates postponement policy.
And I will second that.
Can I just maybe change the wording slightly? The council requests that officers commit to a further review of the rates remission policy and rates postponement policy during the first quarter of 23-24. That considers options to address affordability.
So we come
join the
acknowledging that we don't already have. Oh, we do have a postponement policy for natural disasters.
So it's a further review. Understood? You're comfortable with that? So I've got a mover and a seconder for that. 2.7, which has been amended slightly to include a rates postponement policy also. Any further discussion or debate, Councillor Jennings?
Just speaking very briefly to this, is I think that this is one issue that there appears to be quite considerable consensus around the table around that there needs to be a further look at our remissions policy in particular, and also I think that there is an appetite at least to consider rates postponement and how that might work. There were certainly some submissions that I reflected on carefully, and I believe this is something that council needs, and so I think that looking at both of these things in conjunction is an important step, because I think we need to have a range of tools to deal with these issues rather than just focusing on remissions or postponement. I think it needs to be both.
Deputy Mayor.
And just briefly to add to that, regardless of where we stood on the last resolution which was passed, the word fairness was mentioned around the whole table, and this is about looking at some fairness under whatever system we have.
Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so that is 6.2, the rates review issue dealt with. We're now moving to 6.3, which is the deliberations report number 2, the future of the Levin landfill.
Could I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? Report be received, recognised as not significant, and the council acknowledges all those that submitted on the future of the Levin landfill. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
Could I will move that. Oh, sorry, Daniel.
Do we need Daniel to talk? Are there any questions or any clarification that members seek around this? Or do you want to give us a bit of an overview, Daniel?
Let him speak.
He's been welcome, Daniel.
Good morning. Great to be here in the morning. Clearly we're here to make a decision today on the future of the Levin landfill. The background we all know, the operational challenges, the landfill agreement, the previous consultation and pathway that led us to today. There's been a long-running concerns from a number of our Hokio community, our iwi and hapu and landowners. Those are also well understood and have been heard and would be taken into account as we move forward with the decision today. We'd like to remind everyone that the decision is around a future path, around the future of the landfill, but effectively it's not a done deal in terms of what that future looks like. It's setting that new direction. Regardless of which decision's made, there is a consenting pathway, further engagement with the community, and council isn't committing to that final pathway today. It's merely setting the direction for that future work. When we I'll try and cut to the chase pretty quickly. Option one is effectively to close the landfill with no alternate site use other than the forestry and effectively developing a landfill closure plan. So that in itself still requires further work. It still requires a consent. There's still a considerable amount of legacy issue that would be required. But it's just important to note that our waste will then be trucked out of the district as it currently is to Bonnie Glen landfill. So, which is similar with option two. But really important to iterate as a community, we're also going through a waste minimisation process in the coming months that will look at that, how we actually manage our waste and ensure that the focus is on reducing waste. Option two still keeps the landfill closed, but will set a direction to look at options for alternate revenue and future use of the site. That option still requires us to consent that alternative use, and even if the use has a lesser environmental impact than the current use, there's still a separate process that will be depending on the options that will be built back with subsequent reports if option two is chosen. There'd be a different consenting pathway for each. So something around the native plant nursery or the recreational use will obviously be a lot more straightforward consenting pathway than if we went down an alternate use that was still associated with waste. So just really reiterating to the community that there's a whole nother engagement process if a decision was made with option two today, that's not a mandate for council to pick and choose whatever it decides it would like to do in the future. There's a significant amount of work and consenting and process around that. And then option three is around reopening the Levin landfill with the potential to operate to 2037. There are a number of well-known challenges with this option, both operational, legal, and strong views held within our community. This option also goes firmly against the views of PMG, NLG, and the intent of the binding landfill agreement that was signed in 2019. So there's, we'll really take any questions on that, but the decision is yours for today, knowing that the landfill is an enduring legacy and an issue for us all to manage into the future.
Thank you, Daniel. Councillor Jennings.
Thanks, Daniel. And look, just acknowledging we've had some email correspondence between us around getting clarification around what happens if council makes a decision around option one or option two in relation to the consent that currently exists. And the advice that I was seeking was to understand very clearly the steps that would flow from that decision and the impact impact of a WMMP process where in 12 months' time we may make a decision about an alternate use that obviously requires a consent that's similar to the existing consent. And so I wanted to understand what a decision around option 1, option 2 meant in terms of either closing off any potential to vary or change the existing consent. You provided a response, and I just wondered whether you wanted to outline or summarise your response to me for the benefit of the table.
Yeah, so you've raised a good point around the WMP, that we're effectively looking at the future of waste in our district, and whether that's kitchen waste recycling and a location for that, either within our district or more regionally, which could sit outside the district, or if we're looking at excuse me, the prospect of the road curbside collection and the like. Some of these options, and including commercial waste, building recycling and the like, they could be viable options for the landfill site, but they also could be viable options for other sites within the district. So as we go through that process and considerations brought forward around both the options but also the locations of facilities that support waste, the consenting pathway will be a key part of that. So just because there's an existing use right, in some ways it might be perceived at the landfill for waste, once the decision's made for option 1 or option 2 to close the landfill, we actually need to go through a full consent process as if based on its merits. So there could be a more suitable site for commercial building recycling within the district. So council will make a decision in the future around that potential site and what that pathway may look like. So really just reiterating that even once a decision is made for option 1 or 2, that effectively triggers council officers to go away and commission a process to develop a landfill closure plan, which will require either a new consent or a variation to the current one. Obviously, the monitoring requirements for a closed landfill are less stringent than an operating landfill, so we expect that it would be a lower level of requirements into the longer term under option 1 or 2. But the fact that, even with that closure landfill in place, that doesn't automatically allow an alternate use to be brought forward. That would have to be considered as with any site, and subsequent consenting requirements. Is that sort of answer your question? Yeah.
Councillor Brennan.
So alternatively, just if we look at option 1, just the landfill's closed doesn't mean consenting costs and all the other associated costs go away, does it? And also, of course, but also the costs of running the PMG, for instance. And I know just some clarity around that as my understanding is the PMG will need to continue to be funded by this council as part of the agreements for some time yet. So it still needs to be funded by the ratepayer. Doesn't stop.
Yes, certainly until those the requirements within that consent are met. An assessment would be required as to the role of the PMG at the time of landfill closure plan. So it would be integral to understand the existing role with the open landfill versus what a new role may look like in the future as we move through a process. If option 1 or 2 were chosen to close the landfill, knowing that there's significant work in the upkeep of that site, the operation of the flare and the transition from producing gases into a different state for the line landfill, which is also separate again to the work that we're currently investigating around the old dump site, which, regardless of the decision today, option 1, 2 or 3, there's still significant investment required around the old dump, but certainly need to separate that out for those options. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so I am actually going to move 2.42. The council adopt option 2, keep the landfill closed with revenue generated from alternative site use determined through the waste minimisation management plan development. Do I have a seconder for that?
Councillor Young. So the matter is now open for debate and discussion. Look, it's no secret that this has been probably the most long and protracted decision-making process that has existed in my term in council. To reach today and be able to decide this decision, I think, is incredibly significant. Yeah, look, it's no secret that I have supported closure for some time now and has seen no reason to alter that view. Deputy Mayor.
I want to acknowledge our CE and the work that has been done around this. We undertook what turned out to be a very flawed process in the first instance. This process has been very thorough, and in no small measure it's due to the work undertaken by Monique and the team that she drew around her in order to make this happen. The decision for me is very easy to make because not only the quality of the submissions, which were very universal in their measurement, in their message, 294 submissions, 50% favoured option 2, and when you looked at option 1 and 2, it was 217 out of the 294, so a very clear endorsement from the community, but also a knowledge that when you look at the economics of it, option 2 makes sense. When you look at the other values, the social, the economic, the environmental, again, option 1 or 2 have to be the options. So I support you, Mr. Mayor, in option 2, and again, I do applaud the team around the process this time as opposed to last time.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just speaking very briefly to this, and I just need to respond to something that Councillor Allen had said around, I guess, the cost and the cost benefit of option 2. And I think that that's the only piece that really troubles me, is that we don't know that yet. That's still an uncertainty. And so the uncoupling of that decision and the alternate use is what sits really uncomfortable with me. Because I am and have been open about my concern that we have a consent at the moment for a landfill site that allows us to do class 1 activities. Inside that consent, we can currently dispose of waste there that is clean fill. We can dispose of waste there that is construction demolition waste. We can dispose of waste that is organic. And so by making a decision around option 2 to close it as a class 1 landfill, I am still concerned that that means that we have a consent that is essentially now dead. The value that sits inside that consent is something that was important to me in terms of an alternate use, because I am very worried about the prospect of our community being faced with significant costs with a brand new consent process, because that could very much determine whether some of these alternate uses are viable or not viable. And so I suspect we'll be back here in 12 months' time talking about these alternate uses as part of the long-term plan, and people around this table will be looking at various options and will be saying, no, we can't do that option because it costs too much. And so that, for me, has been a really important consideration around preserving the scope of the current consent to keep some of those options alive. Obviously, being very clear that this site is not going to be used for class 1 activities anymore, but that there potentially is still some scope for some disposal options there for other things if there's consensus around this table. So that's the only thing that really sits uncomfortably with me. I guess I'm not that comfortable with what I hear about what happens now in terms of the consent. But I guess that is what it is. But I think that elected members need to be really clear about going into this process that, potentially we are closing off some. What happens to that consent is actually really crucial, following this decision.
Councillor Tommy Hana.
Tēnā koe. Your Worship, I've got no issue supporting your motion today. Motion 1 or 2, I would have been comfortable to support today, and even hearing all of the concerns that have been raised by fellow councillors, which I also support. I think today is a clear message to our community that they have been heard. I think I'd like to thank the NLG and the PMG for all the work and commitment they gave to help council get to this point, and of course our own staff that have provided us the information as we've gone along. And I hope that whatever we do in the future, if option 2 is successful today, that it is managed in an appropriate way, and that the land will be restored to what it should be, and that the mauri of the awa will also be restored, and the dignity of the people that live there and have had to endure what they've had to endure for such a long time. I think it's a great steer from this council, and I suppose it's almost a form of an apology for the tardiness that we left on that part of the landscape. So kia ora.
Councillor Gripso. Briefly, I agree with the comments. I think it's worthwhile when we think about democracy that talks about people and rule, the role that the likes of Jack Warren, Charlie Royal, Dr. Graham Lindsay, Christine Moriarty, Peter Everton have had in terms of making sure that this topic has remained front and centre of our community is really important. For me, I have a preference to keep options open with option 2. I'd certainly be willing to consider option 1 as well as a fallback option. For me, the turning point came really, really early in the discussion when I read the social impact paper written by Bronwyn Kerr. And in there it indicates within the conclusion that there's an early closure date for the landfill, and genuine efforts to remediate will restore community faith in the democratic process, and it's a necessary precursor to further work. So, closure is one thing, work needs to continue, but it also needed to happen so that we could actually get on to the next task in hand, which hopefully avoids discussions and focus shifting from landfill towards our lake.
So the motion, Councillor Tuka, can I just remind councillors they need to be a bit more proactive in pushing their buttons, please? Otherwise I'll move too quickly.
I'll be quick then. I support option 2 for the closure, and just recognise that through that ranking system around what alternative sites might look like, the native plant nursery ranked the highest. I know we're going to go through a WMMP, so those ideas will be explored further, no doubt, and obviously it can contribute to restoring the Hokiō stream, but even if we were to further that around the revenue generation, I know that the O2 is going to need a lot of native plants along it. You can see what PP2O and M2PP required. It's a lot. So there's potential there, and I guess my earlier reservations around the whole decision was one of the facts was that we were having to transport it out the district, and I wasn't happy necessarily about where it was going and who it was going to, because that multi-international company, as far as I'm concerned, was doing the bare minimum out here. Yes, our fault, not monitoring closely enough, but the outcome or where that ends up is just the same. So I guess I just want to be assured, and I kind of am now, that we're not going to get locked into a 21-year unique deal, and we have to keep sending it there forever and ever. I mean, that there will be options in the near future to consider other things. So, for those reasons, now I will be supporting most certainly the closure. And yeah.
Councillor Wilson. Hey, look, yeah, I support a lot of the comments around the table, especially looking at this subject matter. I guess I suppose the problem I have is shipping our waste to someone else's backyard. Like it's got to go somewhere, and I realise that. And I support what's on the table, but I think it is important that we put this front and centre going forward. So we actually we sort this out once and for all, because our waste needs to be looked after by us. We need to incur the cost to work on that, and I think it's something that probably should have been done before now.
Councillor Boyle. I'd have preferred to vote on option 1 before we voted on option 2. Having option 2 on the table puts us at risk of, if this failed and option 1 were presented and that failed, then we would by default be voting on option 3. It seems kind of the wrong way round to do things, given the state of the options. I'm pleased Council's finally able to make a decision on this. It's been kicked down the road too long by historic councils. The site isn't suitable for a landfill. It never was. It's on sand. It's next to a body of water. Anyone can tell you it's a terrible idea before we even take into account the cultural history of that land. While I fully support the closure of the landfill, I've got a significant issue with the rubbish being sent out of district, currently to the town I grew up in, and making it someone else's problem. It's funny because, that's what happened to us with our landfill. I look forward to discussing this in future. I find it extremely hard to support the future use of the site in the foreseeable future. This whenua and the community needs a lot of time and a lot of work to heal. The trust needs to be rebuilt. Slapping something on that site in the next couple of years scares me. We all know that whatever alternative use is selected is likely to be poorly managed. It's likely that it will require significant upfront investment and probably never generate a substantial revenue. I fundamentally don't support some of the proposed alternate uses, and neither did the majority of our submitters, at least the ones that live in the area. I'll be voting against option 2 and encourage the rest of our councillors to do so that we can have a vote on option 1.
Councillor Branning. Thanks, Your Worship, and I'll be very brief because I've spoken of this over the years ad nauseum, I think, and it's clear my views have been clear right through and haven't altered. Have altered slightly. Option 2 will be supported by me, and I accept the landfill has been a blight on that community for a long, long time, and that's been we've been through that and acknowledged. But we also have to, as good governors, look at all of the best option to provide some protection or some ways of mitigating those ongoing costs that we've heard about before and we know about for our community, because we've just been through a process where we're saying we're trying to limit the financial impacts on our community. Or here's another one that could be horrendous if we don't find alternative revenues around waste and certainly the work through our waste minimisation plan. And I wanted to also say how we let's be clear about being vigorous around consenting for any new activity that might be adopted by this council around on that site or around our waste. And O2&L is a classic example. So as soon as we say consent, people throw their arms in the air and say, "Oh, it's going to be hard, it's terrible, it's costly." Yeah, well, it may well be. What's the cost of not doing good consenting or getting consent for a way of generating revenue in the future to again mitigate those ongoing costs of something that over the years, as we know, has been poorly managed. So for all those reasons, without prolonging it any longer, option 2 will be supported.
Councillor Prop.
I just wanted to start off by saying, recognising those that supported option 3. I can understand why they supported that option. It makes logical sense, I suppose, from an economic point of view. This council's invested a lot of money in that landfill over the years. It's invested a lot of money in consenting. It's also probably the cheaper option as well. But that's only the economic side of it. We have to balance the economics of the decision with social, cultural and environmental well-being as well. And for that reason, I think option 2 is the best way to go. At least we put a stake in the ground or a stake in the sand to say we're closing it. But there is going to be ongoing work and ongoing need to investigate other alternative uses to generate income to pay for the ongoing costs of this problem in our backyard. So I'll be supporting option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Hority-Part.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what has been said around the table. Would have loved to have a go at option 1 first. But I understand with the economics of option 2, it's a great day for a lot of people if that goes through. So, yeah, future focused options. I'm concerned hugely about our waste going out of town. But hopefully with some of our rangatahi out there that can come up with sustainable solutions for us. So, that'll be our next hope. So today I'll be agreeing with option 2. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Okay, so we will have a division on this as well, and we will start this time with Councillor Barker. So just to remind councillors that the option on the table is that council adopt option 2. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. That council adopt option 2, keep the Levin landfill closed with revenue generated from an alternative site use determined through the WMMP development. Councillor Barker. 4. Councillor Tamihana. Councillor Jennings. 4. Councillor Proctor. Councillor Tukapua. Councillor Brannigan. 4. I am 4. Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen.
4, but also need to note we need to use our microphones so that anyone viewing online is aware of how we're voting.
Thank you for that reminder. Councillor Boyle.
I'll be voting for, but would have loved to vote on option 1.
Councillor Grimstone.
I'll vote for and had a preference for this over option 1.
Councillor Olsen.
4.
Councillor Young.
4.
And Councillor Hority-Part.
4.
Unanimous. Just as well your microphone wasn't on there. Look, that decision is extremely welcome. It has been a long and torturous process. And I don't think there will be as significant a decision that you will make in this triennium as what you have just done now. I too would like to acknowledge the members of the PMG, the NLG, especially Chair Jenny, David Moore, Greg Carline, the Hapu of Parirakawa, who have been staunch in their opposition right through. Individuals such as Viv, Christine, Peter, have always fronted up here regardless of what the situation is and implored us to close it. And regardless of whether, we agree with all of them and the positions they've taken, they have been steadfast, relentless and staunchly held views that the landfill should close. As indicated, this is the first step. The first chapter has been closed. There's many more chapters to write yet, so don't think that this won't be front and centre for the future. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the Chief Executive who got handed a pretty big Soviet pack when she arrived, and I don't know whether if she hadn't been listening to online that night when we were discussing what the future might be, whether we would have actually been able to resolve the issue as we are now. So the fact that we are doing this just over 1 year since she arrived, I think is a credit to her and the organisation, and included in that is the work of Daniel and his team. I know Daniel, the comments that we've had from the likes of the PMG and the NLG have been very, if you like, complimentary about the way that you have handled their issues and dealt with them. So just want to acknowledge that as well. So thank you all for that. It's great that we were able to do that as a table completely. Councillor Brannigan.
Yes, Scott Grahams, Your Worship. Just want to acknowledge the work of Morris and Lowe as well. I don't know if they're online or not, but their engagement and their clear guidance and the information they brought, and the thoroughness of that information, made a big difference, because what they presented was what a lot of us around the table in the previous council who couldn't make the decision on the basis of the information we were getting. It satisfied a lot of the stuff in us that was going, hold on a minute. So I just want to acknowledge the work they did. It's really been a factor, I think, in coming to this, being able to come to this decision, and just certainly want to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had sort of indicated to the Chief Executive that I was looking to move a motion around the consent and the steps now that follow now that this decision's been made. But I guess potentially, if you permit me just to ask a question or seek an assurance from the Chief Executive, it may be sufficient instead of a motion. I guess hearing the concerns I expressed around not taking steps now as a result of this decision that binds us or constrains us in 12 months' time around decisions. That's the outcome that I'm looking for. And so if you can give us assurance that you understand that and that can be reflected through our now engagement with Horizons and the ultimately the regulator, that's going to be sufficient for me. But if that's not your view or position, then yeah, I'd look to move something to reflect that and get that commitment on the table.
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Jennings, my feedback would be that the decision on the future of the Liven landfill and following that with the review of our waste minimisation and management plan is one of Council's top 10 priorities. And so as governors, you've been very clear that that's an area where you expect to be in the do, and the no and the see. And so my expectation is that as we work through the closure management plan, but also as we work through the waste management and minimisation plan, that's going to be a core focus of council in making sure that you're giving us the direction. And obviously our job is to provide you the advice, because what I can't promise you is that through that process some doors will be closed, not because of anything we've done, but because of the environment we operate in under the Resource Management Act, and obviously the consenting authority, Regional Council.
Thanks for that, and I'm willing to accept that position.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am conscious of the time, but I'm also conscious that we need to move on and try and get as much done as we can in the initial period. So I think we'll sort of decide this topic and then take a break for a meal. So moving on to 6.4 on page 95, talking about our key infrastructure. And Daniel is coming to the table again. While he does that, move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. Seconded by Councillor Tukapua. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome again, Daniel.
Yeah, good afternoon. So the core of the decision today is around setting the investment for Three Waters over the next 2 decades. Through a review of the LTPA in conjunction with the water services reform, we've identified the need to bring forward investment on key projects, and also an option to spend an additional $70 million over that 20-year horizon. We have had confirmation from the entity, or the NTU, that option 1 is supported as the approach that would be taken forward by Entity E as a baseline for that investment from 1 July 2026 at latest. So in effect, we're looking to set the next 20-year work program for Three Waters, but the influence as a council is really over that period leading up to 1 July 24. So really important to remind you today that we're looking at a long-term investment in Three Waters, and there is a paper towards the end of the day that we can actually use to control our lever as council around the shorter-term investment, which would be looked at as the overall capital budget. So there's certainly a mechanism to control that, and it very much is around setting this community up for the future and moving forward into that Three Waters reform process. So that in effect is the 2 options, but we have actually added an additional 2 options, which is around water meters. So similarly, that option to install water meters has been supported by the NTU, and just really want to make it clear to elected members in our community today that the decision around option 1 or option 3, which includes universal water metering, isn't a mandate for officers to roll those out from next week. It's really giving direction to go away and present back a business case, which will include a couple of options around timing, funding of those, and also whether they're manual or automatic type meters. So we'll be busy in coming weeks if a decision around water meters comes out of today, and we can quite quickly bring back a paper that will ultimately be a decision of council around what that water metering would look like. So draw your attention to page 98 with the 4 options. I won't read them out, but if there's any questions, happy to take those.
Councillor Tupapua.
Yeah, just a question. I mean, I get that you'll come back with a business case, but obviously the current meters we have in use are the manual type, and potentially the new ones could be the remote readable. And the budget of 6 million that's just to address the new ones, not the current ones, and effectively we could have 2 different lots. Yes or no, or can that money do all?
It would be a full rollout of that automatic readers for that funding that we've estimated at $6 million. The detail around that we'll bring back. It was based on pricing some months ago. We're confident that if we got more certainty and we put our procurement process to look at different suppliers, there's an opportunity to really firm up what those budgets look like, and we would certainly do that before any decision was made. But there is some further detail that needs to be considered when that decision's made around what that looks like from a user experience. That the automatic meters are effectively a live monitor of when a leak's occurring versus the manual ones, which it's more of a 3-monthly cycle that the meters are monitored. So the options will be brought back with full and accurate costings, and the current $6 million allowance was for the upper limit of where we felt for the automated readings, and certainly if there was more cost-effective options, would be likely a sixth of that to do a manual rollout. So there's certainly some savings and some potential variations on that would bring back in a not necessarily a business case, but it would be a report with all the financial details and certainty around those.
Before there would be an option within that case that would fit out all current and new with the best version.
Yes, we'd certainly bring that back as an option.
Daniel, I'd just like to ensure that as well as the manual option and your option with the sensors that require someone driving around to read them / attached to a rubbish truck, that we considered the IoT sensor options, which were, so there's water meters with SIM cards and IoT-based ones that were looked at by council a number of years ago that were slightly more expensive than the drive around sensor option, but didn't have a ongoing licensing cost.
Yeah, hearing an appetite for multiple options, so we can certainly deliver on that.
Mr. Jennings.
Yeah, Daniel, just on the leak detectors, water meters, will the business, or can you confirm that the business case or the report that's brought back to council will also consider those options for us to look at, or the things that we may need to implement in order to lessen the impact on individual property owners? For example, leak detectors installed, they identify that there's a significant leak on their property, they have to incur costs to fix that, and that might be a sudden shock to that household's budget. And so one of the outcomes that I flagged earlier on in this process was the ability for council to pay for that cost and that for them to be recovered through a targeted charge or, some sort of part payment or the like. Will that form part of the options that you'll bring back to us? Because if not, keen to try and explore how we could secure a work stream that is going to bring up those options back to us.
Yeah, so alongside the options for the physical meter, we'll also bring back an overview of the activity. So currently there's 40% of our district operate under a scheme of 3 monthly readings, the 50% rebate around on proof of repair of a leak. What we'll do is we'll bring back an overview of that, including the revenue type assumptions and costs to manage that activity currently, to help you inform as you make a decision moving forward around any variance to the current way of operating with the 40% that currently operate. So we'll give you a full picture around that. So we're working with our finance team around how we provide that alongside the options, so you can understand the impact of that and any levers you want to pull to lessen the impact of that longer term.
Thanks.
Councillor Proctor.
Have you got, sorry?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, I just want to note in relation to the decision you've made around rates remissions, there are options through the rates remission policy for you to look at options that would satisfy what you're looking to achieve in the water meter space.
I was just going to ask some questions of clarity, really. So the gods of the three waters have suggested which option again?
Option one.
Yeah.
Which is
So just for clarity, they haven't suggested the National Transition Unit. We have suggested. So the National Transition Unit under the Water Services Bill have oversight powers over all local authorities. And so as we came into the long-term plan amendment, and it's just important as I watch the journalist in the room stare at me, is that you'll recall that we are going to have an adverse opinion, and we're going to have an adverse opinion because the legislation says we can't talk about three waters, even though obviously the government's about to go through a reset, which kind of makes that whole notion null and void. However, because they have oversight powers, and because we're talking about three waters, and because we were proposing changes to our investment proposition in three waters, we had to go through what's called a significant decision approval process, and so we've given them our preferred option. They have interrogated that and they have endorsed that option, acknowledging of course that council haven't made that decision yet, and so we'll obviously advise them of whatever decision council makes, but they have endorsed that option.
Thanks for that. And I just wanted to add the comment that it's good to see that in the increased costs there is a focus on Lake Horowhenua, as it is now considered an asset within that three waters, I suppose, scheme.
Thank you, Daniel. So, councillors, you have option 1, 2, 3 or 4 and 2.4. Councillor Boyle.
Happy to move option 1.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Grimstone. Thank you. Matter is open for debate or discussion. Councillor Jennings.
All I was going to say is that it doesn't happen often, but I was wrong on this occasion. I thought that leak detectors, water meters, would be one of those big issues that really saw polarised views being communicated by our community, and it didn't come. So I'm willing to accept I was wrong, and I think I owe somebody a bottle of wine. I can't remember who it was, but yeah. And look, I think the thing is that this option feels right. We're obviously dealing with a whole lot of uncertainty still around Three Waters, when things will happen, what it looks like, what it means for our council. And so for the time being, I think that this is the right call. Obviously there'll be some further massaging and there'll be some further consideration around Three Waters as part of the long-term plan proper, and that's appropriate. But for now, this feels very much like good governance to support option one. And I think that the signal around the water meters, the leak detectors, and the rollout of that is important, and how we message that, and also those other tools and levers that we put around that in the introduction of that will be crucial to the success of our community embracing that and understanding how we're going to use that to ultimately save money and for their benefit. So happy to indicate support for option one.
Deputy Mayor, one of the issues that did come up and with some vigour was around the rainwater tanks. So absolutely supporting the option, but just need to acknowledge that, and the report does identify that was a significant piece of feedback, and there's opportunities probably through the district plan to address that. But I personally felt, having attended a lot of the meetings, that it was really interesting and good that it was so front of mind as an option for people to explore. Taraika, of course, lead the way on that. Where I don't necessarily agree is reference in the report says, let's see how it goes at Taraika and then maybe expand it. Why should we wait? Use the mechanism of the district plan or whatever to get that a kick-off on that particular issue.
Councillor Prog. I just want to quickly agree with Councillor Jennings that I'm surprised also that the numbers don't lie and the submissions in favour of option one. Seems like all the stars and planets are aligning around option one.
Look, I will vote in support of option one, even though I guess one of the clear views that did come through the wider submission process was this requirement for council to focus on cutting its cloth. I think that this is a little bit different, even though $75 million over 10 years isn't quite cutting cloth, but it is signalling important investment into core infrastructure that's going to benefit the generations to come through the additional investment. So on that basis, I'll be voting in support of.
Councillor Alton. Yeah, just quickly, I won't hold too many people up. For me here, the direction I get is from the submissions again. I think it was a pretty clear, and from someone that sort of lives outside the urban setting, if you like, I was quite surprised that there was no real adverse sort of thought there. Just the uncertainty around Three Waters, I guess, is a big one for me, and probably others. But yeah, obviously good governance, looking after our assets, but also I think we need to look after our resources as far as water goes in general. So I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Branning. Again, very briefly, and given the uncertainty around Three Waters, but also the signal it sends that we are across the universal water metering. Despite what happens with the Three Waters, 10 Waters, whatever we want to call it. But from a community that is water metered, it's a win-win in my view, because it does make you look at your water consumption, which is great. And it also is very clear, and we see lots of examples of it around our communities and other communities that do have types of water metering. As soon as there's the leak detection around it, because as soon as you get a bill that's not right, it tends to get fixed pretty quickly. So there's lots of other reasons, but for the reasons already said, totally support it, and we'll go option one. Yes, Timber.
Yeah, ditto on the point around water conservation. I support it for that reason also. I just want to emphasise the whole increase in budget for the reasons outlined already and in the report. And I also want to support the education campaign. If it goes down the grate, it goes in the lake. True story. So, and there's currently no treatment or filtering for it. So that's important. Thank you.
Councillor Tamihan.
Kia ora everyone. Taking on board all the comments too, and supporting many of the comments, especially around water conservation and awareness. I don't think it's a complete win, to be honest with you. I think if you look at the numbers here, that in fact those that look to reduce outweigh actually those that supported the increasing the budget. And it's by one vote, one submitter. So for me, that doesn't say that that was exactly what the community wanted. In fact, there were many that there were more that said they wanted a reduction in our schedule. I suppose for me, one of the concerns I have is that if we adopt option 1 today, is that it says we deliver on projects we need. And I suppose that's an important point for me, because it's what are those priorities moving forward. Because too often we sit around this table, and I've heard it already several times today, about Lake Horowhenua and our waterways and the state of our environment. And this is key to fixing many of those concerns that our community have out there. So while I can probably support option 1 today alongside my fellow councillors, I do note that if it is accepted, there needs to be some real strong, robust conversations around what those priorities of projects are. And that'll be something that I'll be certainly voicing at that time. Kia ora.
It's interesting that when we did our consultation events, and especially the citizen forums, and when they had residents listing their top priorities, get the basics right was often the first one that they put on top of their list. This decision today is about making sure that we get the basics right, because our core services is the delivery of infrastructure. I certainly don't want to leave a legacy of broken pipes and critical failures in our infrastructure systems that some people or some districts are struggling to deal with at the moment. And it's not about today, it is about the future. And with last week's announcement that O2NL is confirmed, the reality is that we have to be prepared for that growth that is coming. Currently, we know that our systems and our infrastructure is under pressure, so that we do need to deal with it. It's in, the whole reason of Three Waters reform is because of the signal that there has been a huge underinvestment across the sector for many, many years. We're doing the right thing by ensuring that our community is going to be well catered for in that space. And the fact that the NTU actually endorsed that way forward, I think, is quite significant in terms of they know that this is the best thing for us in our community. The water meter issue is really interesting. I agree that it could have been a lot bigger than it turned out to be in terms of creating negative reaction. But in fact, as we've seen, there has been very little negative reaction around water meters. And I think the mood of the people is that they know that the water is a tonga that we need to take care of, and that if we don't actually do that, then we're wasting a critical resource that we can't afford to do, because it's going to cost us a lot of money in the future to actually make sure that they have got good quality water in the future. And the leak detector part of that is pretty critical as well. So yes, I will be supporting this option that is on the table.
Mr. Mayor, I'm aware that I'm obviously have had my time to speak. I just wanted to clarify something, though, if that's okay, because I'm just concerned that the public might take some comments of some elected members, and I'm sure it wasn't intended this way, to perhaps lead them to the view that there hasn't already been funding allocated to dealing with Lake Horowhenua. And that was something that is in the long-term plan. There is about an amount of $5 million thanks to the advocacy and leadership of Councillor Tukapua, who fought to put that in there. So I just thought it was really important to clarify that there is funding in the long-term plan, and obviously as we come into the long-term plan proper, there'll be consideration around any carryovers or further investment.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so the recommendation is on the table. Again, we will use division, and this time I will start on my far right, Councillor Hori Tapar. Sorry, so just a reminder, 2.4, that Council adopt option 1 and increase the budget to deliver the projects we need, which includes universal water meeting for leak detection.
4.
Councillor Young? 4. Councillor Olsen? 4. Councillor Grimstone? 4. Councillor Boyle? 4. Deputy Mayor Allen? 4. I will vote for. Councillor Brannigan? 4. Councillor Tukapua? 4. Councillor Proctor? 4. Councillor Jennings? 4. Councillor Tamihana? 4. Councillor Varga? 4. Well, after the split decision, if you like, in the first one, these last two decisions have been. I still don't think you'll get a unanimous decision somehow, Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen. Look, thank you for that. That brings us to the end of that report number 3. I'm now going to call an adjournment so that councillors can have a break and get some lunch. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. starting again at page 113, which is deliberations report number 4, Foxton Beach freeholding account. So I'll move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. Thank you. Councillor Olsen has seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Any officer presenting on this? Welcome Ashley, welcome Brent.
Thank you, Mayor Benny. Within the consultation document, Council asked the community their opinion on allocating the $500,000 from the Foxton Beach freeholding account for the Foxton Pool redevelopment project. In total, we received 240 submissions on this matter. The report contains a detailed analysis of these submissions for you to consider in your deliberations today. Additionally, the report includes a summary of the community meeting that took place following the hearings. I want to make note that today's decision and discussion doesn't pertain to the ongoing review currently happening of the freeholding account. However, it is worth noting that during the engagement process, many individuals expressed concerns about deviating from the policy and using funds that would dip below the self-imposed $5 million. Some suggested waiting until the policy review is completed before making a decision. I just want to acknowledge to you that for some this is frustrating for some. However, it is essential to remember that we have the responsibility to lead this process alongside iwi and hapu, and we're actively engaged in this process and are making progress. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Ashley or Brent? Appears not. Thank you. So, councillors, we have 2.4, 2.5, which is a either or recommendation. Does someone wish to move one of those? Deputy Mayor Allen?
Move 2.4, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Brannigan. So, you wish to speak to it? Thank you.
So speaking to it, and I acknowledge the comments from Ashley, some of which I noted in my speech notes. For the public record, it's important to note that the Tauraho Foxton Community Board at the last triennium recommended strongly that that sum of money, $500,000, be dedicated from the freeholding account towards the cost of the pool. It was reaffirmed by the current community board, and it was done in the acknowledgement of the blowout of the cost of the pool, where it virtually doubled up to just shy of $6 million. And the board recognised that there was extraordinary generosity in the council of the time to increase the debt profile, because that was the consequence, to increase our debt as a district in order to make sure that that pool continued to exist and in fact was enhanced in its hours of operation, etc. So that was the board's position. It did acknowledge that the beach residents clearly benefit from that pool. It's 5 minutes by car to the pool from the beach to the community, and so therefore there was a moral imperative to consider at least the use of the money from that. In terms of the submissions process, Mr Mayor, I do endorse the comments from Brett earlier that really the focus on this issue should really be on what did the beach residents say, because it is the beach account under the Rolled Act. And it was pretty much even. There weren't very many submissions from the beach. There were 18 in total, and it was 8 for, 10 against. So it did not become an issue which excited the beach in terms of one way or the other. Usefully, a public meeting was called, and Brett spoke to that earlier, Brett from the community board, on the 18th of May. There were 73 people there, and in my count was that there were about 45 people in favour of the dedicating of the funds to the freeholding account. Brett had about 40, so we're in the same ballpark. 6 said no, but there were about 20 abstentions, and Ash referred to this. The abstentions, and this is about policy, I know, which was not the direct concern of today's meeting, but there was a genuine concern that where you have a policy that the cash reserve should sit at 5 million plus, that should not be undermined unless the policy was reviewed. And I promised those people I would bring that point to the table today, because it's really important that point be heard. However, as is noted in the report, and I think it was also spoken to, and I thank Councillor Brannigan for his contribution to it, that public meeting, along with David Roach, it was noted there that there is a difference between an act and a policy, and policies can be subject to change as long as good reasons are given, and 2.4 does identify the need to do that, to identify the reasons for the departure from the policy. So we can, in summary, Mr Mayor, have comfort, I believe, that adequate consultation has taken place with the Tauaho Foxton Community Board, 2 versions thereof, last triennium and this one, through the LTPA consultation and through that 18th of May public meeting. So, Mr Mayor, for those reasons, I'm happy to move 2.4.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll make sure I time myself driving from Foxton to Foxton Beach that it only takes 5 minutes, because I suspect you may be speeding if it only takes you 5 minutes. Okay. Right.
What Councillor Brannigan told me, I'm just quoting him.
Sorry, Councillor, I meant to mention before we started that Councillor Jennings has left to attend a funeral, but will be coming back as soon as he can manage that. Any other speakers who wish to speak to this item? Councillor Tommy Hogan.
Kia ora, everybody. Yeah. Just wanted to speak to the matter also. I probably won't be supporting option 2.4 today for a couple of reasons. One is really that it's in breach of the current policy, and I have heard from our submitters and I've heard from our community, and I have to agree that we put rules in place so that we have procedures that we follow, and we know what our boundaries are, and for that reason I won't be supporting the motion for the expenditure today. Although I do support the pool, I think council have another option that they should explore, so that while there is a review process going on, that process can go on unimpeded with our community. And so, yeah, for those reasons, I won't be supporting 2.4 today.
Thank you. Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Yeah, I will support 2.4. And just there's been a lot of commentary on the policy. And I just want to draw council's attention to the fact that the community board and the previous community board, the one before that, have sought for a long time now to review this policy and build and review and develop a policy that's more suitable to the freeholding count of today. Because the freeholding count of today is a different beast to what it was some time ago. And I say that because some time ago there was annual income coming from the freeholding of sections continuously. And that was continued to drive the cost, the value of that freeholding count up. That since has dried up. There's very few freeholding properties left, and one of the main assets now is blocks of land that council will be looking like in time. And I use Kilmeister Block as an example of that. So the realistic the realism of keeping that policy at $5 million of cash sitting there, unable to be used in the community for things like this that are fundamentally wanted by the community and can be contributed from the freeholding count, to me just doesn't sit anymore. It's just not there anymore. The policy, the community boards have supported the review of the policy because they want the policy to change, because they've recognised the policy is not fit for today. And that was explained at the community meeting. I've explained it to many people that I've spoken to. through this process, and most come to the realisation that the freeholding count is a privilege to that community. It is the only community in this district that has such a beast, and it would be, in my view, arrogant of us, or arrogant of the beach community, to not contribute to the cost of that pool, given the pressures that are on council and the circumstances around the pool. That it was something that was thrust on us, something that no one planned for, and we had to make the decision to redevelop or not. If the $500,000 from the freeholding account outside of the policy, given what I've just outlined in the review that's desperately required on that policy, can help soften that burden on the district ratepayer, it should be used. And in my view, I implore councillors to support that and get on and let's build this thing and get it done. And the contribution to the freeholding count is worthy and should be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, it doesn't appear that anyone wishes to speak. So 2.4, that council approve $500,000 from the Foxton Beach freeholding account for the Foxton Pool redevelopment project, noting that this is inconsistent with council's policy. In making this decision, council notes the extensive consultation that has been undertaken in relation to this matter and the predominant views not only of the wider community but more specifically the residents of the Foxton Beach community. This deviation from the policy will be included in the background which informs the current policy review. I have a mover and a seconder. I will, sorry.
Are you going to call a division?
Yes, I'm going to be consistent today that all matters will be on division. So, Councillor Brannigan, can you start please?
2.4, yep.
Yep, 4. Councillor Tukapua, Councillor Proctor, Colin Ross, just turn your bit.
For.
Councillor Tamihana,
Against.
Councillor Barker,
For.
Councillor Hori Tapar,
Against.
Councillor Young,
For.
Councillor Olsen,
4.
Councillor Grimstone,
4.
Councillor Boyle,
Against.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen,
4.
and I am 4 as well.
So, Councillor Young, you were 4?
4, yes.
So, 9-3.
9-3. Motion's carried 9-3. Thank you. Alright, now we move to our deliberations report number 5. One, sorry? Oh. Sorry, just be reminded of 2.6 of the Foxton Beach freeholding account report. 2.6, that council refer the deviation from the policy and the request to lower the minimum balance of the account to $4 million to officers reviewing the policy for further consideration as part of the policy review.
Do we need to give that direction?
No. It's part of the... It's just some advice. Right.
Well, is it just advice or is it a motion? Because 2.4 was written as advice too, so...
It is included as part of the recommendation, but...
It's a recommendation, therefore we can ignore it.
Yes, we
It's
can.
a recommendation, not a motion. It's not on the table. And I personally don't think at this stage it's appropriate to put a number on it. We need an independent, open-minded review process, and we need more data in order to enable that to happen.
Councillor Tamihana.
My personal opinion is 2.6 should be noted, but it should be put as part of the review process.
Which is, through your worship, I think that was the intention of the recommendation, is that, council have made a decision, which means that, we're in breach of our policy, we're getting closer to the $4 million than we are to the $5 million. And so it was kind of noting where we are in order for that to be considered as part of the review process. It's a recommendation we wrote. If council choose not to pass the resolution, the reality is that councillors are going to have a strong role in the review process, and so you're going to be able to offer that guidance through the process anyway.
Look, just my final comment on this. One of the pieces of work that the review process has yet to address is that around a financial strategy for the freeholding, for that money, a proper strategy as to how we manage it. And to me, to note any sum of money within a policy prior to all that work being done is inappropriate at this stage.
Agreed. So the consensus is that therefore this doesn't need to be a recommendation, we can move on. Thank you. All right, so we now move to deliberations report number 5. So we have a number of items in front of us, in fact 21 topics. These will be dealt with individually. Just noting that there are some monetary funding decisions that are part of this deliberations, and Jacinta is keeping a record of any decisions that we make in terms of increasing or decreasing funding and the impact that that will have on the rates debate later on that we're going to have. Also noting that not all of them require decisions, that some of them are noted, but we will deal with them individually and progressively as we work through that. Just noting also that 2.3, 2.4 are just a repeat of 2.1 and 2.2, so we won't be doing that, but could I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.5? Seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So, do you wish to speak overall, Brent, or are you happy to just carry on and we'll talk to each individual topic as we get there? So our first topic, number 1, is the Ohau Shared Path, which is page 125. We do have some recommendations as part of that topic. Do you want to add anything more to this, gentlemen? No? Okay. Are there any points of clarification that members need to, or any questions they need to ask? Councillor Tukapua.
Question regarding 2.7, the connectivity of the Ohau Rail Bridge, and what do you anticipate might be required, if any, with Kiwi Rail, and could this potentially, this piece, be the costly part?
So that's item 4.7?
Oh, so 2.7 of the recommendation is what I'm reading.
But you're right, it is 4.7 in the body of the report.
Yes, so the question is around the viability of installing it without the rail bridge whilst the complexities around the rail bridge was investigated. That's the basis of your question?
Yeah, and the whole process with Kiwi Rail, if anything, and, you know, I guess any interruption or just any perceived works that might go there that relates to them or impacts them, and does that generate additional costs? Really is what I'm trying to understand, and then I've got other questions.
Yeah, I think you can make an assumption that any interface with KRL will drive further time and cost implications, and the level of analysis that's been undertaken for this report isn't to, the required level that we could make a decision around committing to that. It's simply responding to the request to do some high-level analysis and look at the logistics around it, and then how it would sit within our overall longer-term work program, which the initial indication is that that would be, certainly sit in that sort of 3-year window, and further analysis could be undertaken. But yes, you can assume any interface with KUL does pose some challenges to work through the required process.
My next question regards to recommendation 2.12. And so you want to just stick to the shared OHO? Yeah, okay.
Any further questions regarding this topic?
Sorry, probably just I'm just wondering if we're taking into account the speed review that's going on currently around our schools, and the fact that there's going to be a 30k restriction to put around all our schools anyway, and how that may take away some of the safety concerns that are being raised in this document, and also taking on board the Kiwi Rail stuff that's being raised, because I am concerned that once you start to engage them on what that looks like, the costs are considerably going to go up. There's going to be a whole lot of potential things come out of that conversation, which just making people's connection to get home not it's not cost effective is what I'm saying. So I just think as long as we're looking at the speed review that's going on around the school, how we can support a simpler, cost effective solution to link that part to getting those people to home, then that's Kapai with me. And it's also about strategically what else is going on in our shared user space. What other paths are being considered already. I'm thinking about O2 now, and there's a whole lot of predicted shared user paths being planned now, and whether any of those can actually link to our school and actually be an outcome that O2 and L could deliver on. Kia ora.
You just an answer a number of your questions, and picking up on some of the previous questioning that we've received prior to deliberations, is the need to provide a broader oversight to elected members around the decision-making process that goes into that shared path network, because it's really quite easy if in isolation we look at a path and it actually sounds like a great idea, and then we look at another path and another one, and they all do sound like great opportunities. So there is a more methodical process that goes into trying to assess those, and part of it you've referenced in the speed review, but it also looks at upcoming work in that area. It looks at the traffic volumes, the amount of heavy vehicles. It considers the wider connections, so the likes of paths that connect ultimately with O2 and L would get bigger uptake because they start to create loops of connectivity, and it also starts to do a safety assessment based on the traffic numbers and road widths, but it also looks at the risk of if no action was taken. So if there's clearly people using that area already, if we don't intervene. So that in itself is rolled up into what we call the prioritisation matrix, but it would suggest that we bring back a subsequent session to elected members, because at the moment the budget is set in terms of the strategic input from council, and also the strategy direction in that 50-year plan, but the operational thinking that goes into which paths are then thrown up. I'm sensing there's a willingness to have a deeper understanding on that, which we can bring back through a subsequent briefing.
Just to remind councillors, we're not deciding today whether the OHO path should be constructed. All we're doing is indicating to officers that they need to go to the next steps, if you like, in terms of what that might be. So please be assured that we're not actually debating whether the pathway should be constructed today. Councillor Tukapua.
Sorry, that last question on the OHO pathway. Later on, there's a topic, Manukau domain, and in the report it mentions things underutilised, other domains, OHO's one of them, and under 2.8 you're obviously
going out to engage potentially with the Oho community. I just wondered if this couldn't be a question you asked them at the same time around their aspirations for that.
Councillor Grimston.
Look, I support exploring what the options could look like as detailed in the paper. The one comment that I would make is encourage officers to engage early with the Ministry of Education so that their properties division can provide some advice around the prioritisation of this type of pathway. So though I'm open to that there may be some benefit directly to the Oha community and to the school of this, I just question whether the Ministry of Education might have a different prioritisation or a different school in another rural area that requires a greater need than what's been put forward. And I think we need to be mindful of that.
I'm sure that'll be noted. Okay, so we have 2.6 that Council requests that officers include the Oha Shared Path proposal in Council's cycling facilities funding application to the 2024-2027 National Land Transport Program. 2.7 the Council requests that officers investigate options to improve pedestrian and cyclist connectivity under the Oha Rail Overbridge. 2.8 the Council requests that officers continue to work with Ms Kilsby Halliday to undertake engagement with the Oha community. This engagement should focus on understanding their perspective, gauging the level of support for the proposed shared pathway, and exploring opportunities for community input into the pathway's development. And 2.9 that Council requests, pending a better understanding of the project's feasibility and a level of community support, that the development of the shared pathway is included within the program of cycling facilities budget for consideration as part of the 2024 long-term plan.
Are you happy with maybe an amendment to 2.9?
Certainly, if you want to propose that, Mr. Councillor.
I'd like to propose the removal of the level of community support. I feel like it's pretty clear that there is significant community support and there is a central government directive, or at least a signal on shared pathways. I think removing this would let the project potentially move quicker. Having it in there could slow and inhibit progression if we have to gauge the level of community support before the 2024 LTP.
I think I'm comfortable with that. I think the feasibility report would indicate a community level of support for the project or not anyway. So is everyone comfortable with removing those words? Thank you.
I'll second that.
So, Councillor Boyle, you're prepared to move initially with that slight amendment?
I'll move those items with that amendment, yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Tulpur, you're seconding. Any further discussion or debate? Put the motion, all those in favour? Against, carried. I think that topic is a very real example of how community members can actually make a difference and put forward suggestions and proposals in things like submissions. We all think that submission hearings are not, all our decisions made, but it is, I think, a good example of engaged people within the community can get projects at least on our list of further proposals. All right, moving to topic number 2, which is the Oha to Kimberley Cycleway. We do have recommendations 2.10 and 2.11, and we also have Councillor Tukapua who wishes to suggest an amendments to those.
Yes, please, if that's okay.
So, right. So the replacement for 2.10 is that Council cancel the Oha Riverside Pathway from the annual plan community infrastructure, removing the 250,000 from the OPEX budget. In 2.11, that Council writes to the submitter of number 204, Jason White, thanking him for his submission, acknowledging that we support the idea in principle, but suggest he take it to the controlling authority, Waka Kotahi, with the understanding it would be better suited for the revocation process. Is there a seconder for those? So Deputy Mayor Allen is seconding those recommendations. First of all, is there any questions of officers regarding this topic? Okay, Councillor Tukapua. Right. So the Chief Executive just asked which budget you're talking about in terms of.
I think I referenced the page.
Yeah.
Did I not?
Page 123 is where you just referenced.
So this is the financial supporting documents, and on page 123, it's in there 250,000 OPEX under community infrastructure for the Ohio Riverside Path, and it's an annual plan item. It's a new one. It's not a maintaining levels of service. It's all new. I've not seen a case for it. It's the first sort of. So I'm hence the recommendation to cancel it, removing that. Saving that rates of 250,000, and if it does have a business case in the future, we'll bring it to the table. I just think the timing is not. Now we know nothing about it.
So this is proposed for the 23-24 annual plan?
Yes, it's in the annual plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Just, so who's going to take responsibility? Arthur, are you going to talk to that? Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the pathway is, if it's what I'm thinking of, it's the one we talked about in a previous long-term plan about looking at establishing a pathway from Parakawa Reserve pretty much right way up to Gladstone, and then on beyond Gladstone into Kimberley Reserve to then pick up on Gladstone Road. So it's not the same, I suppose, project. It was a project around that Ohio River Walkway, which is something that's been in council documents for quite a while, and is one that's come a little bit more to the fore in the fact that we picked up two new relatively large reserves in and around the Ohio Gravels Way subdivision. One particularly that runs along the Ohio River for around about 4 hectares in total, but it's quite a significant area of there's some council ownership and there's a number of other paths up there. So that original 250 was to look at the possibility of improving the Parakawa Reserve and looking at improving access to that river walkway right the way up through the river reserves.
Councillor Proctor.
Just really wanting some clarification, really. I mean, the 2.10 that's proposed is quite different to the 2.10 there, like mutually exclusive.
So these are replacement recommendations that.
So the 2.11 covers the existing 2.10 and 11.
I think you need to explain how they cover the old 2.10.
So we've just made a decision around Ohio pathway.
I can understand why Councillor Proctor is requesting, because 2.10 talks about the providing a safe cycling connection.
in response to submission 204 from Jason White.
Yes,
So,
on the statement.
yeah, and it's up there.
So are we talking about the same thing? The $250,000 that's been put into the annual plan is around the walkway around the river?
So I wonder if I could provide some direction. So this submission from Jason White referred to, building an asset on a state highway. Councillor Tukapua, in the amendment that she's putting on the table, is acknowledging that, that's probably best served through a conversation with Waka Kotahi, who through the Otaki to North Levin kind of legacy outcomes work, we potentially have the opportunity to leverage off that. I think the reason why the 250k that's identified both in Officer's report but also then the subsequent amendment that Councillor Tukapua is putting forward is that Officers, in commenting on Mr White's submission, has referred to this budget, which to Councillor Tukapua's point, it seems like there's some ambiguity around the councillor table about why that money was ever put in, when it was put in, and whether it needs to be put in. I'm just struggling to find it on page 123 of those activity statements, Councillor Tukapua.
And 557. It's mentioned twice, actually 3 times through here. So 557 up the top.
Councillor Proctor.
I'm just wondering if Mr. White's submission mentions anything about the Oho Riverside Pathway or not.
Yeah, so we've got a blending of 3 separate pathways here. So the previous item was around the suggestion of a pathway in the road corridor under the on-road shared path network budget, which was discussed and agreed that that should be investigated as part of that process. The submission from Mr. White talks about a connection on State Highway between Ohau and Levin. And then the third part of the discussion, which has been raised under item 2.10, is a separate project which is investigating the previously discussed objective of a pathway along the Ohau River from Ohau up to Gladstone Reserve. So we've got a blending of issues there, so we just need to be mindful of that and how the resolutions are captured.
Thanks.
Council is clear. No, I suspect not. And I think we need to talk to Councillor Tukapua in terms of making sure that if she wants to put a recommendation in terms of removing that item from a budget line, that is different from the topic that we are talking about here in number 2.
I'm struggling with it a little bit. I thought we weren't making any decisions today, and that 2.10 to me says we're making a decision, and I'm probably not comfortable to make that decision. Secondary to that, I did ask in the previous conversation that we actually have more of an oversight of what shared user paths and cycleways are going to look like in our district, because that will actually, for me, help inform me about where we need to prioritise that work. I'm quite intrigued that that money is sitting there for the Oho Riverside Pathway, and so my initial thoughts are I wouldn't support removing that right now, because we're about to go and engage our Oho community on what they want in terms of safety around our school, and again we can be double checking about whether these are still a priority for that community at place. So that's probably where I'm sitting right now. I'm actually quite happy with 2.10 original, because I think it gives us our officers the ability to actually go away and look at what that connection could look like, whether that's through the existing highway and then that will be revocated at a point in time, so that's going to change what that road looks like, or is it going to be different and it's coming more connected to the new O2 now. And so hence why I'm saying it would be really great to see on paper what our strategy looks like, connecting all these parts. So yeah, thank you.
The Chief Executive has got some further advice.
Thank you, Your Worship. In our apologies, we were just trying to figure out exactly where we were looking at the number. So Councillor Tukapo is right. In the budget, there is a line in year 23-24 for Oho River Tracks improvements, valued at 250k. It's not rate funded though, it's capital item, and so it's been proposed to be loan funded. Now whether that changes, yeah, absolutely. And also just to Councillor Tukapo's earlier point, that the actual long-term plan document talks about this being an improved level of service because it's been a new asset, it's not something that Council currently provides. What the table needs to decide is, in considering the broader matter, which is around shared pathways, walkways for the Oho area, whether you want to use the motions on the table to have this amount reduced. So I understand the sentiment around the table that these might be different matters. I don't think there's anything restricting Councillor Tukapo using this option or this theme, this issue, this matter, as an avenue for her to put forward what she's put on the table. So my advice, Mayor Burney, is it needs to be debated if there's a seconder.
So my only query would then be that in terms of our submitter, we still need to deal with the items that he has asked us to do. The two matters seem to be unrelated, if you like, almost. So that the original 2.10 and 2.11 should remain.
I wonder whether you just want to get some advice from the member who put forward the amendments, because what I heard in the way she introduced those two motions was that she didn't think it was an area that Council should be supporting. And so, yes, I think that she's covering that off in 2.11. She's saying, no, Council, don't do any more work on this. Write to the submitter and tell him that he should talk to Waka Kotahi.
Okay.
Is that right, Councillor Tukapo?
But then in motion that removes something from the annual plan budget, is that appropriate that we actually decide that today without having some more background information in terms of that? I'm just conscious that members will be required to make a pretty snap decision without understanding, in fact, much of the context of why that is in the budget.
My advice is that later on you've got a whole section on financial matters where there are a number of things that have been presented, but standing orders are our guide for determining whether members can put things on the table. This has come under a theme of funding associated with walkways and pathways. It's probably your call, Mayor Burney, as the chair, to decide whether you want to allow the mover and the seconder to proceed into debate or not.
I'll consider that in a moment. Councillor Boyle.
Just to speak on the matter, so this was mentioned in our Ohau community plan, which was adopted in 2020. The previous LTP budget in this year for it was 132,000, so the proposed budget of 250 is an increase. I would be happier with a retention of the existing 132, but I'd be more inclined to hear officers' comments on if this is actually even going to occur in the 2023-2024 financial year, or if we should instead be looking at pushing this out a year potentially.
In terms of the planning for something like that, then we would probably need to do that reasonably quickly. because it's not just going to be around physical works. There's also going to be small areas where we need to have negotiations with people about easements and so on and so forth. So the vast majority is either on our land, council land, or on DOC or other areas like Horizons. So we need to really get the plan moving. The actual physical work, should it be agreed by council at a later date, would probably be something we'd be looking at doing further down the track.
Councillor Boyle, I think that this is an example of where council could defer a project, and whether you're deferring the full 250k or whether you're just deferring the 133 that existed in the last LTP, given where we are in the planning phase, which is we're not there yet, that if we're being really pragmatic, we're not going to have this project completed in the next 12 months.
Just understanding though that the money allocated is just to understand how much it's going to cost to actually build the pathway anyway. I'm conscious of a number of times that we've postponed or deferred projects, and then we come back 2 years later and decide we're going to do it and suddenly get a new build that it's double or a lot more. So, I just, the 250k is basically a feasibility report in terms of understanding the project.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, there's no way we're spending that amount of money on a feasibility report. That the intention, as I understand it from officers, that this was a budget to do the work.
Okay.
And we haven't done the planning or presented a proposition that says this is how we could do it. And so it, again, as to whether elected members wanted to put the money in this year or next year, the intention is that is the budget to do the work. And if it's not enough budget, we'd have to come back to council.
Sounds like to me that before we enter into debate, that we need a lot more analysis and support from council officers on this matter.
Yeah, it's another example of why we should increase the term of local government sector to 4 years at least, so that with decisions that were made in previous trienniums don't get relitigated every time that something comes up, and it's it's just a way of the system. But I am prepared to put those items on the table, and we will now debate them. So we do have 2.10a now. It is the council cancel the Ohau Riverside pathway from the annual plan community infrastructure activity, removing 250,000 from the capital budget. It won't be the OPEX budget, is that correct? It will be from the capital budget. And 2.11, the council writes to submit 204, Jason White, thanking him for his submission, acknowledging that we support the idea in principle, but suggest he take it to the controlling authority, Waka Kotahi, with the understanding it would be better suited to the revocation process. I have a mover and I have a seconder, so it's on the table. Any Councillor Boyle?
Given that Ohau doesn't get terribly much from us, and that they've signalled they want this, we've consulted on it and put it in a community plan, I think it would be wrong to remove it from our budget entirely. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, so I think deferring the spend is a reasonable move. Potentially some allocation this year to continue work towards getting it done, the feasibility part, and then future budget for actually implementing the work. But I would be hesitant to take this out of our budget entirely and remove the line. I don't want this to drop off the radar and be something that doesn't get done because it's not in the budget anymore. That's my thoughts on it.
Councillor Proctor.
I agree also with Councillor Boyle. Our Ohau community does get very little attention at times, and as a community they've signalled that they want some investigation around safer cycling connections, and I think if we can assist in providing safer connections for our communities, it's a good thing. And so the old 2.10 seems quite adequate. In terms of the 2.11a, I think the wording around that seems a bit flippant and dismissive, and I think the community, I think the council and its officers should take the time to have a discussion with that community member rather than just write a dismissive letter.
Do you speak? Oh, Councillor Tommy Hunt.
Sorry, I was going to support the last previous speakers also, but actually also signal to our O2NL team that there definitely needs to be some work and consideration around what planning they have in that space, and if that resource is still there in time to support further intended plans around O2NL, then we should be having those conversations brought back to this table so we can understand how we get the best out of this. But I support what Rogan said also, that I wouldn't be comfortable taking away something that's already been agreed to by that community and council.
Okay, so the motion's on. Oh, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, because I haven't, if that's okay. Yeah, so that first one there, look, I wouldn't be against a deferral, but the reason I put in cancel is because you've all heard it, cut your cloth, and we have to find some cost savings somewhere, and it's better to do things that are non-existent than take away something they're already receiving. So it's either a trade-off between a level of service or something new. That's where the motivation behind this really comes from. And there's not a lot of room in other parts of the budget. There's really not a lot. It's hard to find somewhere we can trim in, and I think this is one possible place that's not going to hurt too much. And yeah, look, I went to all high school. I'm involved in that community. I've spoken at their Mahano Rural Women's Group. I taught kapahaka at that school for a number of years. Like, I'm all for oho, and so I'm not quick to cut anything from them, certainly not. But in terms of priorities, I see what there's overwhelming support for is that pathway that they're going to use every day, and many of them, rather than a few sporadically. That's all. So maybe it's a deferral, but ultimately that was where I was coming from, and accept the decision whatever way it goes. If you want me to go to the next point, then otherwise I'll the 2.11 or no, not now. Yeah, would you? Okay. So the next one, I don't mean to be dismissive. I actually envisaged Jason taking our letter and passing it on to Waka Kotahi, and I'm saying that we do support the idea, but it's just around timing, and revocation really is, I believe, the best place for it, because it wouldn't be ultimately a cost on us. At the end of the day, it's State Highway 1 and we are not the controlling authority. I was just deferring it to the right body, and yes, we can still support it, but in that way. That was all, and that comes across in the report, page 127. So this is not new, that's in the report, and I'm just reinforcing it as a way forward. Again, up to the table to decide.
There seems to be a little, well, I've heard 2 or 3 people now say rather than cancel, they're talking about defer. And I wondered whether you want to leave that proposal recommendation on the table as it stands, or maybe amend it so that it talks deferral rather than cancelling.
For 2.10, yeah. 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 For 2 If it's,
Otherwise, we can just continue the debate and vote on it then.
I mean, as I see it, if it really does or did have a strong case, the LTP proper can prove that. And whilst, yeah, it features in the community plan, there wasn't an overwhelming, like it is for the other path, it wasn't a huge turnout or promotion of that from the community. Genuinely.
So the recommendation still reads that Council cancel the Ohau Riverside pathway from the annual plan community infrastructure activity, removing $250,000 from the CapEx budget. And then 2.11a, that Council writes to submitter Jason White, thanking him for his submission, acknowledging that we support the idea in principle, and then contact Waka Kotahi that it would be better suited for the revocation process. Okay, so those recommendations are on the table. Again, we will do submission, and I'll start to my left. Councillor Brannigan.
4.
Councillor Tukapua.
4.
Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Councillor Jennings.
I won't vote because I haven't.
Abstaining. Thank you. Councillor Tamihana.
Against.
Councillor Barker. 4. Councillor Horry-Depar.
Against.
Councillor Young. 4. Councillor Olsen. 4. Councillor Grimstone. Abstained. Noted. Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Allen. 4. And I will vote against.
That's 6 for, 5 against, 2 abstentions. So it's carried.
6-4 is carried. So the motion is, as I said, carried. Okay. Thank you. We move on to.
Can I just make a point of order that I won't record it? I just wanted to make a point of order because I was clearly told that when I sat here for this part of deliberations, I wasn't going to be expected to be making a vote or a decision. And so my point of order is we've just made a decision that I didn't realise we were going to be making today. So any cost to projects that have already been endorsed by this council for me is a breach of what we actually sat down here to do today. So I just want that recorded. Thanks.
Sorry, my understanding is that this is a deliberations council meeting. It is a decision-making process, and as you'll see in this report, plus the report that's following, there are a number of financial decisions that we will be making today that will impact, the annual plan. So we are quite within standing orders to carry on and make those decisions.
But I think my point of order is relevant to the fact there were so many questions around this table seeking further clarity, and we didn't get it. And I think that should be a workshop item to come back to this table, and we shouldn't be forced to make the decision.
Yeah, look, sorry, Councillor Tamiana, we can't relitigate decisions that have been made, and democracy is such that the vote got carried. So that is, we live with that scenario. Deputy Mayor.
And just for absolute clarification, I don't believe that sits within the points of order regime. It's not a point of order, it's a matter for debate and for how comfortable or not we feel a process has been around making the decision. Fully respect the concerns Councillor Tamihana has brought to the table, but that is one view and there could well be others, but it's not about the point of order as such.
Thank you. As always, the Deputy Mayor has a clear view of the process, which is always good to understand. We move to topic number 3, which is the mountain bike park at Foxton. We do have a recommendation 2.12 that goes with this topic, and this topic is regarding Target Reserve. anything that you wish to add to this at all, Arthur?
No, not really. Your Worship, just the fact that it is a really important resource moving forwards, and needs sort of a good plan around what we do with it in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Brannigan.
Thank you, Worship. Question for Arthur and Brent. Realistically, we talk about a comprehensive and inclusive development plan for Target Reserve, given current priorities, workloads. But realistically, when would this work be undertaken? That's the first question. I'll come back with another one if I can.
It is something we hope to do this year, but we would hopefully do it next year now. There's quite a bit going on at Target Reserve, and that we probably need to have some sort of idea, and I think people may have heard around. There's a number of possible developments up there that we just need to incorporate and ensure that we've got some framework as these things become more important moving forward. So I think it's one that we would like to try and get done this coming financial year.
Okay, and I don't wish any disrespect at all, but I heard this in 2013 and 2014 when we had a Target Reserve user group and we were going to develop this plan. And I'll debate it when it comes, so I don't want to litigate there now, but nothing's happened in all of that time, and this place has sat there doing nothing, where there's been a huge amount of community advocacy to actually use that reserve. So currently in the reserve now we have a pistol club, the Levin Pistol Club, and we used to have a paintball club that's gone, as I understand it, and there's nothing else happening in there. So if we're going to develop a plan that's going to take a long time, my other question now is there still the ability for some activity to be happening in there with our endorsement, our support, and we'll talk about it shortly, alongside the development of the plan?
The answer to that is yes, and through you, Your Worship, is clearly the Mountain Bike Club have come and said we're happy to start doing something. I don't think that's going to be exclusive to someone else who might decide to do that. Remember, we've got a whole crop of trees there that need to come down in the next 8 years. As well as that, and a number of members will probably recall in previous council meetings, KIAG and HIAG, which are the equine advocacy groups from Kapiti and from Horthanua, have been pushing quite hard to get a site where they could have some sort of bridleways, walkways, and this is probably not a bad area for that if we're looking to develop that agenda. But I think with all these things, we've just got to be careful we don't get pushed into a corner by things that change around us. I think, and obviously, we've now got commitment from the O2NL, so there's going to be a lot more interest in and around Foxton moving forwards, and I think we need to be in a position where we can actually put some bones around what it is we're planning to do there moving forwards. Otherwise, we'll get caught by circumstances and not doing something that isn't ideal.
Chief Executive wishes to add something to that.
Yeah, so Councillor Brannigan, another option is that instead of you asking us to go away and do this plan that sounds like we've said we'll do for the last 10 years, elected members might give direction to work directly with the Mountain Biking Club or not, in parallel of progressing a plan. But it's just about council. I think the caution that officers are trying to offer to the table is that in the absence of a plan, we might progress a relationship with the Mountain Bike Club, and then the plan says, well, actually, that's not what we wanted. But, understand your point about how long we've been talking about a plan for.
Well, yes, Jennings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Picking up on Councillor Brannigan's point of view, which I have a lot of sympathy for, but also the Chief Executive's comment, isn't there an opportunity here to sort of shortcut this process, and rather than having a development plan, just doing expressions of interest? Like, which groups are interested in this place? Surely we've got an idea of which groups have expressed an interest. But if we put out there as through a process to say, this is broadly what we're looking to achieve, who's interested, and what are you proposing to bring to the table? Surely that's a process that can move with not too much effort from the council side of things, but we get a clear picture from the groups that might want to use this place around how they could see working with other groups, what they're going to bring to the table, what their timeline is, all that kind of stuff, so that they're kind of doing some of the work that we would have to do going through a plan. We would try and bring all these groups together and try and navigate through those things. We can put the onus on them to articulate to us how it can fit together.
Look, that's certainly a process we could go through. I suppose the point is that the development plan is about hearing the voice of community and making sure that that's reflected in the future use of that site. So the risk is that council will make some decisions in the absence of that voice.
Just as a follow-up, so it's my understanding that as Chief Executive at the moment, the organisation has delegated authority to enter into leases for council-owned property, would include this property, and if there was a broad objective around trying to maximise and use property, that could be done without this table micromanaging that.
Do you want to respond to that? I
was just checking with the mayor who wanted me to answer that question. Correct, but we potentially have competing priorities, and so the example I would give is, I'm not quite sure what direction you're going to give on the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club, but at the last Te Awaho Foxton Community Board meeting, some resolutions were passed around the advocacy and support for equine facilities associated with target reserves. So you can do your best not to micromanage me, but you've got to give me clear direction on what outcomes you want to achieve.
Arthur, do you want to comment there?
Yeah, I do. Your worship. There's one thing I think that we also need to be aware of. That is still State Highway 1. When O2L is built, we're going to have a hell of a lot more traffic kicking out in front of the Filipino Trestle, trundling through Foxton, and we haven't got very good access currently from State Highway 1 into that area. So there's also issues around safety and being able to get a regional facility and get access to a regional facility safely from State Highway 1 as that traffic increases in the future as well. So I fully appreciate Councillor Jennings' perspective about getting things done, but there is, and we can do a little bit of that, like I say, with the mountain bike club and other people. But we also need to look at some of those issues about making it work for getting people in there, getting people to use it safely, and ensure the capacity is there for people to deal with things like toilets. If it becomes a hell of a lot more use than it is now, and I'll refer back to Councillor Brannigan, in the past hasn't been a great deal of use. If we suddenly accelerate that, then we're going to need to provide facilities that actually can help assist that and ensure that people have a good experience when they go there. I mean, huge potential connections through to Foxton Beach, huge potential connections through to the NZ RA camp, NZMCA. Lots of opportunities, but there does need to be an overarching framework from my perspective.
Look, I'm conscious we could be talking about this for all. All we're just deciding at the moment is the extent of our report and the development plan for Target Reserve. And I know there's some competing voices in terms of whether that should be done immediately or whether it should be taken, given the officers should be given the time to consider a wide range of different activities that could be involved. So unless there's some really compelling argument as to why we should move on, that I would wish to put the motion, the recommendation 2.12. Have you got some?
Through you, Matt Bernie, I just wanted to seek some advice really quick from the CE, if you may. So I had some additional wording, and it's not necessarily to move something, but I want it to be captured and not lost, I guess, and that is around inviting Sport Manawatu back to present to Council on the findings of their report regarding regional facilities so that we can better understand the opportunities going into the LTP proper, so that our planning is sound. And I believe they've tried to get an audience, and I just want it captured really, so it happens.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you, Councillor Tukapui. Sport 102 are keen to come back. They've approached us about coming back to the table to present on regional sports facilities. It's just a matter of timing and we can fit them in with the busy schedule currently.
So the resolution does make sense, because that's a question we can ask them at the time that they approach. Councillor Grimstone.
I just got a question regarding that, because I remember Peter specifically asking for a memorandum of understanding and $5,000 towards signage. Was there a reason why that it was removed from the recommendation from officers? Like, is there any budget within the parks this year to accommodate a request of $5,000 as stated in the original submission?
Yeah, so we didn't progress it as an officer recommendation, but there is nothing stopping elected members progressing that through the way that you debate the issue. There's not $5,000 sitting in the Parks and Property budget that we can just pull out and give to the Mountain Biking Club. It will have an impact on a level of service somewhere else. So you would need to be adding $5,000 to the budget. In terms of why didn't we progress with a recommendation around an MOU, I think it was an acknowledgement of what is some competing priorities and no development plan around Target Reserve. But again, elected members could give the direction for us to progress with that in parallel to the Target Reserve development plan.
And my thought goes back to your earlier advice that, my gut on the Manawatu Mountain Bike Club is that they're one of these groups that are going to go out and make stuff happen. And what they proposed and what we could see is something that would potentially add significant value to our district now and into the future, that the alongside, with an understanding around continuing to do the work around the long-term development plan, would probably be a good way of advancing this issue, taking into account that Councillor Olsen's just told me they've already got their $5,000, so they don't need it anyway. But I think the as well as and alongside, with an understanding that we're still going to have to work through the development plan anyway, would be quite good.
Well, my understanding though was that they needed to do a heck of a lot of work to enable the track to be usable before they actually got the ability to use it. And I'm also conscious that there are other groups that have probably also had discussions and signalled that they wish to use the same land for their activity. So to prioritise one without having some sort of report or development plan in front of us to actually how we should progress would seem to be, just a little premature, to be honest. No, we're not yet. Councillor Tamihana, I'm going to soon call. We're not even spending any money, and we're making. How long's this discussion been going? Who's keeping the time? Councillor Tamihana.
Look, thank you for that. Look, I'll be quite open and honest to say, well, we've got to be working with iwi and hapu at the first point around Target Reserve. I'm absolutely clear in my mind about that. And I'm actually interested to know if Council have done any reports on that site. So when I'm talking about reports, I'd like to know whether there's been any ecological reports to that site being done, any archaeological reports done, and any cultural reports provided to that piece of land in question. I have been engaged by a few people. I actually had one of the members come and meet me the other night who's told me that they've been talking with the golf club, and the golf club are quite supportive of anything happening at Target Reserve that will support the golf club having more membership and more use. So in regards to Arthur's point around access, I don't think that's actually an issue, because it sounds like the golf course are quite open to their site being used as a conduit to anything that happens at Target Reserve. One of the things that I thought about was Fox and Futures. And Fox and Futures recently have just made a decision that they want to have a better plan made for Foxton and what Foxton looks like in the breadth and width of Foxton.
This is question time. Debate the issue at the moment.
Okay.
You've got a question.
No, I'm just saying that.
So I'm sure officers will have taken note in terms of those other reports or...
Well, my final comment then is our officers need to look at Foxton Futures and what their plans are, and you also need to take on board Councillor Tukapua's point around Sport Manawa 2, because all of that actually leans towards what Foxton could look like and how it could be put together. That's all I'll say.
So, for future reference, preface the whole thing by will you? And that then becomes a question. Sorry, I don't mean to be flippant about it, but yeah, we do need to sort of try and move this topic on.
What I was going to say is I'm happy to move this.
But with us, actually guide us. So, yeah, just been.
I was just happy to put it on the table, to be honest, to move forward.
Okay, so you're moving 2.12?
Yep, and we're happy to support Perry as well.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Grimstone? So the matter's on the table then, so for discussion. Councillor.
Well, sorry, I don't actually have a lot to say to it. I'm just more than happy to move it, and so we can get on with it.
Councillor Book.
I mean, I have one more question. Would you permit the asking of one more question? So, February 2020, apparently we reactivated the Target Reserve user group, and we're going to get a report from them. Did we do it? Do we have a report? Have we already done a lot of this work? Yeah. Maybe that's a comment, but there was a have you at the start, so we're fine.
I have a question. I know quite.
Can I just get Arthur to answer Councillor Borg's question?
We did contact the people from Target Reserve's General User Group, but like all these things, having a reasonable discussion depends on that group coming together, and it's not been particularly good in terms of getting everyone around the table. Other areas we've got really good response. Playford Park, for instance, we've got a really good arrangement there, but there does seem to be some disparity in Target Reserve. We haven't really managed to get what would be an ideal scenario, which is the Pistol Club and those other people involved in that area, Golf Club and the others.
Councillor Buck. A question and just a bit of clarification. Okay, so I'm just wondering, perhaps the CEO could give me an answer to this in terms of a potential conflict. I'm a past president and current life member of the Pistol Club. So does that provide a conflict in terms of discussions around Target Reserve and the groups that use it?
Councillor Barker, my advice is do come to the table with an open mind.
I most certainly do.
Yeah,
and
then you've noted an acknowledged interest, but if you satisfy yourself that you're here with an open mind, then...
Okay, so just in saying that, I've got a fair bit of experience. I've been in those user groups over the last, ever since the Pistol Club's been in their reserve, which they're into their second 10-year lease. All I would say is that from the experience of groups that use that reserve, is that the analogy I'd use in terms of perhaps the mountain biking option or other user groups is that it's like if you bought a house next to a speedway in full knowledge that there's a speedway, and then you decide you want to get rid of the speedway. There is a little bit of that kind of thing over time. So I think we should. That's been on the books for ever. So yeah, we need to look into doing something with that reserve. It's a hell of an asset, in my view.
Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Browning.
Thank you, Bishop. I know this is dragging on, but it's important discussion. And again, forgive me for my scepticism about developing a plan, because I've heard that for 10 years. We were in the room that night where the Mountain Bike Club came with a very comprehensive presentation, professional. All the people sitting in the back here were from the Foxton and Levin area, apart from a couple of one or two people. I've been in conversation with this group for a long, long time around access to this reserve. And it seems to me that for some reason we seem to put these things through the complicator, and take Justin's point, because it's something I was going to raise, so Councillor Tomahana's point, was the golf club would provide access. The golf club would provide extra for things like the mountain biking club, for instance, to access their premises as they can. The mountain biking club, as you saw in the presentation, have huge membership and bring huge amounts of benefit to people that are involved in that sport, and certainly bring a lot of benefit to our communities by doing that. There is no footprint to this activity. There's no cost to council. The $5,000 is certainly out the window. They don't need the $5,000. And your worship touched on the fact that a fair bit of work would need to go on for them to have a mountain bike track in there. That's not correct. They get in there with rakes. They rake paths in the undergrowth, and they create tracks for that. There's very little. They've done the same at Cousins Ave at Foxton Beach down in the forest down there, which is a council forest. It's getting pretty difficult to run. So I get the overarching plan. Absolutely understand that, and it's been needed. We've been advocating for that since 2013. But it hasn't yet happened, and I guess it's going to be a little while before it is. What I don't understand is why we can't accommodate a club that comes to us, generally most of whom are local passionate people, bringing benefits, their family stuff, the kids on bikes, and you see the mountain bike fraternity. It's all about family, it's all about children. We're simply providing a place for them to carry out those activities and bring some wide benefits to our community. And if you look at our council values, it touches every one of those council values in terms of what it would provide. So what I'm saying is, absolutely get that, but I would like a direction to officers to at least talk to the mountain biking club, not just say thanks for coming, and see what we can do as soon as possible to provide some access until we get an overarching plan. And my final comment around the horse riding, Kapiti Horse Riding Club get benefit over others potentially in a reserve. It doesn't wash, and also there's massive horse riding capability within the racecourse right next door, some of which is target reserve land in terms of equestrian pony clubs, etc., etc. We cater for horses already in there. Let's just cast our minds a bit and look at the benefits to our community.
Yes, we'll talk about it.
Couple of quick things within the debate, and because I hear the frustration around it's dragged on too long, could have tightened it up with the whole development plan for target reserve this financial year, and then at the end put and table that in the LTP proper so decisions can be made to take action if not sooner, and that subsequent the Sport 1 or 2 thing, which was supported there with the mover, we've paid for that. We're one of 4 councils in this region who paid for that report to be done, and we need it returned. That's all.
Next financial year, not this financial. Okay. That's down. So, there's been a suggestion from Councillor Tugapua that we include a comprehensive and inclusive development plan for Target Reserve within the next financial year, given the diverse range of recreational demands on the site, and it should consider various recreational activities, including walking, and those. I'm just wondering whether a comment needs to be put in there around, but this does not limit discussions and or so ongoing discussions with the various clubs that are, well, especially the our submitter. Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, look, I think council need to be clear with officers on the direction you're giving. So currently the resolutions on the table is that we keep going with the development plan, but we give it priority for next financial year. If the direction from the table is that we progress conversations with the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club, then you need to give us that guidance, because just saying keep talking to them doesn't give us the clear mandate that you actually want us to go shake their hand and come up with the MOU so that they could start establishing on site. So you're either giving us that direction or you're not.
Yeah. Councillor Grimstone, thank you. So the council requests that officers develop a comprehensive and inclusive development plan for Target Reserve within the next financial year. Given the diverse range of recreational demands on the site, the plan should consider various recreational activities, including walking, mountain biking, horse riding, and other existing recreational groups such as Horriford paintballing and the Levin Pistol Club. Notwithstanding, discussions will continue with the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club to progress a memorandum of understanding. Yep. Well, since we've made an amendment to it, yes.
And simply to say that if that was a memorandum of understanding, to use that the reserve for those activities for a period of 5 years or 3 years or whatever, so be it. There is no cost to this thing. It's simple.
Councillor Tupper.
Just to add that now that the cancellation of the Ojai Riverside pathway work is not going to be undertaken, officers are available to accelerate that, yeah?
Thank you.
Just clarify, it was the additional recommendation.
So I don't see anything about cultural environment in there.
Oh no, I don't think we need to worry about that. So, just confirming with the mover and seconder that they're comfortable with that resolution. Okay. Councillor Tamiha.
I'd just like to know if any of the points I said are going to be included in the motion around there's also cultural considerations and environmental considerations.
I don't want to speak on behalf of officers, but I would imagine a comprehensive and inclusive development plan would include all those cultural impacts and environmental impacts. Am I speaking out?
No, those would be a standard elements in regards to developing that sort of plan. And again, one of the reasons we do need to ensure that whatever we agree doesn't compromise some of that cultural and other elements.
Well, then I think there needs to be a word included that mentions other parties.
Self-reserves.
Could I propose existing recreational and cultural groups? So,
I wonder whether the plan should consider community
and various, well, just community. I mean, community ultimately are the ones that go to,
Like just point of procedure, it's they're getting consent from the mover and the seconder. Yep, yep. So we need to have a proper development, a comprehensive development plan. So if we put the word community in there, we engage and consult with all community.
this plan should consider.
Your Worship, there's two aspects to this. The first one is that it's about development of the plan, and it says comprehensive and inclusive development plan.
Yep.
And the second one is about the activities that could be contained within that plan. So there's two separate things.
I think the chief executive has just found the right solution. The council requests that officers, in consultation with community.
Do you want specific reference to every hubber?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we. They request, in consultation with community, develop a comprehensive and inclusive development plan for the target reserve within the next financial year. Given the diverse range of recreational demands on the site, this plan should consider various recreational activities, including walking, mountain biking, horse riding, and other existing recreational groups such as Orphan paintballing and the Levin Pistol Club. Notwithstanding, discussions will continue with the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club to progress a memorandum of understanding. Again, I'll ask the movers and seconders if they're comfortable. They are. Thank you. I'll put the motion, and we will do this by division because we've started this process today. Councillor Brannigan?
4.
Councillor Tukapua?
4.
Councillor Proctor? 4. Councillor Jennings? 4. Councillor Tamihana? 4. Councillor Barker? 4. Councillor Horridge-Parr?
4.
Councillor Young? 4. Councillor Olsen? 4. Councillor Grimstone? 4. Councillor Boyle? 4. Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen? 4. And I am 4 also. That's unanimous. Yeah. We need to refocus, please. There is. I know that these sometimes can be a little take a little time, but we do need to get there and we do need to get through them. But I would remind all councillors that we need to keep within standing orders and the decorum of this chamber, please.
I'll move 13, 14 and 15.
Sorry, let's just remind ourselves where we are. We're on topic number 4, which is burn mowing. There is no recommendation with this topic, but is there anything that councillors wish to ask or anything around this topic?
Yeah, so just for clarity, before we get to this item, the Te Araroa item, there is an item in relation to a submission that was made about rural burn mowing, but there's not a recommendation from officers other than just thanking the submitter.
All right, so we are, like I'm on page 128, topic number 4, burn mowing. And while there's no recommendation attached to that topic, we still have to consider and see any comments or questions that people want to make about it.
I'll move 7.9 in the meantime.
Well, it's not.
It's already covered.
It's already covered, yeah. Okay, so there's no further discussion on that topic, is what I'm. Yeah. Okay, so now, Councillor Boyle.
So in regards to 2.13, I'm aware Councillor Proctor's already moved it. I would like to propose a slight amendment to which we slap on the end of that. In the event funding cannot be secured from another source within the next 6 months,
Some context to this is that the submitter said that they've just moved the long drop and it has an estimated 12 months plus of lifespan. The appropriate source of funding for this might be the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, arguably a better source than us. If we can avoid funding this when we're already increasing rates, that'd be great. And 2.15 says we're going to help them apply for this. I think we should try and get the money elsewhere. If we can't, we should pay for it.
Maybe secured instead of sourced. Sorry, 2.13, you're seeking an amendment that says the council approves funding up to 15,000 for the cost-effective fiberglass single-pan long-drop wilderness toilet unit in the event other funding cannot be secured within the next 6 months.
Yeah, if that's acceptable with Councillor Proctor who put it forward, I'm happy to second it.
Councillor Proctor has agreed with that. You're seconding now that motion or that recommendation? 12, 13 and 14. Right. So, 2.14, the council requests that officers collaborate with representatives from the Te Arawa Manawatu Trust regarding the installation of the fiberglass single-pan long-drop wilderness toilet unit. This approach ensures that the facilities meet the necessary trail standards and contribute to the overall quality of the Te Arawa Trail and contribute to the overall visitor experience. 2.15, the council requests that officers work with the Te Arawa Manawatu Trust to pursue further funding opportunities via the Tourism Infrastructure Fund to advance projects across Horowhenua. Anyone wish to debate or discuss those recommendations? Councillor Jennings?
Yeah, just to flag, I am going to vote against this, not because I disagree with the sentiment, I actually do agree, but I think the appropriate lens for me is the long-term plan proper, where we can take all of these projects, all of these requests for funding, and then we can weigh them up and look at them as a complete picture. So that's just, for me, it's out of cycle, and I don't want to support it today.
Councillor Proctor?
I think the significance is there. I mean, anything that will stop people defecating on an internationally recognised tourist feature that spans the length of New Zealand should be important to be recognised.
Thank you. Just noting too that since we've removed that capital spend that Councillor Tukapua did, my calculation is the savings in interest rate is in interest is $10,650. So it goes a long way to providing that extra funding if needed. And I would suggest that there's probably good chance that the tourism funding people may come to the party. Okay, so again, sorry to do this, but division we've been consistent all through. We will remain so. So Deputy Mayor Allen? For. Councillor Boyle? Councillor Grimstone? For. Councillor Olsen? For. Councillor Young? For. Councillor Horidi-Parr?
For.
Councillor Barker? For. Councillor Tamihana? For. Councillor Jennings?
Against.
Councillor Proctor? For. Councillor Tukapua?
For.
Councillor Brannigan?
For.
And I am for as well.
It's 12 in favour.
Motion's carried 12-1. Right, we now move to topic number 6, which is the vehicular access to beaches between Waikawa Beach and Haikea Beach. Note that there is no recommendation as part of this topic, but does anyone wish to comment? Right, moving on to topic number 7, the improvements to the Manukau domain. There is recommendations that go with this topic, and which are 2.16 and 2.17. We're on page 131. Just initially asked officers, is there any addition to the commentary in the agenda that you wish to add to? Councillor Tukapua.
Just a question around the council taking back control. I wondered, after reading, who actually initiated that. Is it that an expression from the community to do that, or are we telling them that we can do a better job?
Through you, Your Worship, no, that's come from the community through the Manukau Progressive Association, and also supported by the Manukau Football Club.
I just wondered, maybe seek advice. There was notes in there around that whole connectivity between the main part of Manukau and that being quite a distance, and through revocation potentially. I wondered whether is this something that can be captured within a legacy outcome, or no, it's off the track.
Through you, Your Worship, I think it's absolutely an example of the sort of things that we would be advocating for through a legacy outcome lens around Otaki to North Women.
Okay, so the two recommendations regarding this topic are 2.16. The council requests that officers continue the ongoing consultation process between the involved parties, including Manukau United Football Club, the Manukau District Community Association, Ngāti Wehiwehi, and council regarding the capital funding obtained from the Better Off Fund. This funding should be utilised as the initial phase of works to improve the site. 2.17, that council explores the possibility of bringing the Manukau domain back under council control. This would entail the transfer of operational maintenance and renewal responsibilities to the council. It is important to consider the associated costs and budget implications, including an estimated annual expenditure of approximately $20,000 to $30,000 for maintenance, which would need to be funded through rates. Any decision to bring the site under council control should also ensure that it remains available for public use. Arthur, just confirming that the Manukau Football Club do get some maintenance money from council to keep the upkeep of that ground?
Initially, I think there was $1,000 on the original arrangement, but that's top and bottom of it. Right now, I don't think we are contributing specifically to that site.
So we have a football club doing our maintenance for us.
Yeah, the one issue I want to say that, and certainly there was obviously some discussion in council at an earlier stage about whether that site was to remain a council sports field, which obviously resulted in the arrangement now. But the Manukau United, that site is not a standard football pitch, so the likes of Donnelly Park we lease out, or people can lease to a number of groups. That specifically is utilised by Manukau United. I don't believe there's too many other people who use that.
Cassidy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can offer some commentary on this. So it is very much volunteer led down there. They do all the grass mowing themselves, and then there's once a year I think there's a horse event on the paddock, and so that requires then some remediation activity, which the football club take responsibility for. So yeah, it's very much volunteer led. They do working bees and all sorts of stuff. So.
And as you and I well know, the standard of the infrastructure around that park is quite dilapidated. It does need some major investment at some stage, and one of the reasons why it is one of those projects that we have got on our Better Off funding list.
Can I just have a point of clarification with 2.17? So when's the decision point? So because the resolution provides that we'll explore the possibility. So is this in preparation for long-term plan consideration, like there's options presented, or is this we explore it, we agree that it should happen, and then it happens partway through this financial year? Like, can I just get some clarity?
Yeah, through your worship, I think there's two stages in where it could occur, Councillor Jennings. One is the negotiation that we've entered around a future contract in relation to open spaces. And then secondly would be the long-term plan proper. So it would really depend on the nature of our negotiations, which we intend to report back to council come August. So, but what I would say is that if it's going to have a budget implication, that decision will come back to this table because it goes over the $10,000 delegation that I have out of budget.
Okay, so I'm happy to move those 2.16 and 2.17. Do I have a second? Councillor Jennings. Any further discussion or debate? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving to topic number 8, which is the sale of public housing stock, which again does not have a recommendation attached to it. So we note with thanks the submission. Moving to topic number 9, community gardens. Again, no recommendation attached to this topic. And we note and acknowledge the submission. Topic number 10, Oxford Street trees. Again, no recommendation with this, but just noting the submissions from a number of people, and as we know, the process is underway to debate and discuss this topic. Moving on to topic number 11, the Manawatu Estuary Ramsar site. That again does not have any recommendation to it, but council will acknowledge the submission. Topic number 12, the coastal sand dunes. From the same submitter, again, no recommendation following the submission, but note that this is an ongoing issue that we are trying to deal with all the time, and it doesn't matter how many bylaws we actually have in place, we still have an issue. But noting and acknowledging the submission. Topic number 13, rates reduction for private roads. So again, no recommendation with this, just acknowledging the thanks for the submission. And as you see, the reasons explained as to why there will be no further action required. Topic number 14, foliage verging onto pathways and walkways. Again, no recommendation with this submission, and officers have explained what does happen, routine footpath condition assessments. We not acknowledge with thanks the submission. Topic number 15, the condition of Poplar Road. And it's good to note that officers have progressed a rehabilitation project to address the issues that have been highlighted here, and hopefully will be completed within the next construction season. And then topic number 16, which is a skid pad request, and that does have recommendations 2.18 and 2.19 attached to it. Councillor Boyle.
I'd like to move 2.18. I don't think this is something that council should be proceeding with at this time, given our huge number of other priorities and lack of funds to do so.
Seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I am going to debate this because I was going to, Councillor Boyle beat me to it, but I was going to actually propose a different 2.19 because I think it's entirely appropriate that we provide support to the submitter and interested community groups to help them navigate the requirements in the district plan requirements around establishing this. I agree that it's not a role necessarily for council to fund this, but and I know that skid pads and motorsport is not everyone's cup of tea, but for some people in our community, people like cars, people like doing burnouts, and it's important that we actually listen to them. And so it is a valid and legitimate activity to enjoy motorsport. And just as we provide facilities and support for groups that are interested in mountain biking, cricket, rugby, horses, pistols, there's a range of recreational pursuits that we support and we consider legitimate, and we put support and we even provide funded facilities for those activities. And so I agree that council shouldn't be a funder of first resort, but I do think council has a role, and it's a navigator role. And so I'll also remind the table, back in 2001, through the long-term plan process, we had a submitter to talk about a motorsport facility. Council at that time committed to providing some support, primarily through doing some heat mapping to identify a potential site within the district that could be suitable for that type of activity, away from houses and other sensitive sites. Unfortunately, we haven't done that, and that partly sits with the group that was pushing that to follow that up. But I see, and look, if I can convince Councillor Boyle to withdraw his motion, I will signal what I was going to put, which was that council provides support to the submitter and other interested community groups to help them identify district plan requirements and possible suitable sites for a skid pad or other motorsport facility. And so essentially what they would be doing is saying, can we have a small amount of council time and resource in terms of Arthur's team or one of the other teams to provide that navigator role, talk about noise requirements in the district plan and other requirements, do some heat mapping, very small commitment of time and resource.
Mr. Boyle. Yeah, the wording of 219 was too strong for me. Your proposed wording, I can probably agree with. Yeah. I'm happy to withdraw my putting forward of 2.18.
Councillor Brennan is left the room. He said,
"Oh, okay."
He's got so the motion is.
Okay, well then I'll move really quickly. The wording, which was that council provides support to the submitter and other interested community groups to help them identify district plan requirements and possible suitable sites for a skid pad or other motorsport facility.
Seconding there? No? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I saw your hand go up. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Right, just while that's been typed up, does anyone wish to comment or discuss or debate? Councillor Proctor.
I have to, maybe it's sitting next to Sam all day, sorry, Councillor Jennings all day, but I'm tending to agree with him more and more. But I think we have to applaud the submitter for essentially taking what could be seen as an illegal activity and trying to legitimise it. And I think it's the role of our council to provide that recreational opportunity and to provide that safety aspect as well for those undertaking that recreational activity. Plus, I'm also sick of moving burnt out tyres from Hokkien Beach Road on my way to work.
I'll support the recommendation, but I have a slightly different view. We asked people to present to us a business case and a reason as to why we should support something. And here we are saying, oh no, we'll give you the time and resource and officer support to enable you to get it off the ground. I'd like to see more from the submitter in terms of, this is what I'm proposing, this is how what it'll cost, and this is what the impacts will be. And I'm not. I think he needs to actually meet us halfway in that sort of period. I'm just, while I want to encourage people to provide activities that members of the community can partake in, I do believe that he should be showing some initiative in terms of providing us a bit more detail about what is actually proposed.
mover and a seconder for that council provides support to the submitter and other interested community groups to help them identify possible suitable sites for a skid pad or other motorsport facility.
I think it just needs identify requirements and possible suitable sites, because I think the requirements piece is the key part in terms of the district plan, noise, other components.
Okay, so the council provides support to the submitter and other interested community groups to help them identify requirements and possible suitable sites for a skid pad or other motorsport facility.
Would you consider the addition of the word private? So a private skid pad or other, not a council, this has it's privately funded. Yes, privately funded.
Bill 219, private provider or community initiative.
Sorry, Councillor Proctor, you were saying what were you suggesting?
Privately funded, is that the same as a private provider? I suppose that's the only question I'm struggling. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry.
Okay, so it has been moved by Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Proctor. Any further discussion or debate? Right, starting with me, I will support Deputy Mayor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Boyle.
Yep.
Councillor Grimstone.
Yes.
Councillor Olsen.
For.
Councillor Young.
Aye.
Councillor Horry-Parr.
For.
Councillor Barker. For. Councillor Tamiana.
Aye.
Councillor Jennings.
For, and thank you, colleague.
Councillor Proctor.
For.
Councillor Tukapua.
For.
Not true.
Yes, I'll put you as an abstention. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, now moving to topic number 17, which is the traffic in Shannon. Noting that there is a note in here which says the decision took from council is as follows: to give direction to the chief executive to have these concerns investigated and appropriately addressed. But we don't need a formal recommendation to do that, just giving some guidance to the chief executive. Is that the way I read the agenda?
We're still talking about Shannon.
Yes.
We're not intending to carry out an investigation. Our view is that we've provided the analysis, and you'll see there the actions that the officers are going to take. Action's a very strong word.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading the what's on here. Okay. So noted. And then moving to topic number 18, the resealing of Arafura Road. And just Councillor Proctor, you wish to speak?
Are we allowed to speak to the topic? Or?
You can, yes, sure.
I just see that the decision is to give direction to the Chief Executive to have an inquiry undertaken into the decision-making process for the resealing of Arafura Road. Can we extend that to what's called Cannons Hill, which is just on the corner of Arafura and Hokeo Beach Road? The hill is slipping away. Seems to cause safety issues as well.
So, just for clarity, what the submitter is seeking is an investigation into the decision making. You've got the officer analysis there, and then you'll note that our view is we've provided the information to elected members and don't think any further investigation is required. So, if elected members do want an investigation, including the scope of that hill that you've just referred to, now would be the time to put that on the table, Councillor Proctor, because that's not our advice.
Happy to take your concern around the hill.
Yes, I have concern over the hill, which is related to that issue of resealing and the number of times it gets resealed.
Yeah, so the topic will be noted, and I expect a response from officers in terms of what is going on there. But as the discussion, the officer response on the topic, the submitter is making some accusations around decisions made by council, believes these decisions require an inquiry, and the assessment is that we don't believe that is necessary, but obviously your comments regarding the hill will be noted.
Yeah, just to further add to that, the reseal is effectively a two-coat seal. So yeah, it's effectively like putting a primer coat on your house, and then you need to come along and put the top coat on, which is what we've completed. So it's part of the original scope of work, that we can't leave a road with a primer coat on. It needs to have the top coat on, which would see it through the next 20 years, whereas the primer coat is just to get that initial bedding in. So yeah, we're not seeking to do any further investigation, but can certainly take up an action on the comments from Councillor Proctor.
Moving on to topic number 19, which is encouraging youth into meaningful educational work. I'm sure everyone supports such a proposal. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, on this topic, Councillor Tukapua recently brought to my attention a really, what I think is a neat initiative up in Auckland, and I'll let her speak to it in a moment, but I guess I just wanted to understand how we can work with our partners like the Horowhenua Company in terms of economic development services and other stakeholders through the Education Horowhenua to potentially investigate some of these options, some of these initiatives that we're seeing around the country. So I might just pass over to Councillor Tukapua just to provide a little more.
So, as a past member of Education Horowhenua, we looked into the initiative in Auckland called Manaia Kalani when we were rolling out devices into schools across the Horowhenua, and they set up Te Hinaki Trust, and I'm not sure whether there are the Horowhenua, whether the trust and whether there is an existing relationship, but I know that there were similar members on the different groups. So there was a connection at the time, but my understanding is that Te Hinaki Trust are now looking for other initiatives because the rollout of devices is done and that's all set up, and it's like, what next? In terms of future thinking and the sorts of jobs our young people, even in the case of better incomes, I think Rogan's a prime example. You can live here and work for Australia, sort of a remotely, and earn some good money in terms of that AI coding or that sort of digital space. So with that in mind, I just wondered whether council could facilitate a conversation around further opportunities where this topic is leading to with those parties, and because the trust, as you know, they give back the profits that they earn, they look for other things, and this might be a go or a conversation at least. I don't know whether it probably doesn't need a recommendation, but just flagging that it would be worthwhile exploring.
It sounds like something as a governance table we should be seeking some conversation with Te Hinaki Trust about, ways that we can actually get them more involved in the community and maybe some projects that they could possibly take up.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to say, because this topic kind of links to one of the items that's in the blueprint, and acknowledging that there's some work underway in terms of putting together the implementation plan. That was probably in that context, and I don't think it needs a resolution, but just a signal to say it's that type of example of this program called Scratchpad that would be something that we would, that ideally would feature in the mix in terms of some things that we could get behind, not necessarily as a funder or the lead, but making the right connections and making the right joining up the parties and stakeholders.
Through your worship, I think this is it's a really good example about why that community wellbeing network is so important. Because whether it be Education Horowhenua, the youth network, we know that Manaikalani is actually a well-established program now in the Horowhenua. But whether it, Mayor Bernie and I, we had a meeting earlier this week with our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs team, who are absolutely smashing the outcomes, and not that it's a competition, but are in front of every other council in New Zealand for outcomes for young people, which is creating more funding opportunities for us, which then creates us to open those doors about other programs, but connecting back with Education Horowhenua, youth network, that's so important so that we don't just make those decisions in isolation of our broader community wellbeing strategy.
Certainly some further conversations that we need to have anyway, so we'll keep that in mind. Moving to topic number 20, truck stop accommodation in restaurants. And this submitter is, can see the potential that the O2NL is going to make to the district, and I'm sure they're 100% right in their predictions. So just acknowledging that submission, no action is required. Moving to topic number 21, destination management, promote and run more Horowhenua events. Submitters seeking a collective vision or marketing strategy to promote Horowhenua. And you'll note in the actions that following the successful recruitment of the destination management lead role, the draft event strategy is brought back to council for further consideration that the destination management lead develops a program of work that includes establishing a major contestable events fund. So we are working towards some of those recommendations of the submitter. Topic number 22, the living wage. Promoted by Mrs. Sharon Williams. And again, analysis from officers said that all attempts are being made to increase our lower paid people to a rate as close to living wage as possible. So something we are working towards. Councillor Boyle.
Is there a reason, there's a recommendation that we consider adopting this in the LTB proper. Is there a reason we couldn't adopt this right now if a motion were put forward?
We would require additional funding in order to achieve that. The calculation of that I just don't have to hand, but if it's something council wanted to consider, we could adjourn and provide you that information on the additional funding required in order to achieve it.
Something as indicated in the recommendations that we move to implementing living wage during the LTP proper 2024-2044. So something that's certainly needs to be looked at further. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so I was going to move that we consider implementing a living wage during the LTP proper. That was what I was going to move, so not to try and do something right now. So I formally move that. Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
Councillor Boyle, thank you. Just wait for Grayson to put that on the screen. Councillor Jennings.
Just a point of clarification there, please. So the resolution is seeking a process to consider and present options on whether to introduce it or not, and the financial implications of that.
Sorry, could
That is the intent of the resolution, that it simply be put on the table as a consideration, which will necessitate consideration of the implications, the impact on the LTP, which it will obviously have. I would think. Sorry, can you just repeat that? Yeah. My motion was that implementing a living wage be considered during the LTP 2024-2044. Just on that, Bernie, sorry. It's not really up to us to I suppose we can stipulate that contractors are paid that $26 an hour. But we can obviously facilitate the conversation around staff, but it would struggle to go outside that realm, wouldn't we? Yeah.
I'm sure that will be part of the considerations in terms of, I mean, we can encourage or we can, but we can't stipulate to outside contractors what they should be paying their staff, I wouldn't imagine.
It can be an expectation you set through a procurement process, though, and take that into consideration when awarding contracts.
Sure.
And I think that is something that the council should be considering, but it is a bit hypocritical not having it in place for your own staff before applying it to procurement purposes.
So the recommendation is that implementing a living wage for council employees be considered during the long-term plan 2024 to 2044. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Oh, sorry. I just haven't followed. The last one of the day. We have to know. It's important for the public record that they know where councillors stood on certain issues. We are held accountable at times, so we will follow due process. I'll support this. Councillor Brannigan? 4. Councillor Tukapua? Councillor Proctor? 4. Councillor Jennings? 4. Councillor Tamihana? 4. Councillor Barker? 4. Councillor Horiyapa? 4. Councillor Young? 4. Councillor Olsen?
I'll abstain from this one.
Abstain, noted. Councillor Grimstone?
Aye.
Councillor Boyle? Deputy Mayor Allen?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the motion is carried. 12.
Yeah, I just wanted to say though, I was just sitting here thinking that it's quite interesting to have those conversations while our kaimahi are here. So I'm just going to make that point is all.
Thank you. So we've finished deliberations report number 5, and I'm going to adjourn the meeting for until 3:45, and we'll come back and look at deliberations report number 6.
Yeah, go for it. Get a chair.
Sorry, Veronica. I'm sure you've been called. Yeah. Starts with a B.
Recommencing our meeting, and we are up to page 147, deliberations report number 6 regarding financial matters. Can I just again, so that 2.3 and 2.4 are just a double up of what 2.1 and 2.2 are. So can I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.5? That the report be received and we acknowledge all those that submitted, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll now move to welcome to all the team that are there. We now move to 2.6. The Council approves the increased development contributions and endorse the proposed changes to the development contributions policy. Jacinda, are you introducing Karen?
That would be me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. 259 submissions were received on the question, do you support increased development contributions payments to help meet the increased costs of water infrastructure program upgrade? 139 were in favour, 114 against. The increases were proposed to ensure the growth component of the additional water costs was appropriately included in the development contributions amount. The endorsement sought for the proposed changes to the development contributions policy relates to 3 areas, 2 which were raised by submitters. 1, querying the time of invoices. In response, it's proposed that an administrative change is made to the timing of invoices, so they're sent at the time of the first building consent inspection or when the service is connected, rather than earlier. This doesn't have a negative impact on anyone subject to DC, so could be made at this point in the process. Second, it was asked whether an exemption for development on whenua Māori is appropriate, as it's a barrier to development. To the development contributions policy. So it's recommended that this be investigated as part of the long-term plan and full review of the development contributions policy to occur in the coming year. The third change, consequential changes, which are set out on page 160.
Any questions from councillors regarding this topic? Councillor Tukapua.
That's 2.6 development contributions. No. Yes. My question is around the Flaxhaven development, 2.1 million. Will we see a case for that in the LTP proper, because I have no prior knowledge of it, and it's 100% DC funded in the budget?
Yes, we will come back with that for LTP proper. We're also intending to come back to the next capital project steering group with an overview post-decision today, so that's on the 21st of June, with what the next financial year projects look like. So depending on where that final budget's set, we'll provide some more clarity and in-depth overview, which will then start to unpack some questions around further details.
Councillor Jennings.
Just to clarify for, in terms of the policy with the proposed change in the point of invoicing for DCs, that in no way constrains, impacts, changes the approach or the ability for us to still enter into private development agreements with a developer that would mean that there could be lump sum upfront, so much earlier in the process where there's obviously a larger commitment of, or perhaps infrastructure that's going to service a particular subdivision or development.
Through your worship, no, it shouldn't. It's at the moment where effectively, I know a few organisation performance reports ago, I believe it was Councillor Tukapua who asked the question of why is there so much outstanding development contributions debt. And that was the key reason for that is around the fact that we provide an assessment to properties under the building consent process, but under the current approach, they also receive an invoice at an early stage. So it looks like it's outstanding, but actually we don't expect that till later in the process. So it'll allow us to get a better understanding of what's due, and also it shouldn't limit any issues in terms of a development agreement process.
Okay, so no further questions or clarification being sought. Does someone wish to move 2.6?
Yeah, happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Any seconder?
Second.
Councillor Horry-Parr, thank you. Any debate? Put the motion. Oh, sorry. We will start this time with Councillor Barker. So the motion is that Council approve the increased development contributions and endorse the proposed changes to the development contributions policy.
For
Councillor Tamihana.
For
Councillor Jennings.
For
Councillor Proctor. For Councillor Tukapua. Sorry, for, sorry. Councillor Brannigan.
For.
I will vote for. Deputy Mayor Allen. For. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Grimstone. Councillor Olsen.
For.
Councillor Young. For. Councillor Horry-Parr.
For.
Thank you. It is passed unanimously. All right. Moving now to the topic of fees and charges, which, sorry, I just need to get my page numbers right. Topic 2, which is item number 6 in this agenda item, which is page 159. Welcome, Vi. Anything that you wish to introduce the item with?
Good afternoon, councillors. Bernie. The report, all the information really is contained within the fees and charges report, so I take the report as read, but happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Tukapua.
Following hearings and a particular Federated Farmers request for the dog team breakdown, and some councillors asked for some work to be done, and some new tables have been provided, and I just want to confirm that, and it's even on page 165, 6.4, 6.41, regarding the $10 difference for 4 dogs, 5 dogs, the breakdowns there. Can you please confirm that the 2.7 recommendation captures that new part as part of the proposal, or do we need to specifically add that?
Thanks, Councillor Tukapua. Just having a look at the recommendation there, it doesn't look like it would cover it, so that's in relation to the schedule of fees and charges. What we would need to do is, the Dog Control Act allows for council to be able to set the structure for how we recover fees. What we would need to do is introduce a fee type for that particular type of class. So it might be a multi-dog owner or 4 or more that is a stock dog, for example, would need to be added to the schedule of fees and charges. Yeah, so if obviously elected members have asked for that advice, we've offered some suggestions. If elected members would like to progress with the introduction of a team dog fee, we would insert that on page 194. and we would just, at the moment, the resolution doesn't explicitly reference that, and so we would take advice from the table, and if that was the direction, then we would insert that.
Well, I haven't moved that particular recommendation, but I'm open to inserting that if there's a secondary, and we can at least discuss reasons for or against. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to second because I have some views in support of that idea. So yeah.
Can we then just frame, are you saying a 2.7a then needs to be added? And I wondered if we could just get some wording around what that might look like.
So we've added to that recommendation that council add a registration class for multi-dog owners stock dogs attracting a discount of $10 per stock dog for dog owners who have 4 or more dogs.
Councillor Tupper, you comfortable with that? And Deputy Mayor, thank you. We're still under question time, so if there are any further questions or clarification that is sought, and I just wanted to make sure I understand this properly. In 6.31, you talk about year 3 of the long-term plan setting the cost for dog control at $743,000 and the costs for animal control at $294,000, and then you talk in 6.32 about 520 and 205k, and I just wondered what's the significance of those lower figures there?
Thanks, Mabuni. So that reflects what 70% of the cost to deliver that service would look like. So our revenue and financing policy says we recover 70 to 80%.
Because our recommendation does say that noting the fees and charges adequately meet council revenue and financing targets. So I assume that when you say adequately, we are in that 80 to 90% band that we had sort of talked about.
It's actually within the 70 to 80% band because that's the current revenue and financing policy. But for the dog control component, it's at the 80 to 90% recovery.
and not a question, but good to see that Mrs. Williams was looked at. Acknowledge Brent in terms of her suggestions around the Shannon and pool fees. I think that's logical and reasonable that we didn't do anything there. So I'm sure she will be most appreciative. Councillor Tamiana.
Yeah, sorry, Bernie. I just actually wanted to ask a question actually of the team, because I noticed the increases around our animals is anywhere between 17 and 18%, but I noticed on many of the other ones we're only looking at 5% increases. So I was just wondering why we had such a large jump just under that section. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. So that was following some discussions with Council around how much of the recovery from fees and charges were to be attributed to the dog owner, and so we increased that to recover what was historically 70 to 80% from the dog owner to 80 to 90%. So we needed to increase that based on that.
Okay, so our two resolutions are that Council approve the attached fees and charges schedule for the year 2023-2024, noting the fees and charges adequately meet Council's revenue and financing targets consulted on.
Just before you put that motion. Sorry, Mayor Bernie, just before you put that, I just want to triple check that the guidance provided around Shannon pools, Foxton pools and solid waste are in the schedule you're about to adopt. Kara, are you able to provide some guidance? Yes. Okay, just so that all elected members know that the schedule you're adopting.
This schedule. The other part to that resolution is that Council add a registration class for multi-dog owners, stock dogs, attracting a discount of $10 per stock dog for dog owners who have 4 or more dogs. I have that on the table. Any further discussion or debate? So we'll start with Councillor Horridge-Parr this time, please.
4.
Councillor Young. 4. Councillor Olsen. 4. Councillor Grimstone. 4. Councillor Boyle. 4. Deputy Mayor Allen. 4. I will vote 4. Councillor Brannigan. 4. Councillor Tukapua. 4. Councillor Proctor. 4. Councillor Jennings. 4. Councillor Tamihana. 4. Councillor Barker. 4. Thank you. The motion is carried. Unanimous. Right, we now move to thank you, Vi, for all the work that's gone into that report. I'm sure, we'll bear the benefits of all that hard work over the next 12 months. We're now, Councillor Tukapua, sorry.
I'm moving 2.9.
2.9. Hang on a minute. We need to, I just want to, okay, that's management changes, which we are going to talk about later. Okay. So, Councillor Tukapua is moving 2.9. The Council approve an average rates increase to be confirmed after accounting for growth by making further service reductions in the draft long-term plan amendment 2021-2041. In doing so, Council approves the following changes to service levels resulting in the listed dollar and percentage savings and rates. Okay, so let's just...
And I don't mean all of those.
No, we're going to discuss them one by one rather than take them in block.
with the understanding that Jacinda is keeping a tally of whatever is added to the spending column or taken off the savings column, which will allow us to reach that to be confirmed figure. So, okay, the direction I've been given is that 2.9 encompasses A to L. So, your motion needs to say which ones you want to remove, reduce, or target.
I want to see if you'll change, remove the word average, because it's not average. It's an approved income. Yeah.
Councillor Tupukoa, as you can see, we're just trying to establish process here initially. So, do you have already in your mind which A to L items that you wish to reduce or remove, or are you seeking that we debate everyone and then come back with the figure?
In fairness, I'd like to do each one. Look, we're going record time in deliberations. It's only after 4, and this is the last item. So, you know, some are going to be for some of these and against. I wouldn't like to move them in block, or suggest that, you know,
Some should be reduced or some taken
so
away.
I
That's caused issues. Yep.
would like to give others
Yep.
a chance.
Well, that was the way I intended to do it. It was just the advice the Chief Executive is saying that each one of those is almost a separate, needs to be a separate resolution rather than 2.9. If it is going to be part of 2.9, then it needs to be included. Otherwise, I think what we're suggesting is that we actually say 2.9A, 2.9B, 2.9C as being separate resolutions. All right? Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, 2.9A, we obviously need to talk about 2.9A through L before we go back to 2.9 itself.
Yeah.
Councillor Crook.
I was going to, just really an error, isn't there? What's in our agenda is different to what's up there. So the Wellington Growth Framework is 70,000 on our document, and burn mowing's 140. I was just looking at page 180.
So, 2.9, page 149. It is an error. The Wellington Regional Growth Framework, it should be 70,000. So it's a 0.15% saving.
Up there it's 140.
Yeah, it's an error.
So,
yeah. Oh, I don't know which page numbers which.
There's also one other error in those columns, which is J. Obviously, reduced targeted capital spends from 41 to 35 million. Figures don't change after that, but the 38 should be read 35. Okay, so the first, so 2.9A is remove Wellington Regional Growth Framework funding by 70,000, which would be a saving of 0.05. And I'm just going to ask the Chief Executive to give some context around that.
Other than the context you've already been provided up until now, I just wanted to offer some additional advice, which is as we explore options with central government around Three Waters reform and the analysis work that is underway around our position around Three Waters reform, I'd just probably offer some advice that I think that our membership in the Wellington Regional Growth Framework is potentially really important leverage should council want to explore a relationship south instead of a relationship north.
Any clarification sought at all?
Well, I have no appetite to remove it. It's just we need guidance.
So, yes, so therefore,
unless someone moves that one,
yes,
to be removed, then we move on.
Yes. So, sorry, the councillors understand what's just been said. If you've no appetite to remove or reduce or stop, then we move on. That there is no resolution put. Yeah.
Are you going to be a little bit liberal in terms of the discussion around that? So, for example, that one, I had an appetite to cut it, but based on the advice from the chief executive right then, that's shifted thinking, and I think we should be able to just have some brief comments on some of these where, like, if we've been moved by submissions or whatever, because I think it's important just for that there's some recording of that, or not, you do disagree.
So just for clarity, in terms of keeping momentum going, I'm saying to have those discussions, someone needs to move the resolution, so at least, even if it's pro forma, so that they can have discussion. But otherwise, we just keep moving on. Otherwise, there's going to be these endless pregnant pauses.
So just confirming, we don't discuss the issue unless there's a resolution on the table. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So 2.9a. Moving on. 2.9b. Reduce community grants and community group funding by $200,000.
I've got a question because I wasn't too sure. I know Pity was going to do some work around in terms of that grant community group space. What impact does that have on what won't be given out if it's withdrawn?
Just as a quick response, I wasn't the one who put that into the document to be consulted in the first instance. It's only got my name next to it because I chair community grants and funding as a way forward. If the table wanted to decide to cut it, then in the first instance I'd kind of get a look at what stays, what goes, but then it would obviously come back to the table for a final decision. But yeah, by no means did that come from here. You decide.
Moving on, 2.9c, events. Having no contestable funds / support for major events in 23-24, $80,000. Councillor Proctor.
I might have a crack at removing this one, and maybe we have to respond to some of the submitters' needs and questions here. I mean, the top three issues to remove funding were the three that we've just looked at. And I think major events could fall under community grants and community group funding applications in that area.
Councillor Horridge.
I second the motion.
Okay, so the recommendation is on the table. Brent, can you, this is your domain? David McCorkindale, sorry, David. Just confirm that currently that spending is in the budget for 23-24 from where?
It sits within the economic development budget, so we have an amount in there which covers the cost of the economic development services contract to the Horowhenua Company Limited, and then there is also some budget that is beyond that as well. that would have been what we would have earmarked for the contestable fund support for major events. But as you heard earlier this afternoon, with one of those early ones around destination management, the better off funding would give us the ability to fund, still advance or explore the option of a contestable fund using that better off funding for the next financial year.
And am I right in saying we did have this in the budget last year and we used it primarily for the taste trail?
Correct, that was the one event that we did support last year.
And there is a taste trail this year, do we know?
I haven't had confirmation, but I believe the last one, which was the first one since COVID, actually ran really successfully, so I would anticipate that that would roll around again. We have also seen since then, and since the draft event strategy was presented, some additional events such as the Forest Marathon get back up and running again as well. So whereas at a point in time, maybe we had one marquee event, if you like, I anticipate that we'll have two, possibly more, that may make it a contestable fund going forward.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just need a point of clarification around the 80,000, and so whether it's inside an existing contract or so it is part of that better off funding. Because if it's inside the contract, I need to declare a conflict in relation to the existing relationship. So I need absolute clarity on this.
So no, it's not inside the existing contract. We have if you can imagine, economic development bucket, and that primarily funds two things, one being the economic development services contract. Then there is a balance, which in the past has been what's used to support events and some other minor costs. As mentioned, if you were to take away that 80k but still wanted us to explore a contestable fund for major events, we would be looking at using the better off funding that we've got in that development destination management allocation for the next financial year.
Which means that we would do less with the better off funding around destination management, because we'd then be using some of that money for events.
And would the better off funding be administered by the Horowhenua company or by council, or decision hasn't been made yet?
Well, that decision hasn't been made, but I think our intention was that it would be council.
Okay, the motion is on the table, and this is to say that there would be no contestable fund / support for major events in 23-24, and that 80,000 would be reduced from the budget. Starting with Councillor Barker.
4.
Councillor Tamihana. 4. Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Proctor.
4.
Councillor Tupapua.
4.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
I will vote against. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Deputy Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
Against.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Young.
Against.
Councillor Horridge-Parr.
4.
7 votes against, 6 votes for, so that's lost a bit.
So that wasn't unanimous. In fact, it was voted against 7-6, so the motion is lost.
I just wonder if there's scope here to revisit, sorry, I'll scroll down, B and C, and with a view to a reduction that could then be split across both those areas. So just thinking out loud, we were proposing a $200,000 cut to community funding. Perhaps that could be scaled back to $100,000, and then apportionment of
again, the motion's been lost. The reckon we move on. We can't go back and relitigate just because it didn't necessarily meet the requirements of some others around the table. So we move on.
Point of order on that though. We could put forward additional motions, i.e. point M, for a 50% reduction, and Okay, cool.
Correct.
Yeah. Let's do those after we've done this.
Yep. Okay, moving to item 2.9D, which is stop urban berm mowing.
I'll move that.
Councillor Grimstone, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Proctor. Deputy Mayor.
I guess one of the problems with the last resolution was that we didn't have a debate, and it really was an issue because that would have been so much better. The votes may well have gone different ways had we debated. This one we need to have a debate. For the small biggies, in fact, let's call them crumbs, that are involved in terms of the total cost of doing business in the Horowhenua versus the pain and feedback we're going to get from residents in the urban area. If we pull back on this, I think it would be a no-brainer. We've had, and Councillor Brannigan has reminded us in the past of when we tried to do it, and it just turned into a mess where we backtracked and we made exceptions here, exceptions there, and so I would be not in favour of this.
Councillor Brannigan.
Very obviously, I am also not in favour of this, and I'll explain why. Don't for a minute think every urban berm looks like most of the ones down live in a tiny little bit of grass with a nice footpath and curb and channeling, because they don't. There is areas outside of Levin that are very different. There is no curb and channeling. You've got I drove around Shannon after the Anzac Day commemorations, and in Shannon you've got no curb and channeling a lot of the streets. You've got massive big wide verges, 10 metres wide, that only get mowed by contractors. And at the end, and you go into the coastal communities, all our coastal communities, a lot of the homes are absentee landlords, whether that's by because they're holiday homes and you get visited every now and then, or there's a number of properties that just sit there are vacant for a long time. So if we want to generate the visual attractiveness of our communities, this is a great way of doing it. If that's what you want, vote for this. If you want your phone to ring, if you live in areas where it's going to be affected by this, by constituents who are going to be really pissed off eventually when they see the outcome of us slashing what Deputy Mayor quite rightly says is crumbs, by all means vote for this. If you don't want that and think about the wider areas of our district, let's just leave this one alone and move on, with my advice.
Just asking the question around, would this be part of the open spaces contract that we're going to be negotiating anyway, and there will be probably an opportunity to talk about our social procurement requirements and things like that that may well influence whether we keep this going to the standard that we are anyway.
Yes, it will be part of the negotiation for the LTP, for the open spaces contract.
But the decision that you make today
Yes.
is a decision about a level of service.
Yes. Yeah.
Because,
Get there.
yeah. So, just if we're able to negotiate a better price or a different approach of doing it, doesn't change the direction that you give as the whether this is a continued level of service or not.
Any further? Councillor Tupakot.
Just that I was interested in retaining this on the kind of a basis that it was directed to the main arterial roads that most people travel on. Now, I take Councillor Brannigan's point, so I wonder if through that review, because we were provided maps here around across the district where it happens, and there's some that don't make sense, and there's some that totally do. And yeah, I had observed a Levin example where I thought, oh, you're down a side street and mowing this one and not that one, and it doesn't really, what's the difference? I just couldn't understand. So I just wondered whether that part can be captured, or it just does it remain the same, just if we keep that just like that.
Well, I think if this motion loses, the tone of the can we make sure that if we are doing this, we're doing it in places that make sense and that we're not operating in an archaic environment that hasn't recognised the growth or the pressure points. I think that's something we would anticipate we would do as part of the contract review anyway.
Councillor Tammy Hunt.
Thanks. I find it really interesting because if we got to go back to the first one, Bernie, I would say I can see what the value is of the money I get from the boom mowing, but I don't see the value in the money I get from being part of a Wellington Regional Framework Group. And I probably would have moved that motion had I realised what we were going to be going through this afternoon. Look, there's a lot of councillors here. They all represent different wards. It'd be great to hear how their ward feels. But for me and the constituents that I represent, Foxton didn't get a whole lot of green flags for nothing, so I would never suggest that we take away boom mowing or any lower any level of service in Foxton if we're going to continue to promote Foxton as a destination for Orowhenua. So I'm quite happy to sit here and let Levin have no boom mowing if that's what they would like. But I'm sure my Manukau, Oho, Foxton, Shannon, Whānau will be quite happy to continue to have their place looking kept beautiful. Kia ora.
Let's try and keep parochialism out of this debate. It's interesting that every time we go to Tokomaru, the topic of boom mowing always comes up because it's one of the few things they do get. And they've always got something to say about it, whether it's done too often or it's done in the middle of winter or it's done at the wrong time. It is interesting. Okay, any further debate on that? Councillor Proctor.
We have to cut our cloth somewhere.
Councillor Horridge.
Part of me is against this happening purely because it's inequitable. Like, looking at the maps, and like you, half a street is mown, the rest is left to the owners of the houses. I don't understand the rationale behind which houses, which streets. I was told that it's a high traffic area. Where I live, it's only high traffic on the weekend in winter, but it still gets one side of the road mowed and then the opposite side on another street. So it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm like, if I can get out of my mind, I know they've all got lawnmowers, but if you don't have to do it, why would you? It's easier to say, well, it's someone else's problem, but you're the one that lives in the house. So, for me, it's an equity thing, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense. So whether this gets through or whether there's another motion that maybe suggests a review of what's the rationale as to why some streets, some houses get done and not others, then that'd be a conversation I'd be looking forward to. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And I suppose the question needs to be asked, have we set a budget figure or have we just set these are the streets that will be done? Have we said to our contractors, we've got $140,000 in our budget, so there you mow the booms up to that $140,000, and I know there is a program, but as others have indicated, with the growth and adding different bits and pieces to it, when's the last time we sort of reviewed those maps?
I suspect the last time we reviewed the maps was when the contract was initially negotiated and put in place. Obviously with what's happening next year with the contract negotiation, it will be reviewed again, and there's probably the opportunity to change right there.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to vote against this motion in the hope that someone else moves straight after a motion along the lines that's sort of probably a middle ground, which is to cut boom mowing by 50%. And that then would enable the council to prioritise what needs to be done, or the frequency decreases. It also prepares the community perhaps for a bigger conversation as part of the LTP next year and a contract process around, because that figure will absolutely go up. I have no doubt about it as part of a renegotiated contract. And so perhaps this warms us up to a conversation about trade-offs, about what's important. And so it also picks up on the point of Councillor Proctor, which is we need to cut our costs somewhere, and this can be a demonstrated cost saving, but it doesn't remove it completely. So whether that's me or someone else, I'm hoping that we get the chance to vote this down and perhaps put that on the table.
Sorry, Councillor, you have.
Anyone else? Okay. This time we'll start with Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against?
Councillor Boyle?
For.
Councillor Grimstone?
For.
Councillor Olsen?
Against.
Councillor Young?
For.
Councillor Horodipar?
For.
Councillor Barker?
For.
Councillor Tamihana?
Against.
Councillor Jennings?
Against.
Councillor Proctor?
For.
Councillor Tukapua?
Against.
Councillor Brannigan? And I'm voting against.
So 7 against, 6 for, so it's lost.
So the motion is lost. There were 7 against and 6 for. Councillor Boyle.
Can I put forward a alternate of reducing the frequency of burn mowing by 50% and the budget from 140,000 to 70,000, bracket 0.15%?
Right.
So if there's a second, I think I need to get advice.
About.
You don't half that in half the budget. It doesn't work like that.
Right. You're saying that it.
I second that. Is this?
Well, so if we can ensure that we capture that we're reducing the frequency.
Just need to get some advice from officers in terms of what that means to our existing contract as well. Brent?
So currently the way the contract's set up, it's not around the frequency the burns are mowed, it's around the specification. So the current specification is class 1, which is between 40 and 80 millimetres. So theoretically it should be mowed every time that it becomes out of spec or to keep it in spec. So it's not necessarily means that if we're not paying to mow 10 times across a year, it might mean we have to mow that period of a piece of grass 20 times to be able to keep it in specification. So it's not on a per mow basis, the cost, it's on a specification basis.
Yeah, and look, we have received workshop advice on this exact topic, because it is interesting that we have often debates around the length of grass that we should have on our parks and the use that they get. We do have a recommendation on the table though. It's been moved by Councillor Boyle and it's been... Sure.
I don't want to drag this out too much. It's peanuts. I'm surprised we're having this conversation. We had the, and I'm not wrong, but we had the motion on the table, which is to stop urban mowing. If there's going to be a counter motion moved, shouldn't that have been done prior to that, the substantive motion? We've lost the motion, but we want to have a second bite of the cherry. It doesn't seem right with me.
Through the worship, yeah, I think because Councillor Jennings foreshadowed it, it's really up to the mayor as the chair to decide. So, like we can talk to motions and substantive motions and amendments to the motion, but to be fair, it was foreshadowed, and so because it was foreshadowed, that may have influenced the decision of the previous motion.
I understand if you want to put another motion on the table around that motion, you do so prior to the substantive motion being heard. That's how I've always understood it.
So we've already indicated that people can bring back further motions following in the system that, I agree. The reality is, though, Councillor Boyle, that as Brent has indicated, we can't just reduce urban burn mowing by 50%. That can't be a blanket figure that we put across the burn mowing operation.
Right. Councillor Boyle, would you agree to an amendment which is just along the lines of 50% and just look at that? Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm sure that we can work with our contractor to find out what we can get for that price, and if it's increasing the length of grass from 8 centimetres to 10 centimetres, then that's fine with me.
Yeah. Is there a seconder? Councillor Young. Okay. We're not going to have a debate on this because I think the length of grass is not a conversation that we should be getting into. So I'll put the motion that we reduce urban burn mowing budget by 50%, saving 70,000. Start with Councillor Brannigan this time.
Surprisingly against.
Councillor Tukapua.
Against.
Councillor Proctor. For. Councillor Jennings. For. Councillor Tamihana.
Well, I didn't realise we weren't going to get to speak to it, to be honest. So I'm actually, I'm actually sitting here going, okay, so you've got a new motion, but we haven't actually been given an opportunity to talk to it.
I had given, I thought, plenty of opportunity for people to state their views. I just was repeating the motion.
Point is, and I said it earlier, and if you look at the councillors up there in the last motion, the only ones that supported reducing mowing were those in Levin.
Yeah, sorry, I'd need you to say yes or no, you're against the motion.
I'm against the process, actually. So I'll abstain. Thanks.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, it is a totally new motion on the table, and therefore, in terms of process, we should be allowed the right to speak to it. That is my view. It's frustrating. I know time is passing, but yeah.
In response to that, I'd given everybody the opportunity to speak to the motion before I put it again. So I was just reaffirming the motion was already on the table. I'd asked for discussion or debate, and there was no response, and so I put the motion again to indicate whether people were clear on what the motion was, and then proceeded to ask for a decision. So I would respectfully say that I've given ample opportunity for debate on it.
I'd respectfully say you didn't, because in fact all I did was sit here and watch two councillors word a motion, and you never came back and said, can we now speak to the new motion? That never happened. Look at your recording.
Mr. Mayor, it is your decision. Fully respect the decision, but I did personally not hear the opportunity to speak. So that was, I can't speak for other councillors, but I don't believe there was an opportunity to speak to the new motion.
Look, I respectfully understand where you're coming from, both councillors, and in the interests of democracy, so that everyone feels that they have had an opportunity to make sure that they are contributing to that, I will pull back from their vote,
And if anyone wishes to debate the topic, they're willing to express their views.
If you Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, I am against this because I honestly don't know what we are letting ourselves in for. This is simply arbitrarily reducing a budget without any understanding of what the impact will be. So again, using that term first principles that we talked about earlier today, if we believe that mowing the booms is an important part of a level of service, I think we say yes or no to it. We said yes to the idea, and to suddenly say let's reduce it by 50%, cross our fingers that it's all going to make sense at the end, to me just doesn't make sense.
Councillor Tamiao.
And I support exactly what's been said by Deputy Mayor Allen. And I'll just reiterate, if this is the way we're going to do procedural matters, then I may decide that I'd like to make a new motion towards the first point around Wellington Regional Framework, because that's actually what you're doing. You're allowing me now to go back and go visit over old ground. I'm happy to do it. I'll test it even.
Yes.
Yeah, the first concern I have is around the contract that's soon to be reviewed and how an early cut potentially might affect the, negotiations. So that's the first thing. The other one is, I guess I, like Nina, was looking for a review that made sense in terms of what gets mowed. So we're still mowing, but it's in the places that make sense. And yeah, I think the cutting is just a step too far for me. Yeah.
Councillor Brooke.
Just a quick question, clarity from the officers, I suppose. If we set a limit, will it affect negotiations over the upcoming contract?
Yeah, and if we're completely honest, right now we don't know how we'd implement that. So Mr. Harvey and I have exchanged an email to, we're not, like if we're completely honest, we're not sure what that would result in terms of a level of service. And I suppose if the Mayor will allow me, because this wasn't foreshadowed ahead of, obviously when we presented this through council workshop, because remember a 50% cut was one of the things you considered putting on the list for consultation, but you took it off. And you took it off because our guidance to you wasn't about frequency, it was about specification. But also our contractor, the way the contract is set up means that 50% less money doesn't necessarily mean 50% less work. So if this is the decision council make, we'll work through it. But what I just want to be really upfront with is don't come at us when we come back to you with an outcome that isn't what you wanted. Because we haven't had sufficient time to present that as an option in terms of the outcome to our community.
But the consultation document does talk about you retain burn mowing, but it's distributed or different, like by arterial roads. That's actually stated in there.
Yeah, but what it practically looks like, we haven't worked through that.
That's a good thing.
I stand by cutting it, so I'll take it as being naive, and that's all good. But I think if you look at the 60 responses that were happy to give up burn mowing and the commentary on Facebook, and the commentary around looking to cut costs, and frankly, if we don't revisit A, B and C, there's no point having any more discussions because the rest of it's rats and mice. To your point, Councillor Brannigan, yeah, it literally is. So if we're serious about cutting, then let's look at it. Otherwise, we might as well go back to passing 2.8 and settling for it.
Councillor Brannigan.
So what distinctly looked like to me is that around this room is that if we don't get it, you shouldn't get it either. That's not how it should work. the burn mowing is such a, and I'm surprised we're having this debate for something so fundamental. Bread and butter services from a council is looking after the visual impacts of our communities, and I've outlined how different our parts of our communities are. So what is what Levin has, other areas don't have. So what you might say, Councillor Grimstone, one thing, I'd say to you that our communities will turn around and say, well, we don't have curb and channeling footpaths and other nice to have or needs to have. But what we do get is some areas that get our areas looked after. So for the little amount of money in it, I'm saying once again, I'm not interested in drops in levels of service such as this. This is bread and butter council services. What I would say to Monique and Brent is get us the best deal you can for the money we're spending in this area. And that's otherwise we're down in the weeds and it's operational. We shouldn't be there.
Councillor Proctor.
Thanks. I have to agree with Councillor Grimstone that maybe our process starting off here was not quite right. If we want to listen to the submitters, I mean, the submitters have clearly told us the top 3 things we should look at or investigate at cutting are the 3 items we've already decided upon. So maybe we need to reassess our process after moving option 2.
I think we are following the rules of democracy and giving everybody the opportunity to have their say on individual items. As Councillor Grimstone alluded to, we could have easily have moved 2.8 and we wouldn't be having these discussions at all. The fact that we said that we wanted to discuss each one of them, and while some of that may be over enthusiastic debate about minor sort of operational matters, it is still giving the table the opportunity to actually have a say, and that's the whole purpose of what this table is about. So is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the matter?
It's really just a question. So we've moved option 2, is it? And if we make no change, does that mean that motion's out and we only have option 1 to deal with anyway?
Yep.
Yeah, unless there's other additional motions suggested.
Unless there's other substantive motions put forward at the end of it, yes. Okay. All right. So the motion is reduce urban burn mowing budget by 50%. Has everyone had the opportunity to say their piece? So, Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Tukapua. Councillor Proctor.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
For.
Councillor Tamihana.
I'm going to abstain due to the poor process.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Councillor Horridge Parr.
For.
Councillor Young. For. Councillor Oxon.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone. For. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Elm.
Against.
And I am voting against as well.
7 votes for, 5 against.
So the motion is carried, 7 votes to 5. Okay, we move to item 2.9E, which is reduced maintenance Waitariri Rise Boulevard.
Could I ask a question? It pertains both to this one and to the subsequent few. Just what that looks like, so one by one. So what would reducing maintenance to Waitariri Rise look like?
Through you, Your Worship, it means not mowing the reserves or those areas, not clearing rubbish, not cleaning toilet blocks if they have them. Basically, all the maintenance on those parks stops.
Did you say not mowing it at all?
Correct.
Interesting definition of reduction. That's called demolition, but yeah, okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Can I just clarify? So, and you said and stops cleaning of toilets. Did you say?
Correct. If there's a toilet block on any of those, it's all maintenance almost.
Which ones have toilet blocks? And I'm assuming they all have rubbish bins.
I believe Victoria Park has toilet block. I'm not sure on the other ones.
Doesn't appear to be.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Just a comment. I could understand the business of reducing the level of service, but the decision is made by the fact that reduction means that there will be no mowing whatsoever of those areas and no cleaning of the toilet box and so on. It's
cessation. So, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed because, just again, speaking very briefly, Mr. Mayor, with reference to EF, I was quite prepared, and Councillor Brannigan may not be happy with what you're saying, is to reduce the level of service in terms of Victoria Park, meaning that the amount of growth permitted before the mow occurred. I could see sense in that because it's currently this huge paddock, that is maintained as though it's sort of a Donnelly Park, but I can't possibly support total cessation of services. Yeah.
If there's no one else, let's just move on. We're talking about a minuscule amount of money. So
We're looking for reductions, aren't we? I'll move it.
I'll skip to J if you like.
Sorry, someone has moved. Yeah, Councillor Tamihana has moved F. Well, sorry, E. Is there a seconder? Okay, so moving on to, there's no seconder.
Yeah, no, I'm going to make a substantive motion that covers E, F, G, H. So it's just reduce maintenance by 50%, or reduce maintenance budget by 50% for all 4 of those properties.
Do we have to? Can we take that substantive motion before we've done the elements?
Yeah, he can move it. It's a second
Okay. So, Mr. Councillor Jennings has moved that the maintenance on Waitaruri Rise Boulevard, Victoria Park, Foxton, Moynihan Park, Shannon and Vincent Drive Reserve Levin be reduced by 50%. The budget reduced by 50%. Do I have a seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor Horridge Parr, thank you. So, any officer comment on that or impact that might have in terms of that reduction?
I guess it's similar to the burn mine. We'd have to work through what that would look like. Again, those contracts would be specification-based contracts rather than frequency-based. So, without having a conversation with our contractors, it's difficult to provide an answer.
Yeah, and just and I apologise. I should have thought of it when you were debating the burn mowing, but it's too late now. We've obviously just approved an extension to our open spaces contract, and so by contract we're going to have to work through negotiation with our contractor on the reduction in those services for next financial year. But if that's the direction of council, that's what we work through.
So my only response to that is, why the hell did we offer all of these things up through a consultation document? Because it's now being presented as a black or white and no in between. And so the wording that we've provided to our community, for example, and not relive again, but urban burn mowing, this should be directed to main arterial roads. So it's showing a shift in level of service, not stop, start. Same with these particular items. The discussion is about reduce maintenance. It's not about stop. And so maybe we do need to just park this whole conversation about this thing, that this take an adjournment, come back, because I can sense around the table there are a number of people that are feeling really uncomfortable about this, and it's not a good position to be in.
So I think, Councillor Jennings, to be fair, that the things that we consulted on, where it is in direct relation to a removal of level of service, that's been well signalled to our contractors, and we absolutely have the ability to negotiate on that. But to go negotiate on half a change, all I'm signalling is it puts us in a bit of a tricky position, and so I'm just wanting to manage expectations, because I don't want the decision to be made thinking it's going to be this, and then actually the impact is this. And look, a couple of councillors have acknowledged that there's a desire to find savings, and if we think about how we got here in the first place, was we had a list of a whole lot of options that councillors considered and debated that we'd consult with the community, and councillors were finding it really, really hard. And my memory is that as officers we did provide strong advice that says, like, guys, it gets hard when we try to chop things in half. It's choose your level of service or not. But I think that there is some fair reflection about the use of the language reduce, and how reduce might have been reflected or inferred versus cessation or stop.
Councillor I wondered if the table might have more comfort with a slightly different wording on this, which doesn't give us a nice rates figure at the end, but if we delegated the CE authority to reduce the budget by up to 50%, i.e. we'll let you do a renegotiation. I'm open to comment on that from you, Monique, if you'd like.
I suppose what I'm just really mindful of is managing the expectations. So I could go negotiate a saving up to 50%, but if the intent behind what you thought I was going to achieve is different to what actually happens, I understand the sentiment of the table, and this feels challenging because we are dealing with little bits and pieces. If it's the will on the table, we'll work through a process. I just don't know what that process will look like yet.
Yes, Tony.
I don't support the process again. We did make a decision that we were going to go through these item by item, and because we've found it a bit hard, we've gone and changed the process that we're going to use. I'm also mindful that today we've talked about the Manawatu sports thing and how we want to have a better understanding of how our spaces are used in regional and the district. But I'm also sitting here thinking, well, those parks and that have been identified are only some that are in the district, and there's many others that aren't even being considered here. And so, I couldn't possibly support any of this actually.
And I suppose you do wonder if the consultation document had said cease maintenance rather than reduce maintenance, on the understanding it might have been a completely different response that we might have got from the community. In response to your motion, your comment around that, we did receive a substantive motion from wanted to combine all those, and then if this doesn't go through, then we will go back to the individual items. But this is the substantive motion that I received and the seconder, so had to go through that process of receiving that and debating it.
Another way of looking at this, conscious that there's a mover and a seconder and you're all within standing orders, so kind of the debate needs to continue, but another way of looking at this is that you might request, so you know how later on there's a motion that you'll consider around an operational saving, so you might you could consider a resolution around a sum that you request the chief executive go find in terms of a saving across the maintenance contract, and just kind of thinking in the spirit of partnership, and acknowledging that our contractor, like they are probably if I was to go to them and say, hey, I need to find a $50,000 saving, how are we best going to achieve that? But then what that would require is a bit of discretion from the table that 50% saving might not be on those 4 things, and it might not be on the berms, it might be on a track that no one walks. That's an example.
So, sorry, just in response to that comment, given that the resolution's already been made around the berm mowing, if the table wanted to follow your advice, what would be the process to unpick that decision and make that decision?
Yeah. Just give us 2 minutes to establish whether it's a 75% vote or a 50%.
Yeah.
Just while the Chief Executive and Grayson are looking at that procedural matter, can I just move a motion that we extend the timing of a meeting? We have gone past the 6 hours that we started this morning, so Deputy Councillor Jennings has seconded it, so all those in favour? Against, carried, thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, so Standing Order 24.5, revocation or alteration by resolution. So a meeting can revoke or alter a previous resolution during the course of the meeting if it receives fresh facts or information concerning the resolution. In this situation, 75% of the members present and voting must agree to the revocation or alteration. So the berm mowing, the reduction of 50%, for example, if councillors wanted to now alter that resolution so it wasn't specific to berm mowing, but it was a figure across the maintenance contract, it would require 75% of members to vote for it. Likewise, for example, Wellington Regional Growth Framework resolution, it would require 75%.
Let's go back to the start.
Councillor Proctor.
Just want to say thank you to the CEO for clarifying that, and I believe that her and the officers have provided additional information that we probably need to consider.
So you wish to make a amendment or put it forward a recommendation?
I'll move that from the advice.
Yeah. So we are in the middle of a motion at the moment. We do have a motion on the table. Councillor Jennings, Councillor Horridge-Parr. Thank you. Okay. Motion's withdrawn.
So I support the advice and would like to proceed in the way that was described, and I'd so move it.
So I think
let's just get some wording then.
Do you want me to start with? So I move that the chief executive find $100,000 in operational savings.
Got a motion to this one.
Yeah. No, well, I want to see what if this next resolution passes first, and then we go back and revoke the one that's inconsistent with that.
You can't.
You can't do that. No, we need to revoke.
You would be revoking or altering this resolution, being go down the stop
The
it
berming.
the council reduce urban burn mowing budget by 50%, saving 70,000. So you would be revoking or altering that.
Council. Anybody can move that.
Yeah, you just need to get 75.
You just need 75. So moved by Councillor Tamiana, seconded by Councillor Proctor. Okay, so the motion's on the table that council revoke the motion to reduce the burn mowing budget by 50%.
So that was Councillor.
Councillor Tamihana, seconded by Councillor Proctor. Right, is there any discussion or debate on that matter? Okay. Put the motion. Deputy Mayor Allen?
In favour.
Councillor Boyle? Yes. Councillor Grimstone?
Aye.
Councillor Olsen?
4.
Councillor Young? 4. Councillor Horridipar?
4.
Councillor Barker?
Roger that.
Councillor Tamiana?
4.
Councillor Jennings? Councillor Proctor? 4. Councillor Tukapua?
Yes.
Councillor Brannigan? 4. And I'll also vote for. So the motion is carried. So that previous decision is revoked, and we now need, well, is there anyone that wishes to provide another substantive motion?
Yes, please. I'd like to move that the chief executive be directed to find $100,000 savings under the recreational services contract. Something like to that effect. Welcome your suggestions around better wording.
So did you say fine 100,000 wasn't up to? It was you were specifying a figure?
Well, it doesn't. I think it needs to be a specific number, doesn't it? And so we can strike the rates and be like.
So, Councillor Jennings, you wanted me to help you with some wording. That council requests the chief executive work with our partners, recreational services, to find savings of $50,000 across the maintenance service contract. You said 100,000, didn't you? I just offered some advice that said 50,000. Because I'm nervous that you want me to go save $100,000. What are you prepared to give up?
We'd said 70k from burn mowing before, so I would be inclined to go higher.
So I'll 75,000.
If we're negotiating on price, we've got substantive motions coming for A, B and C to be revisited later to that figure, which could have an impact on that.
Yeah, we did agree, yeah. So let's, sorry, Grayson, could you bring up the screen again?
Yeah, it could be so hard to find savings.
Yeah. Can I just need to clarify, go up, the initial, so the stop burn mowing one, we lost.
Yeah.
And then we revoked.
So there's still 140,000 in the budget for burn mowing. Yeah, correct. So, and we've
And there's
We've now revoked the one that said that we would make savings. Yes, it was withdrawn. And so we've revoked the motion to reduce the burn mowing budget by 50%. We now have a new motion that we request the Chief Executive to work with our partners, Recreational Services, to find $75,000 in savings across the maintenance budget.
So moved.
So, Councillor Jennings, and there was, so it wasn't Councillor Boyle was seconding it. Any further discussion or debate? Can I just seek clarity then? If the Chief Executive goes off to discuss this with our partners and comes back and saying that we can't find $75,000, we don't believe that there is, that what happens?
We sell the mayor's Ferrari.
I've got a little toy one sitting in my, you can try. I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, if the Chief Executive comes back and said discussions by our contractors have indicated that there is absolutely no way that we can find $75,000 within the contract, I'd just ask them what happens.
Yeah. So I think should this resolution pass, what Mr. Harvey and I would do would be engage with recreational services, but we'd also look across the span of our whole kind of parks, open spaces budget. And so not that the full 75 might not come directly from the contract. There might be some additional maintenance things that sit outside that budget. That's some thinking and work we'd need to do. If we got to a position where we thought it was going to have a significant, like we'd obviously report the outcome in terms of here's the impact, but if we got to a position where we felt like it was going to impact level of service to an extent that it doesn't pass the front page of the newspaper test, we would be bringing a report back to council to seek your decision making on it.
And there still is enough time before we strike a rates number on the 28th of June to do that?
Through your worship, there's 28 days.
Okay, understood. Any further debate or discussion? Okay, starting with Councillor Horace Parr.
4.
Councillor Young?
Aye.
Sorry, 4.
4.
Yep. Councillor Olsen? Just turn your... Look, thank you.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone?
4.
Councillor Boyle? 4. Deputy Mayor?
Against.
I'm voting against.
Against.
Councillor Brennan?
Against.
Councillor Tukapua?
4.
Councillor Proctor?
4.
Councillor Jennings? 4. Councillor Tamihana?
Against.
Councillor Barker?
Against.
The vote is lost. Oh, sorry, the vote is 176. Okay. In light of that decision, we don't need to, I'm assuming that we don't need to talk about Vincent Drive, Moynihan Park or Victoria Park, because we're now including them within the work or the direction given to the Chief Executive. So we move to 2.9I, which is reduce targeted capital spend from 41 million to 38 million.
So it's I or J?
Yeah, well, or J,
Yeah.
which is reduced targeted capital spend from 41 to 35 million.
So moved, Jay.
So moved by Councillor Tukapura. J, seconder. So the council's aware of what's been promoted. Oh, sorry. Did you second that? Sorry, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. So Councillor Tamihana has seconded that J motion. So
Was that I or Jay?
it was J. Yep. Reduced target capital spend from 41 to 35 million.
Sorry, before we do vote, can I just ask officers just to clarify that to deliver that reduction in capital spend, what projects would you be shaving that savings from?
Probably giving an example of this year that with subsequent decisions of council, the capital project overall budget landed around about $56 million, having started the year in the high 40s, but an upper limit of 35 million was set as a whole point, whereby council could pass a resolution to increase that. So effectively, some of that $56 million package of work is in train and committed. So what we effectively need is some direction from elected members around the table today to set that or impose that upper limit, and we can go away and bring back through subsequent briefings an update around the status of those projects as they advance through the course of the year, because it is rather a crude measure given that some of the projects within that budget are 100% subsidised, the likes of the Transport Choices project. So even though that feeds into our total value, there's a subsequent subsidy that comes out of it. So it is very much does need some further work. I can rattle off the projects that are currently in there and give you a bit of a steer. The likes of the Foxton Pool and the Waitarere Surf Club that are already committed and would continue on. The prospect of work around the leachate at the landfill and the landfill capping would have to stay. The Transport Choices, the stormwater projects that we're looking to get underway that the planning has already started on. The normal roading program that there's a subsidy associated with it, so the recommendation would be to stick with that program as it sits, but there might be some flexibility to tweak those projects. The remainder of the program really looks at some minor works around all of our parks and reserves and the potential for a pedestrian bridge down at Waikawa, but not big value overall. It's probably only under sub $1 million. The potential for work around the Live-In Town Centre, which there'd be a subsequent decision of council, and then the bulk of the remainder is tied up with our renewals program around Three Waters, or predominantly water and wastewater and treatment plants. So there's definitely flexibility within that, but really not in a position to say we'll definitively cut this project, because some of them are actually subject to future decisions of council around scope and financial delegation to continue for delivery.
I just wanted to add one more thing in terms of the ongoing conversation about our program of work. If we've got sort of $46 million as an example in year one, and we've got an envelope in terms of funding that sits at 41, the intention is that we come to you and you have an understanding of where's the line in terms of what we're planning to deliver and where the procurement's at in terms of planning, so that there's a conversation regularly as part of the capital workshops and ongoing OPR conversations about the whole program and what's above and below the line in terms of what we can deliver. So just to clarify that.
That's a good point.
So I just want absolute clarity on the question. So when we passed additional funding earlier today through option 1, the ramification of cutting the budget from 41 million to 35 million may be timing, a rescoping and phasing of a project, not a cancellation of or undue delay of any of these projects listed in option 1.
So we set a budget for 20 years. What we're in the process of doing now is set a program of expenditure for next financial year. It does require some further work, but there's certainly potential within that phasing. And the intention certainly is ahead of long-term plan proper to come back with a more extended view over the next 3 years, so that we can actually create a better picture for firstly our community, but elected members around what that longer term program looks like, having these types of conversations.
If I could just add, the intention would be that wherever the decision lands today, we've got Capital Project Steering Group next Wednesday, and so we would use that as on the 21st. Daniel was just giving me the neck. We'd use that as an important mechanism to do some testing to make sure that we could give clarity to wherever the program's going to land. So, like I know, Councillor Grimstone, you might be looking for the detail of, well, what are we going to do and what are we not going to do. Really, this is the principal decision, which I know that some councillors have kind of requested in the past. It's kind of saying, well, this is the the size of the capital program we're going to commit to, and then as officers we'll do some work to shuffle that and then present to you any trade-off decisions. The other thing I'd add is that, let's say you do reduce the capital program to 35 million, or whether it be 38 million. If we get to a position and we deliver that, and there's still additional work, whether it be our renewals program or a particular project that sits in the LTP, that we then have capacity to deliver, there's nothing stopping us coming back to council and then requesting the additional funding above and beyond that.
And so just a point of clarification on that, because that saving is ultimately lack of interest. And so if we get to that decision point that you're talking about, also we're essentially borrowing later in the year, and so the interest cost is likely to be lower in terms across the whole financial year. So, right? So if we set that goal as it is, and then you decide, yes, there's some additional things inside the capital program that you do still want to do inside that financial year, the impact is actually less, and it's less. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. We assume in there that it's roughly halfway through the year, so as an average, but countering that with increasing interest rates. So just to note that there.
And Daniel, the $16 million that we're carrying over from this year to next year, that's not impacted by this decision at all?
No, so what we're pointing out is a lot of those projects are committed. So of that 35 million, a portion of that is tied up with the Foxton pool, with the completion of the sewer pipe in Tarara Road, the King's Tribe sewer main that are actually already committed. So the intention when we come back at steering group is we get an upper limit set, and we can come back with information around which category these projects sit within. So if they're already committed, high likelihood of budget being spent. If they're in that planning phase and there's opportunities to defer, or if they're at risk of delivery, because a number of projects, as we see every year, although they're in progress due to a number of reasons, sometimes they are carried over. So we can give an early signal around what that looks like and total those three columns up.
I suppose I'm just conscious of the fact that if you take $16 million off the 35, it only leaves $19 million. Doesn't seem, in the big scheme of things, a heck of a lot left.
The one thing to note just is that in terms of what we've delivered over the last 2 to 3 years, it's been in that $30 million range. So for us, an increase to 38 is quite a big step in terms of what is realistically deliverable. We're still working on the planning and the procurement processes to speed things up. So for us, that 30 to 35 is already a move up for us in terms of the level of delivery.
I couldn't agree more. If we reach 95% of our capital expenditure budget, I think we're achieving well. But I don't sort of also want to give the impression that we are just keep pushing things out. Because we've, as Councillor Grimstone said, we've invested 75 million over 10 years, and then we're already reducing the budget already, and we haven't even started year one. I'm just, I've seen enough to understand that I know things don't always get done in the year that they're planned, but don't want to leave us in year 5 with having to complete, $100 million worth of projects because we keep putting them out.
Sorry, can I also just clarify? So does that $41 million program that's referenced there, does that also include the Better Off funding projects?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. So
So they will be reflected. Just to note, they'll be reflected when it comes back for adoption. But
and there's no interest costs associated with them anyway. So okay, so that's.
And I think that when you add the Better Off funding projects on top of the, let's say, the 35 million, so while that might take us to, let's say, 37, 38, because some of it's not necessarily capital build, it's, take for the destination management staff. We do have 2 key flagship projects that will finish next financial year, being the Foxton Pool and the Waitanere Surf Life Saving Club, and so they're we're already quite far ahead. So even though we're saying 35 is that's about right, just factor in that you've got a couple of big projects there that we're well on our way with.
Yeah, so because I wanted to also consider whether inside that 41 million, we've had $1 million and $2 for the town centre. We had $1 million in theory that should have been carried over into should be carried over next year. And then there's an allocation of $2.5 million next year. Plus, we've got $2 million in Better Off funding. It's probably really unlikely that we're going to spend $5.5 million next year, but the process will start, hopefully. And so, surely a big chunk of that reduced capital program is town centre because of where we're in the process.
Yeah, that's a really good example of the logic that we go through to get down from the 41 to 35.
Any further discussion or debate? Okay, so the motion is that we reduce target capital spend from $41 million to $35 million. It's been moved and seconded. We'll start with Councillor Brannigan this time.
For.
Mr. Kapua. Councillor Proctor. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Tamihana. Councillor Barker. Councillor Horidipar.
4.
Councillor Young. 4. Councillor Olsen.
4.
Councillor Grimstone. 4. Councillor Boyle.
4.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen. 4. And I'll vote 4, so unanimous. Thank you. Right, we now move to item K, which is reduce the budget for professional services across the organisation by $100,000.
Happy to move this.
Councillor Boyle is moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tamihana. Any questions or clarification sought? Councillor Branning.
Question for you though. See, you're Jacinta, I'm not sure. So what would this look like?
As per the council report, which I'm just reopening to make sure that that is what we said. We don't know exactly yet, but what it would do is we'd be looking across the activities, our professional services budgets, and we'd essentially be asking we'd be looking for a reduction from each activity, and what that in some cases it will look working smarter. In some cases it will look like you come and ask us to do some work or ask us to explore something, and we say no, there's no further money in the budget. But what I'd signal is that we're not looking to take that out of one particular activity. We'd shave it across the organisation. Noting that some budgets, I think I provided a really good example to council via email the other day, where the chief executive budget has previously been $100,000. It's currently $10,000 for next financial year. So in some instances, in preparing this budget, we did do a lot of work to try and trim it, but we would do the further trimming.
Any debate or discussion?
I'm happy to make comment on this and say that I think it's pretty reasonable to find $100,000 less of professional services, given how much the organisation spends on this budget line across the. It's a pretty big budget line with not much scrutiny from our level. A number of contracted positions that we are outsourcing currently, if they were in-house, if a lot of our processing of building consents was done by staff that we have, things like this should be, we've got a lot of contractors doing jobs who could be staff on board.
Yeah, and I'm conscious though that a lot of that consenting process needed to be outsourced because we didn't have the resources within the organisation to do it, and we have statutory requirements that we need to complete those consenting processes. So it's we're damned if we do and damned if we don't type of thing. So to say it's easy to find those sorts of costs may not be quite easy, but I have every confidence the chief executive will be able to manage some of those things.
Yes, I mean, right of reply on that when you have staff members who were former staff members who are now contractors for you and are being paid more to be contractors. Yeah. Staff retention.
Okay. Well, that's a different matter, which we're not going to get into in this space. Any further, Councillor Timmy?
Look, no, my only comment actually was just sitting here thinking about, we've had issues around capacity to be able to work in this space. So I just wonder whether we don't lean more on our neighbours in times like that. We don't work closer with Horizons in terms of sharing some capacity in the organisation around these types of roles. So just for Whakaaro, I'm just sharing for Whakaaro. Kia ora.
I think they'd probably tell you that they've got exactly the same pressures. Okay. So, let's start. Councillor Barker. So, sorry, the motion is that we reduce the budget for professional services across the organisation by 100,000.
For
Councillor Tamihana.
For
Councillor Jennings.
For
Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Councillor Tukapua.
For
Councillor Brannigan. I will vote against. Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen, sorry.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Olsen.
For.
Councillor Young.
For.
Councillor Horridy-Park.
For.
9 votes to 4.
So the motion is carried 9 votes to 4. So we now move to item number L,
which is further operational savings target, noting that this is currently up to 500,000 based on officers not seeking additional rates to fund expected increases in interest rates. And we're looking to savings of 100,000.
Happy to move the motion.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Tamihana. And these refer to, this item is page 170, where in 7.7, if you're looking to understand the cost pressures that have come to Council's operations, and the recommendation is that while Council is facing increases that would require further budget increase, the Council is proposing to fund any additional costs through finding efficiencies within the existing budget and through making savings in insurance as part of the insurance review. So just for clarity, this is on top of the $100,000 that we've just asked you to in professional services.
Correct, and probably just, I think what with the resolution we've worded in a particular way where I suppose as officers we were looking for some acknowledgement that we've not presented a resolution today that requests an additional money to cover the increase in interest costs, which could be anywhere up to an additional 700k, and so we're working really hard to find that inside the business, but we knew that elected members were looking for additional levers to come this evening, hence why this resolution was in the report.
May I just mention, in terms of, you'll see more conversation around cost pressures, contract pressures, as we go through the Rating and Financing Task Force. There'll be more through that where we hope to keep you up to date with where we are at in terms of significant pressures that we're facing, but tried to represent the ones that we're experiencing or know about through the paper.
Jacinda, in terms of an operating budget for the 23-24, are we presenting a balanced budget, or are we we're a deficit of how much?
I'll have to check the deficit, but we've got a significant amount of unfunded depreciation still. We've pushed that out by 2 years from the long-term plan strategy, and that was a deliberate decision by this table before you went out for consultation. And also in terms of the Three Waters funding, you made the decision that any increases in Three Waters was to be funded by debt. So they are all effectively an unbalanced budget.
Okay, thank you.
Standard & Poor's are due to give us our rating tomorrow. The question around balancing budget and is something that makes me nervous in terms of our rating. It was looking good, but in terms of the pressures on our budget and our ability for us to meet our budget is a key factor that we need to make sure we're considering. Also, that conversation around pushing the debt burden down the road is actively in their minds as well.
Councillor Proctor.
I just like, maybe you're debating me through this a little bit more by not allowing this headroom or this flexibility. Is that putting pressure on us in the future? Or what's the sort of risk and pressure that it puts us under?
For us, so the main thing around the funding is, in terms of not fully funding the depreciation side of it, is around the issue around the room in the capital to be able to do the capital works in the future, because we hit the debt ceiling, because we haven't effectively sought enough through our ratepayers as they've used the assets to bring the debt down, so there's room in the future to build when things need replacing or when we need to build new. So that's the key issue for us, is that up to probably 50-60 million has not been paid in the past, which is meant through this last long-term plan and then to this one as well, the pressure around what we can do when hits us a little bit more.
I was meaning specifically in regard to the interest rates that we have to.
Sorry, you just got a big spiel from me about debt instead. Apologies. I mean, the interest rate for us effectively, we went out with an assumption of 3.75. That was on the basis of the best advice that we had at the time from our Treasury advisors. Looking at what that looks like now, it's about 4.25. If it continues to increase and we look at the balance between fixed and float, locking us in for too long and keeping it floating, knowing market rates are going down, effectively what it means is we have to pay for interest through debt. If we don't rate enough for it, then we either need to make savings in the organisation, service level cuts during the year if it goes up more, or we choose to fund that through debt.
And just reminding council that that's how we're tracking this financial year. Our operational deficit, at least an additional $1.7 million will sit on our balance sheet at the end of the year, all driven by interest rates.
And just noting too that if Standard & Poor's decided to downgrade us, it would cost us another 0.5% more. Yeah. So there are some real consequences and realities of losing that credit rating, or and knowing that we've only just gone up last year. So, yeah. Okay. Any further discussion or debate? This time we'll start Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
Against.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Young.
Against.
Councillor Horidi-Parr.
Against.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Councillor Tukapua.
Against.
Councillor
Against.
Brannigan. And I will vote against.
That's 11 against, 2 in favour.
So the motion is lost by 11-2. Okay, so we now have a new item on M, we'll call it. This is proposed by Councillor Tukapua, and it is to reduce the budget for governance / Maori partnerships by 152,500 from 992,000 to 839,500. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Jennings. Right. Does anyone have questions or clarification sought, or does the Chief Executive want to say anything first?
What I'll offer is just to remind council that this organisation in good faith has entered a number of agreements over the course of a number of years. Some of those agreements have a time frame attached to it, others don't, but all have in some way some form of termination clause. The budget that we have put in the governance budget for this long-term plan amendment, the rationale for putting it in the governance budget was it had never been adequately budgeted as per the previous year overspend sitting in the Chief Executive budget. In developing the budget, we've obviously not just looked at spend previous years, but we've looked at the cost associated with the agreements, but also made some assumptions based on how those agreements have been utilised or not utilised in the past. But I do just really want to emphasise that the governance Māori partnerships budget excludes resources associated with the role of council in meaningfully engaging with iwi and hapu through Resource Management Act matters, but also the key delivery of our capital program. I'm happy to answer questions.
Councillor Proctor.
I'm just a little surprised that this item sort of just dropped out of the ether without much discussion or analysis from council staff before. It seems to just popped up over email and dropped down, but I have to declare a conflict of interest. I'm a board member on the MTA, which receives funding, and have relationships with Rangatani on Manawatu, which also receives funding as well. So I have to withdraw from all discussion, I suppose.
Councillor Grimston. I'm really uncomfortable with going into a position where we're asking our partners about partnership and what that looks like. And the first thing off the back of officers' minds are that we need to cut budgets in existing relationships, which I get need to be explored, but I actually don't think it's a really good start point for revisiting that framework and what contracts exist under that framework for us to be going in under the pretense of cutting 15% off the budget line.
Was there a question for me there, Councillor Grimstone? But if the question was, because I just want to make it clear, this is not a council officer resolution. This is a resolution that's come from the table.
What would you foresee would be the ramifications of cutting a budget by 15% on any partnership relationship, let alone an iwi relationship?
Well, probably what I would remind the council is council's entered these partnerships in good faith. Some of those partnerships are in a different form depending on, there's a whole lot of context around surrounding some of those agreements. In some instances, it would result in a difficult conversation because it would mean some of the expectations that our partners have might not be able to be met. But ultimately, what I understand from council and the guidance they've given to me around the development of a Māori engagement framework, that they're wanting to start at the beginning in terms of that reset around Māori partnerships. This is an existing mechanism, but it doesn't mean that it should be the only mechanism that exists in the future. But what I would say to my elected members is that, and I think I've continued to reiterate this, is that as your CE, I have a level of responsibility, but as the governors of this organisation, you have a responsibility, and so you would be sitting alongside me when it comes to some of those conversations with our partners, because the relationship is with you, not just me as the CE.
So just a yes or no response. What I'm hearing is that there is a risk of significant reputational and relationship damage of a cut of this nature.
Yeah, if I know you're looking for a yes or no, I don't think that's a fair question to ask of me, given the emotive language about significant reputational. I think there is a risk, but there is equally a risk alongside many of the decisions that council have made today about looking for savings across our organisation.
Councillor Brady. Before there's too much more discussion and speculation, Your Worship, I'd suggest that we hear from Councillor Tukupu, who's to introduce this motion, and understand her rationale for doing so. That may save some of these speculative questions.
Councillor Tukupu.
So the discussion and debate is starting? Or you just want to know the background?
Well, I think that the councillors need some context in terms of why you are proposing this.
Yes. So it's not in isolation. We are looking to reduce many items across a range of budgets. I picked this one because it's actually the governance, the representation budget. This is our activity, effectively, and it shouldn't come as a surprise because we have had some discussions or additional information shared. And I hear what our Chief Executive has said around, these are council's agreements. I've been here 10 years and I didn't know many of these existed. So I actually, in some ways, I don't own, I didn't sign up to these. I'm not saying I'm against them. I'm just saying I don't have that level of, I wasn't across it, and I'm not sure, well, obviously checked with others and no, neither were they. So, but they can speak for themselves. And yes, in those discussions we talked about a reset. Really, this is, this is a signal. This is about lowering expectation. This is about fairness and equity, because we've all seen the detail, the amounts various groups are getting, and that's uncomfortable for me, that some are here and some are here and some are down here, and there's no real rationale on that. The reporting is lacking. We know some of the invoices are in, what would you say, dispute. And I genuinely want to get this right, and this is just part of a process. Take the point about, we're going to develop this framework where obviously detail and numbers can be set appropriately going forward. And this is just a start, right? I mean, I'm not prepared to just know about it and just leave it be and carry on. And so I'm prepared to, obviously everyone's views matter, and make a decision accordingly.
Councillor Jennings, we're still in question and clarification time at this stage. We're not into debate or discussion. Councillor Brandon.
Well, the question is, I guess, the significance of the reduction from 992 to 839. Is there some rationale around that particular figure? What gets reduced from? What is the reduction that gives us that figure, I guess?
Yes, please.
So we all got the email. There is Tani Nui Arangi. I'm suggesting in the equation that stays the same. MTA, the same, and bring the others, like the Raukawa collective, in line with that, so it's matching, and all the extra lines that add up to a number of thousands, that's just removed. If you want me to go line by line, I can bring it up, but I'm trying to bring one group up to par, keep one the same, and get rid of all the extras, like all the, it's a proposal, right? So I mean, you can say no, or say that's too much, or
There are no further points of clarification needed. Then we will put the matter on the table for discussion and debate. Councillor Tamihana.
Hey, I think I just need to ask a question before we carry on. So am I correct that the budget line that we're sitting here talking about has never existed before in council?
Correct.
And
not as a separate budget line, no.
Yeah. No, it's important for me because obviously there was a move to have it included in a budget line to make it real, and I think that's great. I suppose for me, I'm just, and I can also see that the reduction that Councillor Tukapua is seeking is in line with the active agreements. Is that correct too, eh? So that's the only points of clarity I need before I'll comment if we get to the next part. So thank you.
Maybe just for clarity, because I think what I heard from Councillor Tukapua was that to achieve that saving, part of it would be a reduction in the Raukawa Hapu associated budget, and so acknowledging that we have an inactive agreement with Te Runanga o Raukawa, but there is a line item there acknowledging we have a new way of working with Te Tūmata Ka Hoki. So is just checking that.
Yes, so that one remains, and the one that's inactive and challenged or in, I don't know, is it disarray or dysfunction, that one ceases till a later date if that's what happens in future. But for now, for this financial year, that's what I propose.
Mr. Jennings.
Can we get into discussion?
Yes, you can.
Excellent.
Yes.
Look, I actually want to thank Councillor Tukapua for putting this on the table, because and it is a bit uncomfortable, it's a bit awkward, and I think it's because this budget line has previously been hidden from view from our ratepayers, and so I applaud the Chief Executive and the team for also being upfront about this and bringing some transparency around it. I think it's healthy. I think it's needed. I think it helps the public understand when they get their rates bill why that amount for representation and governance now is what it is. Look, I think that we are on that journey in terms of the Māori engagement framework, and we are trying to pick our way through some, albeit small, savings right across the business in a range of different places. Councillor Tukapua has articulated that yes, there are some commitments that we're signed up to. There's some budget lines that are committed to that. There is some assumed expense in there, but that's not committed. And so for that reason, that's why I seconded, and I'm obviously very keen to hear others' perspectives, particularly given that we're right at the beginning of that Māori engagement framework. But I think it is reasonable and to have put this proposed saving on the table, at least to have the discussion, as awkward and as uncomfortable as it might be. I think it's absolutely needed. So that's why I've seconded it, to have and hear other people's views.
Councillor Tawihana.
Yeah, apologies, I was just trying to get some notes. I'm the same as Councillor Jennings too, and I thank Councillor Tukapua for bringing it to the table today. I've been an advocate for tidying some of the stuff up, obviously, and I think the Māori engagement framework is going to be critical in terms of what it looks like for us as a council in the future and how we support all our iwi partners respectfully. I actually support the proposal because it's in line with what's active right now. And I think that's been clearly shared with us with the information we've received, that if we're going to talk about budgets, then we've got budgeted amounts that we know are active and that we should absolutely look at a reduction. But at the same time, we also need to ensure that the process going forward, when we do the engagement with our iwi partners, is not restrictive. I think council need to be quite open-minded to the process. I'm also mindful too that the amount of money that we're sitting here talking about is a splash in the bucket compared to the amount of money this organisation spends on other sectors of this organisation for the same type of work that we expect our iwi partners to engage in. And I suppose for me, While I don't want my community to feel like Māori are being picked on here today, I will stand and say that this review needs to be reflective across our organisation, and I can't make that strong enough, because value for money is what our community want to see, and we need to make sure that we reflect that across everything we do, because the reset with our Māori community is going to be huge, and building up that relationship and trust going forward is critical. But our community actually will need to know what the engagement brings, and what do the council get from that engagement in terms of outputs, outcomes. So yeah, that's all I'll say. Kia ora.
Councillor Rooney.
Yeah, very briefly, just support the proposal and thank Councillor Tukapua for bringing it forward. Support the rest of the comments. We've heard a number of times tonight about the need to cut the cloth, and here's an opportunity to do that, but also continue to support our iwi partners in the way we do through those agreements. And obviously the conversations we've had recent times, which we don't need to litigate here tonight, also fall into that space. So I'm happy to support.
If you may.
Look, my only concern, and I think Councillor Grimshaw did identify it through questions, was about the reputational risk as we go into the what did I do wrong?
I
beg your pardon, sorry.
I only have to. I only have to look at you and you realise.
Thank you. Yeah, no, was the concern around the. I'm really distracted by it. the reputational risk as we move into the framework discussion. You know, what does it look like, and will the depth of analysis not actually be seen by our Māori partners? But again, look, I join sincerely in thanking Councillor Tukapua for bringing it forward, and I really welcome the words from Councillor Tamihana, you know, about this even-handed looking across the organisation. So I've got the assurance that I wanted, and also it was really important, and Councillor Tukapua did identify the logic behind the reduction. So, and that's important. That's out in the public domain. Is you know, we're talking about honouring partnerships, but really looking for where there are anomalies, for want of a better word, inconsistencies that really we can challenge.
Look, sorry, Councillor Olsen, you go.
Yeah, sorry, I have a lot to say. I support this. I think it's good to have it at the table, but also, I guess it aligns just with that reset phase we're probably in. I think being open and transparent around these relationships is important going forward, just, you know, even from a governance point of view, and it'll enable us to be fair and equitable across the organisation.
I think the critical thing for me is that these are the amount of money that we are spending now. These are the contracts or agreements that we have in operation now. We're not actually reducing or adding or anything like that. All we're doing is stipulating what the next year's budget will be based on what our current agreements are. It gives me some comfort that we've got a basis to actually move forward and explore our sort of engagement process, if you like, and having a good base to start with. You know, we often talk about accountability and, you know, the reasons why we spend money on lawyers and other consultants in terms of that. This adds to that sort of accountability, openness and transparency that we are becoming well endowed with, if you like, within this table. And I applaud Councillor Tukapua for actually bringing the conversation forward. You know, we do need to talk about have these conversations. So it's, well, regardless of where the vote goes, we need to have the conversation. So it's of good value. Councillor Horis-Pa.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Councillor Tukapua, for bringing this to our attention. I don't even know where to start. So transparency, it's been the fault of our partners because this wasn't transparent to this council. And I find that, like, they're the ones being held accountable, right? You guys didn't know about it. The CE was taking care of it. But because it wasn't visible to you guys, this is, we're going to decide who stays and who goes. We're going to decide who gives us value as council and who doesn't. We've talked about the Māori framework, partnership framework. We don't have one. So we're going to make a decision, and actually, have we done our due diligence? We do that with everything else. I read through the information that you sent out to us, and I appreciated that. But I was like, hang on. From my point of view, we're targeting a group of people that they thought in good faith were dealing with this council. But we're going to target them because we need to cut the cloth. Get that. There's lots of things that we could cut it on, but we're not. We're going to start with Māori, and that's great too because that starts this conversation. Okay, since starting on this council, we've had Māori opportunities, a treaty or Waitangi training, pushed. Every time it feels, for me, when we look at Māori things, it gets pushed because other things are more urgent. Now I look at this and think, why are our people always at fault when it wasn't their fault? They didn't ask to be kept in the shadows. For all we know, they might have thought, of course council knew about it. But we're going to make the decision that, actually you have to go because you're no longer active. And I find that hard to take when we're trying to build relationships. I look at it and I think, what did any of these iwi partners, what did they add to council over the years? How many millions of dollars could they have saved? We don't know that information because they were kept in the dark. So for me, as much as I love your whakaaro about this, I can't agree to that because I don't have enough information as to why were they kept in the dark. Did they know they were in the dark? So, for me, I would be voting against this. Kia ora.
Councillor Buck.
Is any group 152k, does this actually mean someone is going to get 152k less? Or is this a paper thing? Is it actually real? That's my question.
Yeah, so just reminding council that the $922,000 budget, that is made up of our active agreements, but it also did include what is an inactive agreement. But I did not put the full cost of that agreement in there. I made an assumption based on the partnership work we are doing with Raukawa. So what it will mean is that we are restricted in progressing work within that. Some of the additional line items that Councillor Tukapua referred to, which I suspect what you're referring to, Councillor Tukapua, is around the additional lines around like Pōwhiri, Koha, and like the Kapahaka group budget lines. So that would, like an active example, it's a small example, but an active example is we have a Kapahaka group that joins us for all of our citizenship ceremonies, and we've been providing koha to that Kapahaka group, and so it would mean that that budget provision wasn't there. I think one of the challenging things with this broader conversation is that for a period of time there's been a whole lot of costs sitting against the organisation, but it's been going against a GL where there was no budget, and what happens is you get to the end of your financial year and you've got an operational deficit. And so the point of putting it into this LTPA was to make sure that we'd actually been really clear about this is how much we're spending, this is the transparency we want to offer to the agreements. So yes, there will be some impact, but we'll work through that depending on what the decision of council is.
Councillor Boyle.
I'm really glad this discussion is finally on the table. We've got transparency around the issue that was previously intentionally hid from elected members and the public. We've got a long way to go and a lot of work to do on a framework on how this should be handled properly. This reduction is in line with what's active, and reducing the budget to match that with the actual planned spend would be logical. However, the 150k figure is pittance to the organisation, given what we've seen today. If we're willing to keep the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, why can't we keep this? I prefer the 150k breathing room is retained and the budget's frozen at the proposed level until the framework is established. Adding the budget back in future is going to be a harder debate than taking it away today. I'd like to trust our CE's discretion to use any additional budget that we've got left at the end of the year to help expedite the establishment of the framework that we desperately need.
Just a point of clarity, boss.
Clarity.
Point of clarity. See, this doesn't involve, this is separate from the normal Resource Management Act assistance we get from iwi, which is a separate budget built into projects, etc. Not affected by this reduction.
So most of these agreements are attributed to kind of broader capacity, capability, partnership work associated with a range of activities that, depending on the agreement, depends on the process in which those priorities are intended to be set at the beginning of each financial year. For capital programs, we would be engaging, so for example, if there's a project that requires a cultural impact assessment or requires an enhanced level of input from iwi and hapu, that would be a cost to the project, and that typically sits outside these agreements. Think about it in the same way if we were, if we're building something and we might get an expert opinion from a surveyor, we're getting expert opinion on the cultural lens of that and making sure that we're giving that the same value as we would for scientific advice. Or it's probably not, I probably haven't given a good example, but I suppose I was just trying to explain the rationale as to why that is separate. It's also a cost to the project versus this is an operational cost that sits against our general rate.
Yep, thank you.
So, just what? No one else appears not. You've got the right reply. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, certainly. It's not easy for me to table something like this. Certainly not far out. And Nina, I take your point about did they know they were in the dark that whole we didn't know, did they know? I actually don't know the answer to that question, but part of why I double checked, that this doesn't affect the capital projects, the RMA stuff, this like the Waiwiti stream and the arrangements there and the funding, and that is over and above this is separate. And so I thought, why? Okay, so not going to target it if that's the case, and it's all inclusive, and I've learned obviously that it's not. So that gave me a bit of ease. The other thing, well, a couple of things I thought about. Look, and people can hold a different view, but this is effectively partners and partners, governors between groups and us, and as a collective table, elected members, and we all represent groups and people. Together we're on 670, and I see the amount of work, that everyone, and with mayors everywhere and doing everything, and like the kind of time, hours and contact, non-contact, week after week that we put in. And a councillor's on 38, and collectively was 670. And I think, hey, surely, I'm not expecting them to be on par with, Māori and this governance, group, but it's just about, looking at the bigger picture sometimes, and the other community groups and grants that we have. Yeah, Justin's made the point. Well, let's look across things. Let's check out how we do cemeteries. I mean, this is just the start, yeah. So I just, as awkward as it can be, we've just got to take a step. That's all.
Okay, so we will start this time to my left, Councillor Brannigan. So
Yes, full.
everyone understand the motion to reduce the budget for governance/Maori partnerships by 52,500. Sorry. Four. Councillor Tuapua, Councillor Proctor's declared conflict. Councillor Jennings, Councillor Timihana, must be getting late. 4. Councillor Barker. 4. Councillor Horridge-Parr.
Against.
Councillor Young. 4. Councillor Olsen. 4. Councillor Brimstone.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen. 4. And I will vote for.
So that's 9 votes for, 3 against.
The motion is carried 9 votes to 3. Thank you. I think we need one more resolution, don't we, for the carry forwards? Do we need to actually make a resolution for that? To approve that?
I think that's captioning capital.
Okay.
If Jacinta brings up
Right.
So that's currently sitting at 7%.
7. Well. Okay, so there was some murmurings around people bringing some topics back to the table. So are there any that councillors wish to revisit now?
I'd like to revisit B and propose that we reduce community grants funding by $100,000.
Okay, so we need to revoke the initial. Oh, it was right. It was not. It just didn't get a mover and a seconder. Right. Okay, so Councillor Brimstone is moving that we reduce the community grants and community group funding by 100,000. Is that correct? Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Proctor? So, any questions for? I suppose that's your portfolios, Brent. And I suppose, well, the question is, what difference does that 100,000 mean to our community groups and organisations? Where does that come from? The community funding and recognition grant?
Thank you, Mayor Bernie. So with the community grants and funding budget line in the budget currently, there's $390,000 for next year. $140,000 of that is made up of contracted services such as regional lifeguard at our beaches and community patrols, which leaves $249,000 of contestable funding for our community, made up of a number of different grants. One of those grants is the Creative Communities Grant, which we administer on behalf of Creative New Zealand. So that effectively leaves approximately $200,000 in contestable funding. So if we reduce it by 100, we're effectively halving that budget line or that allocation.
Councillor Brady.
So once again, Your Worship, I'd be interested in seeing the rationale of the motion from the movers.
Councillor Grimstone?
Rationale is that we've been directed by our community to cut our cloth, and this was one of the things that they undervalued more than some of the other aspects that were up here on the cutting block. For one, it's low-hanging fruit, and that's where we can find some savings, essentially.
Councillor Proctor?
I agree with Councillor Grimstone. You know, this was one of the high items from the submissions. There was less value put on this by the community. They've asked us to make cuts, and I'll have a rather flippant comment and say, you just cut the Maoris, let's cut the rest.
Deputy Mayor Al.
Sitting on the Community Grants Committee, and welcome comments from Councillor Tukapua also as Chair. For the amount of dollars that we're given to consider in terms of allocating, the bangs for bucks that we get at a real grassroots level, this is in terms of making a difference, whether it be through the Kai hubs or those other organisations that work really hard as volunteers to connect communities and to connect people together, is quite special, and we see the difference that is made through the allocation of those grants. And I really worry in terms of, if we look at our outcomes that we have on our plan on a page, particularly that around strong communities. At the heart of the strong communities outcome, at the heart of that sits the Community Grants Committee, I think, is one mechanism by which council puts its money where its mouth is. Look, I absolutely understand that we're charged today with trying to bring the rates down as much as possible. But let's put in perspective the feedback from the community in terms of the 7.9, and although there was a majority against it, understood, but there was no thumping at our door, there was no reaction as there have been in other districts in terms of the level of agony voiced by those people when it came to that specific issue. So, I do speak in favour of the magic that can be done through the allocation of the grants in that committee.
Councillor Tamihana.
It's an interesting discussion because I see the benefits in what we do with our community grants. And when we get to the next stage, Mayor Wandenoff, I was going to go back to A. I'm almost inclined to say that I wouldn't like to cut this cloth, but I'll be certainly looking to cut A's cloth if that's an offset to continue to support our community groups. Kia ora.
Councillor Boyle.
I could go on for a while here. I'd really like to, list $100,000 worth of community groups and cuts. But, you guys probably already all know where this money goes. You'll see where it goes. Some of the most important and meaningful stuff the council actually has to do is handing out $1,000 here and there to groups that actually make a difference in our community. I'll be voting against this.
And from what you sense with, I concur with Councillor Boyle on that fact. I have been on this committee as long as I've been on council. I have seen the difference that has made. Those grants have made to things like kids basketball, where we give them the rental of the hall down at Donnelly Park, or I've seen the difference that it's made to things like Kai Hub, which are supporting
those and being able to support in terms of buying a freezer for them so that they can keep the food that's donated to them. I've also seen the benefit that our rural halls have made. Every year they come to us expecting money for maintenance and renewals, and I think of the little money that we've spent in areas like Takamaru and Ohau and those sorts of halls. I know how valued that sort of money is. I also think of every year we award some youth scholarships to a number of people throughout our college environment, and while the money is not huge, what that does for their mana, if you like, is massive. So I take those comments around saving money, but I'm also reflected that today you voted against going to capital value rating. That could have made the difference for a lot of people in terms of their rates. So you are now affecting 11,000 people who were originally going to get a rates decrease and are now getting a rates increase, and then we are also saying, well, we're going to cut all those groups and organisations that do a massive amount of volunteer work within our community, and we're going to say, sorry, you can't have what we give you. So, yes, I will not be supporting this.
But we'll happily go.
Sorry, you've spoken to Councillor Grimstone. You can have a right of reply when the time comes.
Councillor Brannigan?
Yeah, I totally won't be supporting this for most of the reasons that speakers have outlined. And I've also been on the years of my time in the council on these grants committees, and to see the grant applications that come through and the work that those people do in our community for nothing. They're all volunteers, and most of them are volunteers that come into these groups that request grant money from us. It's pretty heartwarming to see what they do, and for me to take half that funding away, which is never enough. We could provide much more funding than that in better financial times. We can't. We simply can't. But to take half it away now would be mean-spirited, and I'd seriously question what we're trying to achieve by doing so. So certainly won't be supporting it.
Yeah, so everyone received the answers to the additional questions. It was on the portal. Everyone was emailed about it, and on page 6 and 7 there's a breakdown of our contracts for service, which is what Brent mentioned around the Surf Lifesaving Club. We've got Foxtons and Waitarere Beach, and they're both on par at $32,458. And we've got Save Our River Trust, and everyone knows what staunch advocates they are, and they're tireless, and they're only on 10,000. So combined though, 140, and then you look across to the grants section, and actually the contestable ones that our committee manages is only a total of 160,000, and you've heard examples from the Mayor, like the rural halls, like the food banks, and the real difference that these volunteer groups are making. Another thing I'll mention, and I'm only saying it really because Councillor Proctor made the point about, cutting, if you can cut Māori, I'll cut this. But I'll focus in on the Community Capacity Building Fund, which is 31,000. And across a year, our community development team for our agencies across the district, they provide extra support, like if they need first aid training. And in fact, thank you, Councillor Tamihana, for telling me, but there's a treaty training at Mato Marae, and 6 members of the MTA are attending. So they're actually, we're all in this. Like, this is not one-sided. It's beneficial. It's proved its worth over time. There is a, value return to community, and I'm not saying let's do this just because I chair it. In fact, if the decision goes that way, easily, look, let's find the 100,000. But yeah, I urge you to support this. It's worthwhile.
Councillor Grimstone, you're entitled to your right of reply if you wish to. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Horridipart.
Want to support this. 40 years of volunteering in this community and seeing what those grants do is heartwarming. But we've just finished having the conversation about value of relationships, value of our volunteers, cutting the cloth. The options that we make, yeah, it's our people that are out there volunteering that are going to feel the impact of what we decide today, what we have decided today. Thank you for the information, and yeah, I did have a read of it, know a lot of it, lived a lot of it, worked with a lot of it. But invisible information that wasn't provided to us moments ago. We didn't have that information to make an informed decision, but we did. So, again, love and support the work that all our volunteers do, being on the ground with them, but I'd be voting against this.
Just for clarity, Councillor Horridipart, I just want to make sure that you understand what the motion is on the table. That's all. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, look, this is one of the issues that genuinely torn on this issue, because a part of me totally accepts the value and importance of some of the grants that are made by this council, but also having served on that committee previously, I don't think that everything that comes and is considered by that committee is priority spending when I balance up all the other things that council has to do, and the fact that we are taking little bits from other parts of the business. I really struggle with that, because I do think that there are some really, really well-deserving initiative groups that do receive funding through that contestable grants funds, but there are some other stuff that I do think is discretionary, and so maybe a pause in this in terms of this level of cut for this 1 year, and then a further review of what it looks like going forward in terms of the long-term plan proper, perhaps it is appropriate. So I'm very much on the fence. So I'm interested to hear Councillor Grimshaw's reply.
Well, Grimshaw was better than Grimstrap, or a whole lot of things I've been called in the past. Yeah, look, yeah, I hear you. I'm hesitant to cut community grant fund, but the theme that really comes through to me when I think about the Facebook and all the submissions are the nice to haves, and I'm sorry, I've looked at some of our community grants, and I'm not going to say all, because there's some really fantastic examples, but yeah, I do have to wonder whether we've got our priority right. I'm part of volunteer organisations. There's lots of volunteer organisations in our community, and guess what? There's a lot that don't come to council and ask for funding. St John Horowhenua is about to build a $4.9 million ambulance station on Liverpool Street with no funding from council. There are other organisations that are out there that are doing this mahi and getting this stuff. I'm not saying take it all away, I'm just saying let's cut our cloth, let's have it, let's focus, so that when we do give money out, it is for those projects that fit with our top 10 priority, that really are able to demonstrate the community good that those projects are delivering. And if we've got less to give out, that makes it somewhat more meaningful. And I certainly aren't closing the door on, as per Councillor Jennings' suggestion, that it can be revisited again through a long-term plan proper, should we be able to find additional money from somewhere to increase the community grant space. So
Okay, so we're now into decision time. And I will start today and say I am against. Councillor Brannigan?
Against.
Councillor Tukapua? Councillor Proctor? Councillor Jennings?
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Tamihana?
Against.
Councillor Barker?
Against.
Councillor Horodipa?
For.
Councillor Young?
For.
Councillor Olsen?
Against.
Councillor Grimstone?
For.
Councillor Boyle?
Against.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen?
Against. That's 8 against.
So the motion's lost 8-5. Councillor Tamihana?
Oh, well, let's revisit A. I'm not sure what my wording is, but that'll do. Yeah, okay, I'll roll with that.
So again, this was a decision we didn't make, wasn't it? So we can now revisit. Yes. So moved by Councillor Tamihana. Is there a seconder?
That's all right.
So just confirming that. Nina, you're seconding?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Any questions need to be further asked, or?
Yeah, question for the CEO, just to perhaps explain the relationship with the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, and what I guess. Sorry, you were here when we, I think, made the connection and became part of that, and sat through a number of presentations from in the last term from the Wellington Group, and the reasons why we joined that up. So I wonder if councillors can have a little bit more clarity of what that brings, or what the purpose of it was, because it was about exactly growth. It was about that connection to the south, and it was about as the connections, the new roading, etc., comes further north, having those better connections to that growth framework. So councillors, I guess, can make a bit more of a informed decision around this. We can have some clarity about it.
I'm actually going to defer to Mr. McCorkindale, who leads the portfolio, but happy to answer alternative questions in addition to that.
Probably the key one for me, which wasn't mentioned earlier when it was raised. So the Chief Executive gave a good response in terms of its importance, perhaps at a tactical level even, in terms of the three waters. But it was only a couple of years ago that central government made it quite clear, or ministers made it quite clear, that they weren't going to entertain dealing with the councils individually, and that if action was to be achieved and decisions made, it needed councils to come together and go to the government or go to ministers in that the collective approach. And so that has proved to be an effective way. This framework, the Wellington Growth Framework, sees our council join the Wairarapa and the Wellington councils to the south of us, and has allowed things to advance at a level and get engagement, which I guess we would have struggled to get on our own, and certainly we haven't been able to get the same level of traction or perhaps leadership and coordination from the councils to the north. So an example being that both Waiwhenua District Council was part of two processes in parallel. One was part of the Manawatu Whanganui Regional Spatial Plan, where the councils came together to develop a regional spatial plan, and at the same time our council was part of the collective working on the Wellington Regional Growth Framework. One of those has gone on to continue and be quite effective, and continues to operate, be advancing work and connected central government, local government, iwi, and other partners or stakeholders, and continues to be working towards that solution for I guess, growth and the challenges relating to that to the south. The spatial plan for the Manawatu-Wanganui region basically didn't really get off the ground, and it got developed, completed, but was never taken any further. So from a leadership point of view and from the ability for our council to actually sort of, I guess, be connected, have the support, the advocacy, and also being able to, I guess, have support and championing for things that are important to us, things like O2NL, things like the rail connections, then the Wellington Growth Framework has, in the early stages, proved to be a much better vehicle for our council than what we would have got from the Manawatu-Wanganui cohort up there. What I would say is, yep, I hear the comments that, where do we see that value? How do I see the value for the dollars spent? And that is where I think it is still quite in its infancy, in terms of there was a couple of years spent actually getting the framework together, getting the partners working out that leadership arrangement. And then it's at that point now where projects are kicking off, advancing, and hopefully will lead to, in time, either the government support or those projects actually being enabled. It is due for a review within the next 12 months, where they will review its effectiveness and how it's working and things like that. But probably I hope that's answered or given some context and perhaps broadened maybe just a little bit of the understanding of the role it is playing.
Councillor Proctor. So is the costs and what we pay for a fee to be part of this group, or is it staff time? What is it?
So there's two parts to it. Because we're not part of the Wellington region, we pay a pro rata amount towards the secretariat costs. So the secretariat costs are the administration function of the Wellington Regional Growth or Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, essentially. Thank you. Part of I guess the hope and the expectation when this process had started would be that there would be a greater contribution from central government, but it's quite disproportionate at the moment. Local governments is funding the bulk of that. So we pay that, as I say, that pro rata towards the secretariat, which supports the participation of others, and then there's a portion which contributes to some of the cross-region project or work that's being undertaken as well. Again, we pay a pro rata amount there. And then within this budget, the Wellington Regional Growth budget, there is some costs where we supported in advancing some of the projects that we're leading. So there's a living structure plan and the Horowhenua Kapiti growth planning is work that we're currently leading and cover costs of that. So it's both officer time and in some cases it's involving some professional support.
Okay, so there's no further questions just there. Clarification? Councillor Brannigan.
Discussion?
Yeah. Discussion, debate.
Happy once again, won't be supporting it. Clearly recall the volleying from the Wellington sector when they came here to sit in these chambers and outlaid what the Wellington Growth Framework was all about and the reason we should be part of it. And we took it on then for the good reasons, and I think David, as Mr McCorkin has clearly outlined the benefits of it. I know he did say there's a review in the next 12 months. What I will be voting against this, but what I would say is we've got 12 months to perhaps come back to us in the LTP and then clearly outline to us in what those continual benefits are of being part of this framework. But I think the pull out now is the race is only up. The race is only half run, so pull out now I think would be counterproductive. But certainly in 12 months' time, let's have a look and see what the benefits are to this organisation going forward.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, look, I'm in a very similar position to Councillor Brannigan. For me personally, I don't value this budget line at the moment, but I know it's important. But I haven't seen the return on investment. But like Councillor Brannigan, I'm willing to tolerate it for another year, so that we can get the results of be involved, still see out and maintain our advocacy position around Three Waters and see where that heads and give us options, because I think that connection to Wellington region is an important part of that decision about Three Waters going north, going south, and that could translate into significant cost savings and efficiencies and benefits for our community. So staying the course in terms of being party of that to keep our options in a Three Waters context, I think is particularly important. But also, I think that we can then further scrutinise this as part of a long-term plan, proper process. And so, and it was probably the Chief Executive's comments tonight about Three Waters that shifted my thinking on it. So, yeah.
So I sit on that Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, and David will attest to the fact that I've been in the room and challenged the Secretariat and the Chair of the committee about the value that we seem to be not getting from that. It's very hard at a governance level to see some of the outcomes. But I've also been in the room where the Minister of Finance has basically said, don't come to me individually. I don't want to see you. I'd much rather deal with Auckland. Well, that may have changed since things happened in October. I'd much rather deal with Auckland because they're one. And here you are, there's 10 mayors in this room. I don't want to see 10 mayors in here. I'd rather see... Look, there are challenges around this. The Wairarapa mayors are having exactly the same conversation that we are having around whether they see value in continuing it. But I am like the other comments that have been made. You know, our regional relationships are hugely important at the moment. And we have, with the amount of reform in front of us, we do have advantages in terms of being both a party to the Wellington Regional Framework and also in that Horizons region. And as the Chief Executive has indicated, we do have options at some stage as to what we do. So I think it is a little early to pull out of this framework. I think we do need to give it another 12 months and then see where we're at. And I think we'll be in a much better position to be able to decide that. And you will have some conversations with the Secretariat of the Wellington Regional Growth Framework in the coming weeks that will enable you to understand the reasoning and what they're doing much better. So for now, I'm asking that we continue with this funding. Councillor Tamihana.
Oh, well, I might speak to the mission now. Look, I take on board everyone's comments. I think we've probably missed the point actually, because I think the wording's not quite right. When I look at the document, we talked about a reduction from 140,000 I'm looking at. So is that not what?
The 140,000 was incorrect.
Oh, okay.
It is 70,000, and as David explained, that's based on our population. It's so the question is we can't really reduce it. We either get out of the framework or we continue. That's basically the question.
Well, given that point of clarity then, because I thought that I was still going off the 140 in my document and I was seeking a reduction if we were cutting our cloth. So I suppose I can remove my motion then if that's the case, because it wasn't about cutting ties at all, but it was certainly about reducing, if we could, the amount that we paid to be a part of that group. So if that's what I have to do, then I will pull that motion then and correct myself. But I was going off the 140 and that we were only reducing what we contributed.
Yeah, understood, and it was a bit confusing. Agreed. So, Councillor Horry-Depar, you've seconded the motion.
Yeah, I withdraw.
You withdraw. Okay.
Are there any other matters that we need to discuss? Hey? Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So we now go back to the substantive motion 2.9. The council approved an average rates increase of 7% after accounting for growth by making further service reductions in the draft long-term plan amendment 41. In doing so, we don't really need that, do we? We just... Yes.
Yeah, so based on all the decisions you've made in the last 3 hours, no, I don't know if it's been 3 hours. So
Close.
Where we're sitting at is a 7%, an average of 7%. And so obviously what happens from here is we go make the changes in the model and then you adopt the long-term plan on the 28th of June. But what we still need is for you to endorse the rates increase. Now, I probably just want to acknowledge, because Mayor Burney did raise it with me, and Councillor Jennings has also, that the word average really gets up people's nose, right? Because average doesn't actually reflect what a lot of people in our community will face. But I do just want to point out that we do need to have a resolution that confirms what our average rates increase would be. So, if I could offer some help, that your resolution is that council approve an average rates increase of 7% after accounting for growth, acknowledging that the 7% rates increase falls differently across community due to the impact of revaluation and the rating system. Because you don't need to make any resolution about the levels of service, because you've made that through 2.9 A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
So the law requires us to reference average rates increase, because it's the increase to the rates income that's what's increasing, not
May I offer something, just as a suggestion, is you could also approve a total dollar rates increase, which which is 9.1%. So you can, that's the total dollar percent increase in rates. That's another option which has been talked about at the table. So just to offer it as a suggestion.
I think my perspective on this is that it's important to reflect the dollar amount and the full amount, because the other thing is that brackets, after accounting for growth, that pulls back the real cost, the real increase in the rates income that we require to deliver the services and things. And so having that full dollar amount and then acknowledging that yes, there is there's an average rates increase across people after you take into account that growth figure, that's important to people. But for the purposes of this, surely the fundamental thing is that we're approving to go from a current budget of X to an increased budget of X, and that represents a dollar amount and a percentage.
I'm very conscious of how that goes down with the community, and I don't think they will get that at all. I think they need an increase in percentage terms. I think the comms around it needs to be different, but in terms of resolution that we are going to adopt, I think we need it to be an average rates increase. I think the comms work is around the total income. Yes.
Just one quick thing just to note is during the consultation,
I was just going to respond to Sam. Councillor Jennings. I understand what you're trying to say, but the next step is then how is that cost shared across our community? And that's where the average ends up. And I think that's a more accurate measure of what our community's share of those costs are, rather than our organisational costs.
through the consultation process, one thing that was very clear to me standing in front of many a group was that we needed to be really clear that the rural and lifestyle communities who were not receiving the 3 waters will receive a significantly larger increase. So whether there's a conversation about noting that the increase for those that don't receive those services will be larger because overall the water. I don't know that it needs to be necessarily in the resolution, but through our communication, I think that's one area where we can provide some more clarity, because that was something definitely that was being sought from me through the consultation process.
Yes, well, I tend to agree that this is more of a communication issue than an issue with what our actual resolution is. I think it's good that our resolution's in line with every other rates resolution across the country and across the history of our, that's kind of my feeling on it, and it's people will be able to relate this to a previous rates increase they've seen, whereas if we gave them a dollar figure, it's hard to equate what that was compared to what the last council had as a rates increase.
Okay, so 2.9, that council approve an average rates increase of 7% after accounting for growth, acknowledging that the rates increase falls differently across the region as a result of valuation changes, and by making further service reductions in the draft long-term plan amendment 21 to 41. In doing so, council approves the following changes to service levels, resulting in the listed dollar and percentage saving in rates. Right, so yes, Piri, you move 2.9. Are you comfortable with that? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Brannigan. Topic's open for discussion and debate.
Well, very briefly, I guess it's just I think it's a good result, and one of the fellow councillors said it could have been more. It can always be more, but we've got that's the biggest challenge on being on council, is balancing everything that we have to do and everything the organisation is required to do. It's been a thorough process. The community came back with consultation, came back and majority wanted us to go lower, and we've done that, and we have cut our cloth. So I think it's a good result, given the times we're in, which ever increasing costs, ever increasing demand on services. I think it's a good result, and I just commend everybody for it, particularly officers and the work they've done.
I'm just going to say a piece because it's nice to say things. Historic councils have put us in a pretty precarious position with a bunch of debt and unfunded depreciation, degraded assets, various historic, legal, contractual and environmental issues, and we've got a lot to deal with, and it's going to financially hurt us for quite a while still. If the budget commitments we've set today here aren't met by the organisation and blowouts and further debt are accrued, we'll be continuing that legacy despite our direction today to tighten the belt as our residents have asked us. I want to commend Council on the financial improvements and savings we've seen, the drastically improved finance team and the work of LCE. I expect this to continue and more efficiencies to be found and costs to be screwed down as further historic matters are tidied up. I wish to remind the table that we do need to be fiscally responsible and that the level of scrutiny we should be placing on all financial decisions is high. I want to especially remind all of you that voted in support of the proposed office refit. I'd also like to request that we have a formal and informal discussion in future about reducing our catering costs. While minimal in comparison to our overall budgets, the principle and gesture of us literally trimming the fat here is important to me. I'm happy to bake a batch of scones here and there and stop stacking on the ratepayers' dollar.
Councillor Boyle, and I'm sure that your comments will be taken and noted, and
welcome the spirit that they're given. It is. I don't know about baking scones, but we're always we're always trying. We need to find efficiencies within what we do, and I'm sure that you've got a far greater perspective of the challenges that now has. I don't want to make it speaks. Let's carry on with the division around this recommendation first. Councillor Brannigan, would you like to? Oh, sorry. Has everyone spoken that wishes to speak around this issue?
Can I just say 2 seconds? Because I think that that for anyone watching today, the deliberations, I think it just demonstrates the complexity of local government and council and the nuance of the various decisions that we make. That we've spent, I think it's over 3 hours trying to save $400,000 to drop the average rates rise by 0.9%, demonstrates the huge amount of complexity and challenge and the trade-off decisions, and that living that concept of fiscal restraint is actually really challenging because it has real consequences at the other end of it. So I just wanted to reflect on that because I think it's important as we go into a long-term plan process next year that the people understand out there that these are really challenging conversations and that their contributions through a submission process are really valuable. We really value them. While they don't always necessarily persuade the table in a particular direction, they are taken into account, they're weighed up, they're balanced. And finally, just a thank you to all of the staff, the team, Chief Executive, and the full team for huge effort, hours, and the advice that's been provided. So just to acknowledge that, thank you.
Four.
Four.
Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. Four. I will vote for. Look, congratulations, councillors. That's a unanimous vote on a rates increase of 7%, and I commend you all for the amount of work, energy and commitment that you've made today. I'm sure that new councillors have a far greater perspective of the challenges that we operate within local government over this period, but I'm sure that our community can be really reassured that we have deliberated well. It's been robust, it's been thorough. We've had a spectrum of views from unanimous decisions to 7-6s. So there is a range of views across the table, and demonstrated that people have come here today with an open mind and are prepared to listen and then contribute those words. And I really value that, and I thank you sincerely for the way that you've conducted yourselves today. It's been really a pleasure to chair. So thank you. That brings us an end to deliberations. We do have some work tomorrow that you need to be here for in terms of a couple of briefings. We know that some can't, but it is signalled from 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3:30, whatever.
2 o'clock, but I was just checking with the table what time it's.
Okay, so we're looking for how long though? Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll close the meeting. If we could just take our karakia from and turn it over, and we have our ending prayer.
Okay, so just getting back to where we were talking about tomorrow. Jacinta, have you got, who's driving that?
Jody was just tuning